Chapter 543. Xiaoqin casually glanced around the city. There were many white-robed cultivators with slender sabers hanging at their waists. Saber City was only the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was very difficult to enter the inner sect. Without a medallion with Xiaoqin's current strength, he would not be able to force his way in. However, Xiaoqin had his own methods. He did not go to the inner sect directly. He had come to Saber City for this plan. His plan was simple. He would just steal an inner disciple's token. Even though it was shameful, he could only apologize to the junior brother and junior sister whose identity was stolen. Xiaoqin stayed in the city for half a day and quickly locked onto his target. It was a lone female disciple. He was only in his 20s and his appearance was delicate and pretty. His hair was tied into a ponytail and he looked very lively. He held a small saber in his left hand and a bronze token hung from his waist. After following her to a deserted street, Xiaoqin walked up to her and said with a smile, "Hello, junior sister." The ponytailed girl looked at the white-robed handsome Xiaoqin and was slightly stunned. Sensing his unfathomable strength, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." He was secretly shocked. Which peak senior brother was this? He was so strong. He was so young, but he was much stronger than master. The rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strict. When junior brothers and junior sisters saw their senior brothers, they had to treat them respectfully. Xiaoqin found it funny. It seemed that this little girl really thought of him as her senior brother. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party lowered her head, he moved his hand slightly and hooked the other party's token over. "Senior brother, why are you looking for me?" the ponytail girl asked nervously. Xiaoqin put the token into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Senior brother mistook me for someone else. I'll take my leave first." Watching Xiaoqin leave, the ponytailed girl was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Out of habit, he touched his waist and was shocked to find that the token was gone. "Don't leave." The ponytailed girl unsheathed the small saber in her hand at lightning speed. She shouted angrily and swung the saber as if it was her hand. As it spun rapidly, the blade seemed to cut the air in half, bringing with it a whistling sound of air currents. Mysterious wind cut? Xiaoqin turned around and smiled. "But you're still lacking. Little junior sister, you have to work harder." Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and touched the saber's edge with his fingertip. Surging essence burst forth from his fingertip. Bang! Under Xiaoqin's command, the spinning saber turned back at an even faster speed. Before the ponytailed girl could react, the blade was inserted back into the scabbard in her left hand. How could this be? The girl's delicate face was filled with astonishment. One of the 9 secrets of Qingyun, the profound wind chop, was actually broken just like that. After a while, he remembered that he had lost his token. With a sullen face he said, "This senior brother is such a bully. He lost his token and stole mine. What should I do? What should I do?" To be able to recognize the mysterious wind chop at a glance and break it easily without injuring her. In the girl's opinion, the other party must be one of the genius disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Due to his carelessness, he lost his token and could not enter the mountain. Hence he snatched her token. Xiaoqin, who was far away, flipped the token over and took a look. It was as he expected. The words Qingyun were written on the top and Leng Qianqian were written on the front. The words were written in a leisurely manner. "Damn, I have embarrassed myself this time. It really is a junior sister's token. Don't blame your senior brother. Qianqian, right? I will return it to you later." After hanging the token at his waist, Xiaoqin arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Then he followed the crowd and entered. The disciple guarding the entrance only took a quick glance and did not look closely. There were so many people passing by every day. It was impossible for him to check every single one of them carefully. He could only rely on his experience. When he saw something wrong with their expressions, he would call them down and check them carefully. Xiaoqin had been a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple for a long time. How could he reveal any flaws? On the familiar road, there were green mountains, pavilions, small paths, and cultivators practicing the saber. There were no major changes to the past. Before Xiaoqin entered the city, he was feeling impatient. However, when he stepped onto the land of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he calmed down. Xiaoqin took a step into the air and looked at the towering Qingyun Peak in the sky. He took a deep breath and slowly walked over. "Qingyun Peak, I, Xiaoqin, have returned. Elder sister Rua, Suifeng, Xiaoyang, Xiaomeng, are you all doing well?" The Qingyun Peak disciples passed by Xiaoqin one by one. Several of the older generation disciples felt that Xiaoqin looked familiar and stopped to take a closer look. They had some guesses in their hearts. However, in the past 2 years, although Xiao Chen's appearance did not change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The youthful and immature look on his face was gone. His face now had an air of vicissitudes and maturity. It was very different from before. The most important thing was that in the past, Xiao Chen had disguised himself as Yi Chen when he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only revealed himself in the final battle. Although these people had their guesses, they felt that it could not be Xiao Chen. Furthermore, that person swore that he would never step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. After taking a few glances, they withdrew their gazes and smiled self-mockingly. "I'm too suspicious. There are so many bladesmen wearing white robes. Could they all be Xiao Chen? Being careful and hiding would only make others more suspicious." Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he confidently walked forward. Xiao Chen walked forward calmly. Just as he was about 7 minutes away from Qingyun Peak, a group of people wearing the uniform of Biyun Peak disciples suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen glanced at the appearance of the leader of the group and quickly lowered his head, preparing to keep a low profile. The leader of the group was Song Kei's son, Song Qianhe. He was the current peak master of Biyun Peak. At this moment he was leading the Biyun Peak disciples, chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave the mountain. When Song Kei passed by Xiao Chen, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's face, his expression could not help but change greatly. He had a grudge against Xiao Chen for killing his father. For the past few years, that face would appear in his mind every day and night. Now that he saw Xiao Chen in person, he was shocked. "Stop right there. Which peak's disciple are you from? State your name," Song Qianhe shouted at Xiao Chen in an intense tone. "Was I discovered?" Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile and turned around helplessly. He was not afraid of this person. However, he had just arrived at Qingyun Peak and did not want to cause any trouble. "Song Qianhe, it's been a long time," Xiao Chen said calmly with an indifferent gaze. "It's really him." Song Qianhe's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, "Xiao Chen, you actually dared to appear. Back then, you swore that you would not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now that you have broken your oath, let's see how you are going to answer to the Elders' Assembly." The 10-odd Biyun Peak disciples behind Song Qianhe looked at Xiao Chen. They were all astonished. "Is this the person in front of us, the white-robed bladesman that caused such a commotion?" Xiao Chen chuckled and said, "Sorry, you saw wrong. I did not break my oath. I did not step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Song Qianhe looked carefully and saw that Xiao Chen's feet were hovering half an inch above the ground. With his long robes covering him, it looked like he was really stepping on the ground. However, in the end he did not step on the ground. "You!" Song Qianhe pointed angrily at Xiao Chen. He was so angry that his face turned red. Song Qianhe drew his weapon with his right hand and said sternly, "I don't care if you broke your oath or not. Since you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion today, you can forget about leaving." Xiao Chen's expression sank. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and emitted a cold killing chi. He said in a frosty voice, "Try taking another step forward." The killing chi seemed solid, it was bone-chilling. Song Qianhe could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He stopped moving, he could not explain the reason why. The scene of Xiao Chen shattering his father's head with one punch in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion replayed in Song Qianhe's dreams. There was not a moment when he did not want to kill Xiao Chen. For the sake of revenge, Song Qianhe disregarded everything and frantically cultivated for the past 2 years. He became the second cultivator in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to become a martial king before the age of 20, after Lu Riyue. Song Qianhe naturally became the peak master of Biyun Peak, leading the disciples of the peak. He was very spirited. Originally, Song Qianhe thought that after he broke through to peak inferior grade martial king, he would be able to easily defeat Xiao Chen. However, when Song Qianhe saw Xiao Chen again today, he did not expect that one look from Xiao Chen would cause him to freeze in place. Song Qianhe carefully sent out his aura. He was not confident in himself, so he wanted to check out Xiao Chen's cultivation. In the end, when he checked, he discovered that he could not see through Xiao Chen's cultivation. It was unfathomable. He is not a medial grade martial king. He is stronger than a regular superior grade martial king. Could this fellow be a peak superior grade martial king? Song Qianhe was somewhat frightened by his own thoughts. A peak superior grade martial king in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was comparable to several of the Elders' Assembly's elders. However, a peak superior grade martial king was fine. Song Qianhe could delay him for now. When the elders of Biyun Peak arrived, they could deal with him. Biyun Peak disciples, listen up. This person is a traitor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Kill him for me. After this matter is over, everyone will be rewarded with 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. After Song Chinha made up his mind, he casually sent out a jade-green signal. Then he used his status as the peak master to give out orders. Huang Dang. Huang Dang. Song Chinha gave out orders. The disciples behind him were all Biyun Peak's people. They were under his command. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had indeed done some rebellious things. Furthermore, there was a large reward of spirit stones. These disciples immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Xiaoqin. Kill? Song Chinha shouted and took the lead to charge. He was not stupid. He did not let hatred get to his head. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he did not try to be brave. He could only use these people to delay Xiaoqin first before looking for an opportunity. After all, it would be very difficult to get rid of a peak superior grade martial king. Unfortunately, there were some things and some people that, no matter how much one calculated, one did not have absolute strength. The so-called wisdom and schemes were just a joke. Song Chinha was very unfortunate. At this moment he had encountered this matter and he had encountered this person. Ignorant. Xiaoqin, who was as straight as a pine tree, snorted coldly. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, gently moved forward and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. A boundless purple light came from the saber. Contained within the light was Xiaoqin's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. A sharp saber intent spread out. The weapons in the hands of the many Biyun Peak disciples trembled continuously. Even Song Chinha was no exception. Chapter 544. The originally ferocious group of people all stopped. They had astonished expressions on their faces as they desperately held on to the weapons in their hands. Half a move, Xiaoqin only used half a move. This group of Biyun Peak disciples, who were originally very confident and were thinking of a great reward, were forced into a corner. They could only resist the saber intent in a sorry state. Xiaoqin was a bona fide half-step martial monarch, someone close to being unrivaled. Honestly speaking, he was already thinking highly of them by using half a move against this group of people, the strongest of which was an inferior-grade martial king. It was only because they were all from the same sect and cultivators who used the saber that Xiaoqin respected them. Otherwise he would not even need to draw his saber. Xiao. Xiaoqin moved his hand forward again and drew the long black and sleek lunar shadow saber. It gave off a dazzling purple light and a boundless saber intent spread out wantonly. So. The entire group of people could no longer hold on to their weapons. Their long sabers soared into the sky and started to spin around non-stop. Saber intent. This is saber intent. The Biyun Peak disciples were all horrified. Their voices trembled as they retreated with all their might. Xiaoqin had a calm expression as he pointed his saber at Song Chinha, who was trying to flee. An overwhelming killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the air immediately froze. The killing intent chilled Song Chinha's heart to the bone. Xiaoqin's peak state of massacre locked onto him. He felt like his legs were filled with lead. They weighed 500 kilograms. He found it hard to move. Bang! That killing intent poured into his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Song Chinha felt an incredible pain in his chest. His legs trembled and his eyes filled with horror. Song Chinha could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Song Chinha did his best to resist the pressure in his mind. He used one hand to support himself, doing his best not to fall to the ground. As he looked at Xiaoqin, his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and said, "Xiaoqin, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a peak superior grade martial king. After you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you will die for sure." Superior grade martial king? I haven't been one for a long time. Xiaoqin said calmly. A surging crystalline saber chi shot out of his saber. Song Chinha, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately had a horrifying wound cut open on his chest by the saber chi. The wound was 3 inches deep and blood gushed out like a fountain. His internal organs were clearly visible. Song Chinha was sent flying. His expression was one of extreme pain. This was one of the main roads of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the disciples of the various peaks wanted to leave the mountain, they had to pass through this road. There would be a lot of people passing through it day and night. The fight between Xiaoqin and Song Chinha had long since attracted the attention of many passing disciples. Several of them were suspicious of Xiaoqin's identity. When they heard Song Chinha's words, they finally confirmed Xiaoqin's identity. Numerous astonished gazes shot towards Xiaoqin, their hearts trembling. *CK, it's really him. I haven't seen him for 2 years and he's several times stronger than before. I suspected it was him long ago. The white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin killed a peak master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he still dares to walk in so casually. He actually comprehended saber intent. In our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no one has comprehended saber intent in the past 1,000 years. Without saber intent, one is an incomplete bladesman. I wonder if this Song Qinhe is lucky or unlucky. The moment Xiao Qin arrived, he ran into him. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The legendary battle between the white-robed bladesman on the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago was still fresh in their minds. At that time, there might have been people who doubted Xiao Qian's strength in the future. However, after seeing Xiao Qian's current performance, no one would deny it. That was the beginning of a legend, the epic legend of the white-robed bladesman. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and ignored the severely injured Song Qinhe behind him. He faced the astonished gasps of the crowd calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. Xiao Qin, you killed my father and humiliated me time and time again. Sooner or later I, Song Qinhe, will make you suffer a fate worse than death. When Song Qinhe, who was on the ground, saw that Xiao Qin did not care about him at all, treating him like an ant, he felt humiliated in his heart. Rage. Xiao Qin's calm expression sank completely. Who was it that sought trouble with him time and time again, trying to kill him? Who was it that coveted Qingyun Peak's businesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Who was it that, as a martial king, bullied him, an insignificant martial grand master? Who was it that, while he was far away, hired assassins to deal with him? Who was it that, when he was in danger, hit him when he was down? Who was it that, in front of everyone, did not care about propriety and honor, sneak attacking him, nearly causing Ryue to die? It was Song Qinhe's father. That kind of scum, even if he died 1,000 times, it would not be enough. However, when the words reached Song Qinhe's mouth, they turned into Xiao Qin being unreasonable. Xiao Qin was bullying him, twisting words and forcing logic, extremely shameless. How could there be such logic in the world? How could he distort the truth and speak nonsense? Bang! Xiao Qin's figure flashed and he kicked Song Qinhe's chest, sending him flying into the air. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. Don't mention that trashy father of yours in front of me. Don't think that I do not dare to kill you. Back then, I dared to kill your father in front of everyone. Today, I dare to kill you as well. Xiao Qin stomped on Song Qinhe's body expressionlessly. His voice was bone-chilling. The severely injured Song Qinhe trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Just at this moment, 5 Biyun Peak seniors saw Song Qinhe's signal and flew over from afar. Hope immediately lit up in the despairing Song Qinhe's eyes. The people he was waiting for had finally arrived. Oh no, the 5 elders of Biyun Peak are here. These 5 people were superior grade martial kings many years ago. This is bad for Xiao Qin. This Song Qinhe father and son are really sinful. They forced away our Heavenly Saber Pavilion's genius. Now they are here to kill him. Indeed, if he can represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition and obtain a good ranking, we will be able to bask in his glory. With Xiao Qin's current strength, entering the top 50 will not be a problem. At that time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will obtain luck. Our luck will increase as well. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Ke sent our genius to his grave. What a bastard. This father and son are both not good people. The young cultivators present all felt that it was a pity. It had to be known that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had not produced a genius like Xiao Qin for a long time already. Back then, Murong Chong was very powerful. However, his reputation was far from comparable to Xiao Qin's. Back then, during the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform, Xiao Qin had become famous. He had soared to the sky in one go. Even the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had basked in Xiao Qin's glory. When they went out for experiential training, people would often ask about it. Regardless of whether they were from the same sect as Xiao Qin, when they received an affirmative answer, they would receive envious gazes. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had been weak for many years. It had always been suppressed by the Misty Sword sect and the Night Spirit Palace. As a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, they had never received such treatment before. Among the younger generation of disciples, they all worshipped and respected Xiao Qin. They did not have any good impressions of the Song Qinhe father and son, who did not dream of being a hero when they were young, who did not want to become a legend to be respected by thousands. However, reality was too cruel. As they grew older, they would dismiss such dreams with a smile. However, one day they suddenly discovered such a heroic deed, such a legend, was right beside them. How could their blood not boil? When they saw that Xiao Qin was in trouble, all of them became anxious. In contrast to them, Song Qianhe, who was under Xiao Chen's feet, had an extremely happy smile on his face. His smile was incomparably carefree. It was a smile that was as carefree as it could be, a smile that was as carefree as it could be. This was because Song Qianhe knew that he would soon trample on this white-robed bladesman, who had stepped on his chest. Then, he would be able to take revenge for the humiliation and grudge he suffered in the past. 5 old men wearing Biyun Peak's uniforms stood in the air. When they saw Biyun Peak's unique peak master asking for help, they rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. When he saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. Uncles, he is Xiaoqin. He is the one who killed my father. He is only a peak superior grade martial king. You have to take revenge for me. Song Qianhe shouted, ignoring the fact that Xiaoqin was stepping on him. The 5 old men were already over 80 years old. They had a lot of life experience. They took a quick glance at Xiaoqin and started cursing in their hearts. Song Qianhe did not know what cultivation realm Xiaoqin was in. However, they knew with one glance. How was this a peak superior grade martial king? He was clearly a half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, his aura was strong and drawn out. He was not a half-step martial monarch that cultivated a trash cultivation technique. Song Qianhe, this little bastard, wanting them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. Although the difference between a peak superior grade martial king and a half-step martial monarch was not as great as between a martial king and a martial monarch, it was still a huge difference. The 5 old men were very old. After living for so long, they were all very astute. They knew that the 5 of them working together would not be able to hold back Xiaoqin. Furthermore, they would offend a genius cultivator with a bright future. They did not say anything. They exchanged glances and flew away, returning to where they came from. Why did the 5 martial kings leave just like that? How strange. Could they have been scared off? The many disciples who were worried for Xiaoqin all felt suspicious. Song Qianhe's mouth was wide open. His mouth was so wide that he could easily fit an egg in it. The carefree smile on his face did not even have time to fade. Why did they leave without saying anything? These uncles are the ones who dote on me the most. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The difference was too great. Song Qianhe felt dizzy. It was like his brain had short-circuited in that instant. Falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley was not the most miserable feeling. The most miserable feeling was when one fell to the bottom and thought that one had a chance to turn things around. Who knew one would fall back down? At this moment, Song Qianhe finally experienced this feeling. Furthermore, he was severely injured. His final hope was shattered. He could not catch his breath and fainted. Xiaoqin was not surprised at the actions of the 5 Biyun Peak old men. They clearly knew that they could not defeat him, yet they still insisted on fighting. There would not be such stupid people in this world. If the 5 old men were half-step martial monarchs, with the resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and their experience, they might have a 50% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, they were not. They were only superior grade martial kings. In that case, they would not stand a chance at all. Chapter 545. Casually kicking Song Qianhe aside, Xiaoqin raised his head and looked at the clouds above. There were a few strong gazes staring at him from within the clouds. However, they did not have any malicious intent. They also did not intend to stop Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin felt excited. He knew who was in the clouds. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a place where a half-step martial monarch like him could do as he pleased. Not to mention the few core elders of the Elders Institute, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Any one of those supreme elders with startling cultivations could easily kill him. The fact that those strong existences did not make a move against him was a clear indication of their attitude. This attitude made Xiaoqin feel more at ease. Xiaoqin hovered about 1 centimeter off the ground and continued walking towards Qingyun Peak. The surrounding disciples all made way for him, their gazes fixed on Xiaoqin's back. At this moment, on Qingyun Peak, the ponytailed girl whose identity medallion Xiaoqin had stolen was looking at Qingyun Peak's manager, Lu Suifeng, with misty eyes. There was a group of female disciples beside Lu Suifeng, talking about what happened. Her identity medallion had been stolen by Xiaoqin, and she was very anxious. Fortunately, she met a group of fellow disciples who were going to enter the mountain. When that group of sisters found out about what happened to her, they immediately rode on a flying beast and flew to Qingyun Peak. They wanted Lu Suifeng to seek justice for them. After Lu Suifeng heard this, he muttered, "You are saying that a fellow disciple wearing white clothes recognized Qingyun Peak's secret technique with one glance and casually broke it? Furthermore, he snatched your identity medallion?" Lung Qianshan nodded gently and said in a wronged manner, That senior brother was a bully. Not only did he snatch my identity medallion, he even said that I had not practiced well enough and that I needed to continue working hard. Lu Suifeng said angrily, "How preposterous! Since when can others speak ill of the people of my Qingyun Peak? Stop crying and follow me down the mountain. Let's find that fellow and see elder brother Suifeng help you vent your anger." The group of female disciples followed Lu Suifeng and quickly headed down the mountain. Xiaoqun climbed all the way from the foot of Qingyun Peak. He felt very rueful. Back then there were very few people on Qingyun Peak. It was hard to see anyone on the huge peak. But now, with just a few steps, he could see some disciples either practicing or chatting. There were even disciples guarding the key passages, so Xiaoqun had no choice but to use some techniques to avoid them. What surprised him the most was that these disciples were all young women with voluptuous figures. He didn't see a single male disciple. Lung Qianqian, who had followed Lu Suifeng down, had just reached the middle of the mountain when she saw Xiaoqun, who had a relaxed expression as he looked around. He quickly pointed at Xiaoqun and said to Lu Suifeng, "Elder brother Suifeng, he is the one who snatched my medallion. Now he is here at our Qingyun Peak." Lu Suifeng was greatly startled as he said, "This brat is too arrogant. After snatching your medallion he still dares to come to our Qingyun Peak. Come follow me. Watch me teach this brat a lesson." Under Lu Suifeng's lead, the group of female disciples rushed down aggressively. Soon they arrived before Xiaoqun. When they got close, Lu Suifeng saw Xiaoqun's face. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His rushing footsteps immediately stopped. Later, a few of the girls could not react in time. A few of them knocked into his back. "Elder brother Suifeng, why aren't you moving? Go and teach him a lesson. He personally scolded me for not practicing the profound wind chop well. You were the one who taught me all my martial techniques." Lu Suifeng's earlier anger vanished. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. Brother Suifeng, it's been a long time." Lu Suifeng stepped forward and patted Xiaoqun's shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Return the medallion to the young lady." Lu Suifeng took the medallion from Xiaoqun's hand and handed it to Lung Qianqian. He said, "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. However, someone else can. You all can leave first." Lung Qianqian received the medallion. She had a confused expression. It was not just her. The group of female disciples behind her were all confused as well. Didn't Lu Suifeng say that he would help Lung Qianqian get revenge? Why was he suddenly chatting and laughing with this person? "Elder brother Suifeng, who is this person?" one of the girls asked, feeling confused. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is the white-robed bladesman that you all keep talking about. Xiaoqun, you can all leave now." When the group of girls heard Lu Suifeng's words, the way they looked at Xiaoqun immediately changed. It was like they could see stars twinkling in their eyes. Xiaoqun could not stand this gaze. He quickly pulled Lu Suifeng to a rather desolate cliff on Qingyun Peak and asked what was going on. Lu Suifeng giggled and said, "These girls are all your admirers. It is all thanks to you that they are able to do so. Thanks to you, the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago spread the name of our Qingyun Peak. In the second year, several outer disciples came to Qingyun Peak. Now, Qingyun Peak is no longer the weakest of the 7 main peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although its accumulations are not as deep as Tianyue Peak, it is full of youthful energy. Every year there will be a large number of new disciples. There will be an endless stream of new blood. Sooner or later, it will become the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiaoqun was mildly surprised. He had not expected his battle that day to bring about such a huge change to Qingyun Peak. However, this was a good thing. There was no need to fear more. Only when Qingyun Peak truly developed would Lu Riyue be able to put down the burden in her heart and be with him. Suddenly Xiaoqun thought of something. He asked, "Why do the disciples in this mountain look like young girls? There is not a single man to be seen." Lu Suifeng said righteously, "You really have to thank me for this. I only take in female disciples for your sake. As your brother-in-law, I have the responsibility to guard this place for you. I cannot let other men get close to my sister." Xiaoqun smiled and said, "I see those girls calling you elder brother Suifeng. Do you sound like you enjoy it? Are you really doing this for my sake?" Lu Suifeng coughed twice and said, "Let's not talk about this. I'll bring you to meet my sister. She should be at the dueling grounds now." "Greetings, instructor." "Greetings, instructor Suifeng." As the two of them walked, the female disciples they met would respectfully greet Lu Suifeng as instructor. As Lu Suifeng walked, he explained, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, Elder Sis is the one teaching most of the martial techniques. I'm just assisting her. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, with your strength, it should not be a problem for you to teach these 14 or 15-year-old girls. In these 2 years, Lu Suifeng's strength had undergone a metamorphosis. He had advanced from inferior grade martial saint to peak superior grade martial saint. He was only a step away from breaking through the barrier to martial king. Such strength would be considered at the peak among the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even in the entire Great Qin nation, it would be considered top-notch. However, when compared to the entire continent, especially during the budding age of geniuses, it would not be considered top-notch. However, no matter what, with Lu Suifeng's current strength as a peak martial saint, it was more than enough to teach these martial grandmaster female disciples. Lu Suifeng said seriously, it is all thanks to that flowing light marigold leaf of yours. The further you go, the more you will understand the importance of comprehension. As they spoke, the dueling grounds soon appeared before the two of them. This dueling grounds was not unfamiliar to Xiaoqin. Back when he was at Qingyun Peak, he would spend most of his time there. Go in by yourself. I will not stay to accompany you. After sending Xiaoqin off, Lu Suifeng performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When Xiaoqin pushed open the doors of the dueling grounds, he saw that the previously empty dueling grounds was now filled with people. There were 200 to 300 Qingyun Peak female disciples lined up neatly. They were like white poplar trees standing in the middle of the grounds. In front of them, Lu Riyue was explaining some of the unique martial techniques of Qingyun Peak. Occasionally she would answer the questions of the disciples. She wore tight-fitting blue cultivator robes, revealing her exquisite and graceful figure. 2 years had not left any mark on her face. She was the same as before. Every movement she made was graceful and flawless. Xiaoqin stopped walking and revealed a faint smile. He leaned against the door and watched with interest. Seeing Lu Riyue's expression, Xiaoqin felt a faint satisfaction in his heart. For a moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind. Lu Riyue, who was completely focused, did not sense Xiaoqin's arrival. She continued to explain the unique points of Qingyun Peak's martial techniques. When Lu Riyue got excited, she would draw the small saber at her waist and demonstrate it personally. She wanted these young girls to understand the profound things in simple terms. This month's 3 days of lessons will end here. When you go back, remember to work harder. If there is anything you do not understand, remember to communicate with your fellow disciples. 2 hours later, Lu Riyue waved her hand and dismissed the 200-odd female disciples. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Riyue's spirited face finally revealed some fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Riyue's spirited face revealed a trace of fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on Xiaoqin, who was standing at the door. Her body paused, thinking that she had seen wrong. After looking carefully, she was certain that the bladesman wearing white clear-wined robes with a meteor-shaped lunar shadow saber at his waist was Xiaoqin. Lu Riyue put down what she was doing and walked over quickly. Tears gathered in her eyes. She still could not believe that the person in front of her was Xiaoqin. Lu Riyue slowly raised her fair and slender right hand and moved it towards Xiaoqin's face. She really wanted to know if what she saw was an illusion or not. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Riyue's wrist. Then he naturally pulled her into his embrace. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only mutter, "I'm back." A familiar person, a familiar smell, a familiar voice. Lu Riyue finally believed that the person she was thinking of was indeed in front of her. "How have you been these 2 years?" Lu Riyue asked softly as she let go of Xiaoqin's embrace and blushed slightly. "Let's go out first. There are too many people here." Holding Lu Riyue's hand, Xiaoqin led her out of the door. Lu Suifeng, who was eavesdropping with a group of female disciples, was the first to bear the brunt of the door slamming into his face. Chapter 546. "Damn, there is no need to be so ruthless," Lu Suifeng said depressedly as he rubbed his face. "Instructor Suifeng, was that person earlier really the white-robed bladesman? I heard that back then he was not as strong as you, right? How strong is he now? I heard someone say that he scared away 5 Biyun Peak elders by himself." That Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Qianhe, did not even have the ability to stand before him. The girls fired questions at Lu Suifeng. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to endure it. However, Lu Suifeng chuckled and surrounded the girls. He said calmly, "Don't be in such a rush. Ask them one by one. Let me tell you everything from the beginning." At the same time, the news of Xiao Chen's return to Qingyun Peak spread like wildfire throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the story of Xiao Chen's encounter with Biyun Peak Song Qinhe was recounted vividly. In the end, he even scared away 5 superior-grade martial kings. When they thought of the legendary battle from 2 years ago and saw the strength that Xiao Chen displayed today, several cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chen sighed. At the edge of a small cliff on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen and Lu Riyue leaned against a rock. There was a waterfall in front of the cliff. The sound of water splashing could be heard continuously. The wind blew past the two of them as Xiao Chen spoke softly about his encounters in the past 2 years. He told Lu Riyue everything he had experienced since he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. From the first time Lu Riyue saw Xiao Chen, she had already guessed that Xiao Chen's future accomplishments would not stop at the Great Qin Nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold him back. However, she had not expected that the stage that Xiao Chen wanted would be so big. Xiao Chen was not very eloquent. What should have been a very exciting experience sounded very ordinary when he spoke about it. This was similar to his low-profile character. Lu Riyue squinted her eyes slightly. However, she was very engrossed in listening, carefully savoring every word. She was the only one who could understand the thrill and danger that Xiao Chen was facing from Xiao Chen's calm tone. Time passed by unknowingly. The sound of the wind and the sound of water lingered in their ears. Xiao Chen shrugged slightly and smiled. "Tell me about yourself. How have you been doing these past 2 years?" What Lu Riyue said was exactly the same as what Lu Suifeng said. After he left, Qingyun Peak developed very quickly in the second year. In the past 2 years, she had to guide Lu Suifeng to teach the new disciples during the day and cultivate by herself at night. Every day could be said to be extremely busy. Even so, Lu Riyue managed to become a peak superior grade martial king. This showed how strong her talent was. If not for Xiao Chen being over 24 years old, he would not have any problems passing the preliminaries of this 5-nation youth competition. Lu Riyue asked with some anticipation, "How long do you intend to stay here this time?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "About 2 months. There is still half a year before the 5-nation youth competition begins. I still have to do some things for the Xiao clan." When the sky turned completely dark, Xiao Chen reluctantly said goodbye to Lu Riyue and returned to his courtyard. The stars were resplendent in the night sky. Xiao Chen practiced the 4-season saber technique in the courtyard. At the same time, he comprehended the state of the 4th and final move. Spring uses thunder, summer uses fire, autumn uses rain. However, he could not think of what to use in winter as a catalyst. If he followed Bai Shuihe's style, winter would naturally use snow, using the state of extreme cold to seal the world in ice. Xiao Chen did not want to follow Bai Shuihe's style. He wanted to create his own 4-season saber technique. Hence, he could not use snow as a catalyst. Hua, hua, hua. Under the influence of Xiao Chen's saber intent, the fallen leaves in the courtyard formed a ball in the air at some point in time. As Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, the ball of fallen leaves immediately exploded. The remnant saber intent still lingered on the fallen leaves. When it burst out, it created thousands of holes of various sizes in the surrounding ground. The first elder, Jianghu, had just entered the courtyard. When he stepped on the ground, a dull explosion immediately came from the ground. There seemed to be 10-odd sharp saber intents under the sturdy ground. They all formed a formation and started circulating their cultivation techniques. With a loud bang, under the astonished gazes of the first elder and the others, the ground of the courtyard suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The countless fallen leaves hidden in the dust were still spinning. A misty saber intent spread out, causing the weapon in Jianghu's hand to buzz and tremble. "It really is saber intent." The first elder, Jianghu, exclaimed excitedly as he held the trembling weapon in his hand and looked at the spinning fallen leaves in the air. Jianghu had advanced to half-step martial monarch many years ago. Even with the vast resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had not been able to break through to martial monarch. He might not have any hope of becoming a martial monarch in this lifetime. However, as a half-step martial monarch, Jianghu relied on the vast resources to temper himself, becoming an unrivaled existence. If Xiao Chen had not comprehended saber intent, Jianghu would have an 80% chance of defeating Xiao Chen. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended saber intent, Jianghu did not even have a 60% chance. Something like saber intent did not depend on one's cultivation realm or cultivation. It only depended on one's comprehension ability. Some people might not be able to comprehend saber intent even after becoming a martial sage. However, some people might be able to comprehend saber intent as a martial saint. Only by comprehending saber intent could a bladesman be considered a complete bladesman. First Elder. Xiaoqin said respectfully with a cupped fist salute as he leaped over the flying soil and arrived beside Jiangqi. Jiangqi had done Xiaoqin a favor. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary favor, it was a favor of saving his life. Even though Xiaoqin's strength surpassed Jiangqi's, he did not dare to show any disrespect. When Jiangqi saw Xiaoqin's attitude, he felt very satisfied. He carefully sized up Xiaoqin and sighed softly, "You are old. 2 years ago you were just a peak martial saint. In merely 2 years you actually advanced to half-step martial monarch. You are no weaker than me. You are so young and you even comprehended saber intent. Your future is limitless." Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "My saber intent is not worth mentioning. It has not reached small perfection. If it had reached small perfection, the remnant saber intent on the fallen leaf would have returned to the saber the instant I withdrew my saber." Indeed, Xiaoqin was still far from achieving small perfection in saber intent. The first elder, Jiangqi, smiled faintly and chatted with Xiaoqin. He cleverly did not mention Xiaoqin's oath. "Xiaoqin, actually, I have a presumptuous request this time. Can you represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in this 5-nation youth competition?" After hesitating for a while, Jiangqi finally stated his purpose for coming here. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had its own branch in Desolate City. However, it was not as big as the other sections. Hence, the first elder, Jiangqi, was not like the other disciples of the sect. He did not know anything about Xiaoqin after he left. Jiangqi was very clear about Xiaoqin's achievements in the ancient desolate land. He knew that Xiaoqin could rival the demonic geniuses of the great Jin nation. With Xiaoqin's strength he would not have any problems entering the top 50. If such a person could represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the benefits would be immeasurable. Xiaoqin thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will gladly do so. I came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the first place. Furthermore, the first elders saved my life. Since you think highly of me, Xiaoqin will naturally do his best." Xiaoqin agreed so straightforwardly. Jiangqi was stunned. He only reacted after a while. He smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. Your pure heart has not changed. Don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot compare to those rich and powerful factions. However, the resources you deserve will not be lacking." Jiangqi laughed loudly and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. He was clearly in a carefree mood. The next day, Jiangqi ordered people to deliver 3 boxes. The first box contained 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The second box contained 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Xiaoqin opened the third box, he immediately felt a vast amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it was filled with superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 10,000 of them. Even Xiaoqin was somewhat astonished. He knew about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's foundation. Taking out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones in one go was truly a huge investment. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and put away the spirit stones. Although there were not many resources, they were timely help. Xiaoqin was now truly poor. He had exhausted all his resources in the boundless sea. He was in urgent need of resources. However, inferior-grade spirit stones and medial-grade spirit stones were already useless to him. Xiaoqin handed them over to Lu Riyue for the night. After Xiaoqin received the spirit stones, it meant that he could not go back on his word. So, after another day, the news that Xiaoqin would represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition spread. Under Jiangqi's purposeful control, this news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When all the disciples heard this news, they were all extremely excited. They had not expected that Xiaoqin, who had been forced out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, would return to help them. During the days on Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin adjusted his mentality. He allowed himself to relax during the day, accompanying Lu Riyue as she walked around. Occasionally he would teach the juniors of Qingyun Peak. On the 15th of the 7th month, 1 month had passed since Xiaoqin arrived at Qingyun Peak. On this day, something major happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the elders' assembly's Jiangqi was startled. The previous top genius, Morongchong, had returned as well. The 5-nation youth competition would begin in half a year. Furthermore, this 5-nation youth competition might open the door to the upper realm. Not only the 5 great nations but also the Great Jin, Chu, Great Tang, Great Xia and Great Qin, the ancient desolate land, the surrounding barbarians and the vast boundless sea. All the genius cultivators and demonic geniuses under the starry heavens would participate. The 5-nation youth competition would usher in an unprecedented grand occasion. The germinal organization of cultivators might lose the word germinal because of this battle, ushering in a grand age of tens of thousands of cultivators. In this era of great competition, everything would be reshuffled. This was not only an opportunity for cultivators to stand out, it was also an opportunity for sections. At this crucial moment, Murong Chong returned. Naturally, the management of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very excited. Back then, Murong Chong was the top genius of the Shihe province. No one could compare to him. 3 years ago he was already a superior grade martial saint. However, because he lost to Xiao Qin in one move, he had to go on experiential training. Chapter 547. The people of the Elders' Assembly originally thought that with Murong Chong's talent, he would have been poached away by the other sects long ago. They did not expect him to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, he also had some misgivings in his heart. He was afraid that after this Murong Chong was defeated by Xiao Qin, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was unable to rise again. As for the ordinary people, they could not catch the attention of the other great sections. That was why they returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thus, the elders, led by Jianghu, immediately received Murong Chong. They wanted to gauge his strength. On Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin heard from Lu Suifeng that Murong Chong had returned. He felt somewhat surprised. Unlike the people from the Elders' Assembly, Xiao Qin clearly knew that Murong Chong was not the kind of cultivator who would collapse after suffering a setback. With Xiao Qin's talent, he would definitely be valued by the other great sections. To be able to resist such a temptation and return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Murong Chong was also on the same path. Lu Sui said, "He is probably back for the 5-nation youth competition. If there are no surprises, he will definitely come and look for you tonight." Xiao Qin smiled softly and said, "I have not seen him for more than 2 years. I am indeed looking forward to seeing how much he has grown." Lu Suifeng sighed softly. "The requirements for the 5-nation youth competition will probably be higher this time around. You might need to be at least a martial king to register. Any cultivator would definitely want to go and take a look at the 5-nation youth competition. Even if they did not rank high, they would be able to broaden their horizons by going." Naturally, Lu Suifeng was no exception. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the bottleneck of a martial king. There was still half a year left, and it would be difficult for him to overcome it. With a thought, Xiao Qin casually took out 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Suifeng. He said, "Use these superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate for the next half a year. When you officially make your breakthrough, I'll help you find some natural treasures. You have to build a good foundation for breaking through to Martial King." Xiao Qin had experienced breaking through the barrier of Martial King before. One had to have a firm and solid foundation. Otherwise, even if one broke through, they would only be an ordinary Martial King. A person's foundation was determined by the cultivation technique they practiced, the grade of the spirit stones they usually used, the heavenly treasures they used when making a breakthrough, and their own bones. Xiao Qin could not help Lu Suifeng with regards to his aptitude and cultivation technique. However, he could still think of a way to obtain good spirit stones and natural treasures. Lu Suifeng rejected, "How can I do that? You already gave us so many spirit stones. Furthermore, it would be a waste for me to use superior-grade spirit stones now." Xiao Qin advised, "Don't be afraid of wasting. Even if you waste a large amount of yuan qi in the upper-rank spirit stones, the effect is still much better than the middle-rank spirit stones and the lower-rank spirit stones. Don't worry about this when you are breaking through." Naturally, it was a great waste to use superior-grade spirit stones when one was a martial saint. However, there was no need to care about this when making a breakthrough. Under Xiao Qin's repeated persuasion, Lu Suifeng finally accepted the 1,000 upper spiritual stones. The moon hung above the treetops, illuminating the land. It was late at night. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Qin held his saber hilt with his right hand as he looked at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, deep in thought. "Pooh." Xiao Qin drew his saber by 1 centimeter. The pitch-black saber instantly glowed with a purple light. A sharp saber intent spread out, creating a boundless strong wind. The strong wind blew the fallen leaves down, causing them to dance in the courtyard. They rose and fell, falling heavily. Kasie. When Xiao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber, a boundless saber intent soared into the sky. All the fallen leaves immediately buzzed and spun in the air. With the support of the saber intent, the normally light fallen leaves had turned into a sharp killing weapon. A regular martial saint would not be able to block it and would end up covered in wounds. Withdraw. In an instant, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard at lightning speed. The spinning leaves suddenly stopped and fell back to the ground. Xiao Qin revealed a satisfied expression. He said softly, after 1 month, although I still have not figured out what to take for winter, my saber intent has finally reached small perfection. I can release and withdraw it as I please. Uchi. Just at this moment, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. A cold saber intent spread out in the strong wind. The fallen leaves that had just fallen were suddenly swept up again. The fallen leaves spun and buzzed. They were like thousands of blades flying in the sky, heading for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. His right hand, which was holding the saber, moved quickly. A sharp saber intent gushed out as he drew his saber. Under the influence of Xiaoqin's saber intent, the falling leaves that filled the sky started spinning anti-clockwise. Bang, bang, bang. Under the pressure of the two saber intents, the falling leaves in the air could not withstand such a strong force. They all exploded, turning into countless shards and falling down like rain. When the dust settled, a thick layer of broken leaves covered the empty space in the courtyard. Xiaoqin looked to the front. Murong Chong, dressed in black, stood on the walls of the courtyard, holding a scarlet saber in his hand. Murong Chong's aura was like a sharp saber, radiating a sharp light as he stood proudly in the sky. The two withdrew their sabers at the same time. Murong Chong's figure flashed and he landed on the ground. Then he casually walked over to the stone table in the courtyard. However, Murong Chong's gaze remained fixed on Xiaoqin. There was a faint shock in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it very well. After a long time, Murong Chong sighed. After not seeing you for more than 2 years, I originally thought that I could defeat you easily. Who knew I still cannot see through you? Xiaoqin said softly, it is the same for you. Not only have you reached half-step martial monarch, but you have also comprehended saber intent. In the end, Murong Chong did not fall. Murong Chong smiled and said, why did you come back? With your talent, there should have been a super sect that extended an olive branch to you. Xiaoqin said calmly, I am the same as you. Whatever reason you have, I have. With the talent of the two of them, the small mountain that was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold them back. However, the two of them were people who knew how to repay favors. They hoped to use this opportunity to repay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's kindness. If one asked for the reason, there was no need to say it. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you on the heaven viewing platform. We will only compete in the saber. Murong Chong enunciated every word. The battle 2 years ago was Murong Chong's greatest defeat in the past 20-odd years. He had lost to a newcomer in front of thousands of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In that battle, not only had he lost his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had also lost the love he had hidden in his heart forever. Murong Chong was not someone who haggled over every ounce. However, he had his pride. Naturally, he had to think of a way to take back what he had lost. Xiaoqin accepted the other party's challenge without any fear. He said calmly, sure. We will meet on the Heaven Ascending platform 3 days from now. As you said, we will only compete in the saber. Early the next morning, the news of Murong Chong challenging Xiaoqin quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, it was also on the Heaven Viewing platform. The classic battle between Xiaoqin and Murong Chong was still vivid in the minds of many disciples. The two moons competed with each other, the winds blew, the clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Now, 2 years later, the two of them had their own accomplishments. They would fight again in the same place with their own glory. Would Murong Chong defeat Xiaoqin and reclaim his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Or would Xiaoqin win again, suppressing Murong Chong? Before it started, the many Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples were filled with anticipation for this battle. 3 days passed in a flash. Back at Xiaoqin's residence, Lu Ryue said, are we really not going? Xiaoqin held Lu Ryue's hand and smiled faintly, there is really no need. We are only competing in the saber. It is not a true battle to the death. It can't even be considered a true exchange of pointers. Competing in the saber, this was a term used by bladesmen. The literal meaning was when two people attacked at the same time to see whose saber was stronger. It sounded very simple, but it was incomparably complicated when it came to actual operation. The instant the saber left the hand, not only did it contain essence, but it also contained the cultivator's state and saber intent. Under normal circumstances, when competing with a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, it would be useless no matter how strong the first two were. However, Murong Chong and Xiaoqin both comprehended saber intent. It was hard to say who was stronger. However, Xiaoqin was very confident in himself. Aside from saber intent, his state of massacre and state of thunder had already reached their limits. As his cultivation increased, they would continue to grow stronger. Furthermore, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was terrifyingly pure. He had used countless natural treasures and tempered himself with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had the spirit-gathering pearls. It would be hard for anyone in the same generation to be stronger than him. No matter what fortuitous encounters Murong Chong had, he would not be able to compare to Xiao Chen. Unless he was the proud disciple of a super sect, born with countless natural treasures and had cultivated more than 10 years more than Xiao Chen, he would barely be able to surpass him. However, as time went by, the gap between these demonic geniuses and Xiao Chen would shrink. In the end, he would surpass them all. Don't worry, just wait for my good news. Xiao Chen let go of Lu Riyue and soared into the sky, disappearing from Lu Riyue's sight in the blink of an eye. As Lu Riyue watched Xiao Chen leave, she bit her lips and revealed a contemplative look. Not too long ago, when Xiao Chen first came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he needed to be protected under her wings. However, in merely 2 years he had completely surpassed her. Lu Riyue withdrew her gaze and revealed a determined expression. She muttered to herself, "It looks like I have to take some time out to temper myself. Otherwise, if this little fellow surpasses me by too much, it will be too embarrassing." Many disciples had already received the news and were already waiting in the huge drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The sun above their heads was scorching hot, but it still could not resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. The discussions had not stopped since the beginning. Who do you think will win? 2 years ago the two of them were evenly matched. Xiao Chen barely won. It is hard to say. I heard that Murong Chong is already a half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen is also a half-step martial monarch. However, he only revealed a move that day and did not see his exact strength. However, the two of them are competing in the saber and not in a true duel. They should be able to determine the victor very quickly. Let's just wait and see. Whoever's saber is stronger, it means that they are stronger. 2 years ago, before the duel between Xiao Chen and Murong Chong, all the cultivators were leaning towards Murong Chong, believing that Xiao Chen would not be able to win. 2 years later, this duel was filled with uncertainty. No one dared to say who would win. Chapter 548. The 12 elite elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Elders Assembly were gathered on the tall platform. They did not want to miss out on this duel either. As of now, Xiao Chen and Murong Chong were no weaker than them. Several of the elders were not even as strong as the two of them. An elder with very small eyes sighed softly, "We are really getting old. Only in this budding age of geniuses can there be geniuses growing so fast. Unfortunately, we are all old. We are destined to be spectators." Aha! To be able to be a spectator and witness the geniuses of geniuses is pretty good. My life is not in vain. Indeed, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion already has 2 geniuses. In that case, how many geniuses are there in the entire starry heavens? When they all mature, the geniuses of geniuses will descend. What kind of majestic scene will appear in the world? The first elder, Jianghu, smiled faintly and said, "What is the point of saying all this? After all, these 2 geniuses have agreed to fight for our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the time comes, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will only rise up." Shio. 2 sharp figures flew over from the east and west of the drill grounds. They were extremely fast and landed in the blink of an eye. They are here. Murong Chong and Xiao Chen are here. The people in the spectator stands who had been waiting for a long time immediately burst into an uproar. Murong Chong looked at his surroundings and his thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. The scene back then was the same as now. There were no empty seats. Murong Chong was originally in high spirits, wanting to take down Qingyun Peak in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he lost. After more than 2 years, when he saw such a scene again, he could not help but feel rueful. Harboring a desire to win, Murong Chong's sharp gaze was like a knife as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said in a clear voice, "Xiao Chen, one saber strike to decide victory." "As you wish." The two of them placed their right hands on their saber hilts at the same time. A boundless aura, state, aura, and saber intent started to gather. Murong Chong activated his state of wind and a strong wind blew behind him, kicking up a boundless cloud of dust. The white clouds above him churned endlessly. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged and the world changed color. Xiao Chen activated the state of slaughter and the state of thunder. Black thunderclouds appeared above his head, and muffled thunderclaps resounded. The entire place rumbled endlessly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Behind him, a blood-red radiance overflowed crazily. That was the will of massacre spreading. Under the strong state of the two, before the sabers were drawn, the world had already turned dark. The aura of the impending battle made everyone hold their breath. They did not even dare to breathe heavily. Clang clang. Two resonant hums rang out. Murong Chong and Xiao Qin drew their weapons at the same time. The saber intense that they had been accumulating for a long time burst forth. The sabers hummed endlessly, and the saber intent reverberated endlessly. Then it quickly spread out. The weapons in the hands of the thousands of cultivators immediately trembled, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Xiao. The two of them moved as fast as lightning. The lunar shadow saber and the scarlet saber in Murong Chong's hands flew out at the same time, spinning towards each other. Huchi. Huchi. The two sabers gave off a bright light. As they spun, a bright light spread out. Everywhere the weapons passed, cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out continuously. The thousands of cultivators in the crowd all cried out in alarm. When the two saber intents clashed, they could no longer control the weapons in their hands. They all flew into the air. Thousands of sabers of all sorts were pulled into the air by the two king weapons of Xiao Chen and Murong Chong. They clashed endlessly. It was a spectacular sight. However, everyone's attention was not on that at all. Their eyes were fixed on the two rotating long sabers in the field without blinking. The speed of the sabers was incomparably fast. If Murong Chong raised his head, victory would be decided in the next moment. Dang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the two majestic sabers finally collided. The two cracks on the ground also connected with a loud bang at this moment. Kasie. The entire ground of the drill ground was instantly split into two halves, shocking everyone present. Even the elders on the high platform couldn't sit still. Too strong. The strength of the genius cultivators now is beyond our imagination. However, Jianghu had a smile on his face. He did not care that these two people were stronger than him. He said loudly, "Good. No matter who wins or loses, with such strength, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destined to shine in the five-nation youth competition." Wuxia. Murong Chong, who was standing proudly, paled and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The instant the scarlet saber that belonged to him clashed with the lunar shadow saber, cracks appeared on it. Then the cracks scattered and the scarlet saber shattered into countless pieces. Wuxia. Whoa. Only a slender, pitch-black saber remained on the drill grounds, spinning continuously. The thousands of sabers spinning around the lunar shadow saber in the sky seemed to be telling everyone who the true king weapon was. Whose saber could truly command the thousands of sabers, the king of sabers. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the spinning lunar shadow saber turned into a beam of light and returned to its scabbard. Having lost the support of the saber intent, the thousands of sabers swaying endlessly in the sky also fell down like flowers scattered by a fairy. The vast drill grounds regained its calm. The strong wind stopped, the dust settled, the thunder stopped, and the fiery sunlight shone down once again. Only the 1,000-meter-long crack that split the drill grounds in half remained in the calm drill grounds. It was a testament to the crazy scene from earlier. Saber intent, two peak states, and the aura of a martial monarch. These two are not ordinary half-step martial monarchs. Up on the platform, the first elder, Jianghu, said sullenly, "We need to re-evaluate their strength. Second elder, bring some people to communicate with Murong Chong. Tell him to give him the highest treatment for a genius. I will personally speak to Xiao Chen." The remaining elders all looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If they gave Murong Chong the highest treatment for a genius, then wouldn't they give Xiao Chen an even higher treatment? It would be the same as the young sect master's treatment. Don't just stand there. Quickly do as I say. This concerns the 100-year plan of our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If anyone makes a mistake, they can forget about their position in the elders' assembly. Jianghu snorted coldly. When he saw the elders not moving, he scolded them in a serious tone. The second elder did not dare to delay. He quickly said, I'll go immediately. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen, who was preparing to fly up, received a message from a young disciple. The young disciple said that the first elder was waiting for him in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was the place where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. There were cultivation techniques, secret manuals, spirit weapons, battle armor, spirit stones, and all sorts of natural treasures. Of course, with the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, its accumulations could not compare to the other great sections. Not to mention a super sect like the Haotian sect in the Great Jin Nation, the Heavenly Sword Gate in the Great Chu Nation, or the Thousand Sword Pavilion in the Great Xia Nation. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled in comparison. However, no matter what, the accumulation of a sect's inheritance and wealth would definitely make Xiao Chen sigh in amazement. The first elder, Jianghu, wanted to bring Xiao Qin to the hidden treasure pavilion. Naturally, his intentions were clear. He wanted to gain a new understanding of Xiao Qian's strength and wanted to rope him in. Xiao Qin understood this logic. However, he still felt it was strange. No matter what, he felt that the first elder, Jianghu, was a little too attentive. Xiao Qin had already agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had accepted the 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones from him. What did the first elder have to worry about? There was no need for him to give Xiao Qin any more benefits. Carrying such doubts, Xiao Qin followed the young disciple to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was an important place for any sect. Naturally, the security was very strict. Along the way, Xiao Qin saw many twists and turns. There were many twists and turns. Every checkpoint was guarded by the elite disciples of the Divine Saber Camp. Occasionally, there would be a few warships cruising through the air. When Xiao Qin arrived at the Hidden Treasure Pavilion, he felt the aura of a martial monarch on the roof. That should be a supreme elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With such tight security, it was easy to imagine the importance of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jianghu, had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He waved his hand to dismiss the disciple leading the way. Then he walked over to Xiao Qin with a smile on his face. Haha. Xiao Qin, you should know why I brought you here, right? Xiao Qin nodded to indicate that he understood. Jianghu smiled and said, "The strength that you and Murong Chong displayed far surpassed my expectations. The two of you have comprehended saber intent in 2 states. Furthermore, you have comprehended the 2 states to their limits. The next step would be wills. However, I think more highly of you. Do you know why?" Jianghu answered his own question, "Because you ascended to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. That in itself represents a kind of luck. Now that you have returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you have unknowingly affected the luck of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Of course, it is a good influence. Let's cut the crap. Come with me." Jianghu raised his head and looked at the top of the pavilion. After a simple communication with the Supreme Elder there, the wooden doors with 18 layers of formations on them opened with a creak. The first floor was filled with gold and jade, shining with a dazzling light. At first glance it was dazzling, it was somewhat dazzling. However, when one looked carefully, they discovered that they were all mundane items. There were gold, silver, jewels, jadeite, night pearls, gold and precious stones. If an ordinary person took any one of these items, they would be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of their lives. However, Jianghu and Xiao Qin did not even bother to look at them. They directly headed for the 2nd floor. To them, these things were just worldly possessions. The items on the 2nd floor started to look interesting. There were spirit weapon secret manuals and inferior-grade spirit stones. However, Jianghu did not even bother to look at them. He knew that these things could not catch Xiao Qian's attention. The two continued to head up, past the 3rd floor, then the 4th floor. Gradually, there were some things that tempted Xiao Qin. However, Jianghu did not stop. He kept going until he reached the 7th floor. If they went up another floor, they would reach the top floor of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. "I can only bring you up to here. I have no way of going up to the next floor. Murong Chong can only bring me to the 6th floor. However, you can go to the 7th floor," Jianghu smiled gently. Chapter 549. Xiao Qin sized up the scenery of the 6th floor. Compared to the resplendent golden light of the 1st floor, this floor was very plain. All the treasures had their spiritual light withdrawn. If one looked carefully, one would be able to feel a faint spiritual aura filling every corner of the room. There were tables and cabinets made of platinum glazed jade with all sorts of treasures on them. There were spirit cores of 1,000-year-old spirit beasts and demonic cores of 1,000-year-old demonic beasts. These spirit beasts and demonic beasts were all very strong when they were alive. After they died, one could still feel intense energy fluctuations from the spirit cores and demonic cores. There were also rows of bookshelves filled with all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques related to the saber. None of them were lower than Earth ranked. These were obtained by the seniors of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion when they went out adventuring. When Xiao Qin looked further down, he even saw many exquisite brocade boxes containing white inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. In the past, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a martial sage, Emperor Wu. It was not strange for him to be able to refine spirit-gathering pearls. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a martial sage. Every time they used a spirit-gathering pearl, there would be one less. They could only treat it as a treasure and hide it. There were 10 different types of sabers on the weapons rack. All of them had a bright glow. Occasionally they would spit out a strong saber light. This was the mark of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When Jianghu, who was at the side, saw Xiaochen looking at the weapons rack, he said proudly, "Xiaochen, these are the 10 heaven-ranked spirit weapons that my heavenly saber pavilion has accumulated over 10,000 years. One of them is even a superior-grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. I see that your lunar shadow saber is only a superior-grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. Just pick one." Using a heaven-ranked spirit weapon to replace the lunar shadow saber? Xiaochen smiled faintly and shook his head in rejection. What a joke. The lunar shadow saber was once a subdivine weapon. Although it was only a superior-grade earth-ranked spirit weapon now, as long as Ao Jiao finished nourishing it, it would immediately become a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. In the future, when he found the corresponding materials, he could recover it to a subdivine weapon. If he had enough opportunities with Ao Jiao's guidance, it might even become a new divine weapon. How could Xiaochen exchange it? Jianghu was stunned for a while. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaochen to reject his suggestion so decisively. However, this was fine as well. Coincidentally, Murong Chang's weapon was damaged. If he gave it to Xiaochen, it would be very suitable. Then he said, "It is up to you. Whatever you like, just take it." First, Xiaochen said, "Xiao is spirit. Great Elder, aren't you afraid that I'll empty your entire building?" Divine Spirit Xiao, Qin SS, Spirit Xiao, and Spirit Xiao Spirit. Qin, S Spirit, up. Xiao, Tito, so. Qin Xiao up. Xiao. Xiaochen was the kind of person who knew how to repay favors. The more he took, the more he would owe the heavenly saber pavilion a favor. The greater the favor he owed, the greater the favor he would repay in the future. Hence, Jianghu was not afraid of Xiaochen taking too much. He was only afraid that Xiaochen would look down on them and take too little. Of course, it was impossible for Xiaochen to take everything. In the end, he took 100 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls, 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones, a 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic beast's lightning core, and a lightning tribulation saber technique. This lightning tribulation saber technique was a peak earth-ranked saber technique. It was a saber technique that the heavenly saber pavilion's founder comprehended. It was weaker than the four-season saber technique but stronger than the Wuxia saber technique. The four-season saber technique was used as a trump card. This lightning tribulation saber technique was used to deal with enemies, to hide his strength. The things that Xiaochen took were within Jianghu's expectations. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I will bring you to Jade Maiden Peak to choose some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs." After they left the treasury pavilion, the first elder, Jianghu, waved his hand and a warship descended. Jianghu smiled and said, "Let's go." Xiaochen hesitated for a while before saying, "First elder, you have already given me so many treasures. Leave the spirit herbs for the juniors and the elders to use." Jianghu laughed loudly and pulled Xiaochen up. He said, "Don't overthink this. If you go to the other sects, they will give you even more. As I said, since you chose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will do our best to nurture you." The two of them boarded the deck and the warship immediately soared into the air, heading for Jade Maiden Peak. As the warship traveled through the clouds, the wind blew from both sides, causing Xiaochen's and the first elder's hair to flutter. Jianghu muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Xiaochen, it seems like you do not know what the luck of the five-nation youth competition represents. Or perhaps you do not know how valuable this luck is." Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Jianghu and asked, "What do you mean?" Honestly speaking, Xiaochen did not know how valuable this luck was. He sincerely asked Jianghu for guidance. After all, the other party was in charge of a sect. He would definitely know some secrets that Xiaochen did not. Luck is something that sounds ethereal. There are no traces of it. However, it does exist. 20 years ago, my heavenly saber pavilion was like the sun in the sky. However, we still suffered a great calamity in the end. In the end, it was because we did not have enough luck. If there is something substantial that represents luck, it would be the dragon vein. Dragon vein? Jianghu continued, "The dragon vein represents the luck of the world. There are 9 dragon veins in the world. Each of the 5 great nations subdued one. The royal courts of the various nations are super sects without any status. This is also why the people of the royal courts are not allowed to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. They already possess great luck and cannot compete with the other sections." Xiaochen felt curious. He asked, "Where are the remaining 4 dragon veins now?" Jianghu said, "Originally you would not be able to know about this. However, you are now qualified to know. The 4 dragon veins are under the Great Jin Nation's Wind Cloud Arena. Back then, the last heavenly emperor of the Jianghu dynasty was too ambitious. He wanted to gather all 9 dragon veins. He wanted to obtain the luck of the entire great world and compete with the heavens, becoming immortal. He offended the 4 holy lands, resulting in a rank 9 demonic calamity and being destroyed. The escape of the 9 dragons through the spirit veins of the world into chaos, causing the density of the spiritual energy of the various great nations to plummet. Xiaoqin knew about this. However, he had not expected it to be related to the ambitions of the Jianghu dynasty. The demonic calamity that destroyed the Jianghu dynasty was actually caused by the 4 holy lands. Regular cultivators would not be able to imagine such a secret. In their eyes, the 4 holy lands were the representatives of righteousness, helping to seal spatial tiers everywhere. Jiangqi smiled gently and said, "Aside from the great Jin nation, the royal courts of the 5 great nations are all representatives of the 4 holy lands." Back then, the Jianghu dynasty was able to unify the continent because of the support of the 4 holy lands. The puppet that they supported was disobedient. They just had to find another one. Xiaoqian's heart trembled. He had not expected there to be such a secret. To think that the holy lands were so strong. Even someone as strong as the Jianghu emperor, a hero of his generation and famous for 10,000 years, was just a pawn in the hands of the holy lands. In that case, what was Xiaoqian now? He was not even qualified to be a pawn. Suddenly, Xiaoqian noticed a problem. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "First Elder, you mentioned the 4 holy lands earlier. However, why are there only the 3 holy masters? The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. Although the 3 holy masters were very mysterious, their names were not a secret. No matter how one counted, there were only 3. Jiangqi's expression changed. He knew that he had said too much. He smiled and said, "You don't have to care about that. All you need to know is that the 4 dragon veins under the Wind Cloud Arena are a chance for all the sects to compete fairly. Whoever obtains a good ranking will obtain great luck. Furthermore, with the arrival of this great age, only 1 dragon vein would awaken at most. This time, it is possible that all 4 dragon veins will awaken. So, once you obtain a good ranking, no matter how much I give you, it will be worth it." Seeing that Jiangqi was not willing to say more, Xiaoqian did not press on. He only thought to himself, "One day I will personally unravel these mysteries. I will figure out whether the blue dragon martial spirit represents the fallen Holy Land or not." Xiaoqian had once heard from Leng Yu that there were 3,000 great realms in the universe. The Jianghu continent was called the Sky Dome realm, but it was just an ordinary realm among the 3,000 great realms. The so-called upper realm was a high-level realm that ruled over the 3,000 great realms. It was called the Kunlun realm. Since then, Xiaoqian had a small guess in his heart. The so-called transmigration might not be a coincidence. Earth might have been one of the 3,000 great realms in the past. Of course, this was the deepest secret in Xiaoqian's heart. No matter who it was, he would not tell it. The only thing he could do now was to continuously become stronger, to increase his strength. Then he would personally unravel the mysteries. As they spoke, the fragrant Jade Maiden Peak appeared before the 2 of them. The warship flew towards a pavilion at the edge of a cliff on Jade Maiden Peak. The pavilion leaned against the cliff. Most of it floated in the air, looking like a pavilion in the air. Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. He said, "This is Martial Grand Uncle Shen's place." Jiangqi nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. If you want to come to Jade Maiden Peak to obtain natural treasures, you have to get Martial Grand Uncle's permission. However, there should not be any problems. Don't worry." When the warship was a kilometer in the air, Jiangqi waved his hand and stopped the warship. Then he gently landed on the ground with Xiaoqian not making a sound. "Martial Grand Uncle Shen, Martial Nephew Jiangqi requests an audience." Jiangqi, the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, was very respectful at this moment. The bamboo doors of the pavilion opened gently. The noble and dignified Shin Manjun, who looked like a young girl in her prime, walked out. Chu Xinyun followed carefully behind her. When Jiangqi saw Shin Manjun coming down from the bamboo stairs, he quickly went forward and explained the purpose of his visit. After Shin Manjun heard that, she looked at Xiaoqian with interest. She smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, the little fellow from 2 years ago has grown to such an extent. Xinyun, take my medallion and bring him to the 1,000-year-old herb fields. He can take whatever he likes." Xiaoqian bowed slightly and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks, Martial Grand Uncle." When Xiaoqian met a regular martial monarch, he would at most perform a cupped fist salute and use honorifics. This was the rule of the continent. When the weak met the strong, they would do this. If one was careless, trouble might come from the mouth. One had to show the minimum amount of respect when facing the strong. However, when Xiao Qin saw Shin Manjun, he bowed. Actually, he should have guessed it long ago. A 300-year-old martial monarch was not rare. However, Shin Manjun did not look old, like a young girl in her prime. She was definitely a super expert with one foot in the martial sage realm. She was worthy of Xiao Chen's bow. Chapter 550. After Chu Xinyun received Shin Manjuan's medallion, she led Xiao Chen to the herb field. This time Jiangqi did not follow. As Jiangqi watched Xiao Chen leave, he smiled and said, "Martial uncle, what do you think of this person? Is he worthy of my nurturing?" Shin Manjuan's gaze was deep like a clear pool. She said in a drawn-out manner, "This person appears gentle on the surface, but he has a cold heart. He will not be easily swayed by external forces. He is self-centered and knows what he wants. He is decisive in killing, cold and emotionless." Jiangqi's smile froze. Could it be that I misjudged him? Shin Manjun changed the topic and smiled. "However, it is fortunate that he has not changed. From the first time I saw him until now, his heart has not changed. He has seen the prosperity of the world and obtained boundless glory. He obtained 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, and became the strongest person in the 4 nations. However, he has always been himself. His heart has not changed." Jiangqi was somewhat at a loss as he said, "Martial uncle, I do not understand." Shin Manjun smiled sweetly and turned around. Her melodious voice resounded, "There is no need to understand. You only need to know that he can give you what you want." Xiao Qin and Chu Xinyun had known each other for a long time. However, when they met again they felt somewhat restrained. Chu Xinyun had not expected that after the battle on the heaven-ascending platform, Xiao Chen would return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they first met, the difference in their cultivation was not that great. Now it was like heaven and earth. Chu Xinyun was still lingering in the martial saint realm. However, Xiao Chen had already crossed the threshold of martial king and was about to break through to martial monarch. "Junior sister Chu, help me find 10 odd spirit herbs that are around 1,000 years old. They can raise a cultivator's cultivation." Following Chu Xinyun's lead, the two soon arrived at the 1,000-year-old herb field on Jade Maiden Peak. However, the results disappointed Xiao Chen. Although it was called a 1,000-year-old herb field, most of the spirit herbs were only 800 or 900 years old. There were very few that were 1,000 years old. There was not even one that was 2,000 years old. Perhaps Jiangqi did not know that he had already consumed a large number of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Such spirit herbs were no longer useful to him. He could only casually find 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and use them as gifts. In a month's time he would be returning to Mo City. He had to bring something back. Casually taking out 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs? When Chu Xinyun heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes in her heart. What do you mean by casually looking around? Did this guy really think that 1,000-year-old elixirs were cabbages? That was something that even elders couldn't get even if they begged for it. However, if she knew that Xiao Chen was only using it as a gift and felt that it wasn't good enough, who knew how she would feel? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, it must be more than 1,000 years old. Don't use those that are 800 or 900 years old to make up the numbers. They won't have any effect." 1,000 years was a threshold, just like human cultivation. Once a spirit herb passed this threshold, it would be on a completely different level from a spirit herb that was 800 or 900 years old. Its effect would be several times stronger. Hence, Xiao Chen specially reminded her. How picky, Chu Xinyun could not help but grumble in her heart. However, she still obediently went to take care of it. After all, Shin Manjun had spoken, so she had to obey. With Chu Xinyun taking care of this matter, Xiao Chen was more free. After waiting for an hour, Chu Xinyun returned with 15,000-year-old spirit herbs. After Xiao Chen checked that there were no mistakes, he smiled gently and said, "Many thanks, junior sister Chu. I will take my leave first." When Xiao Chen returned and met Jiangqi and Shin Manjun, he thanked them again. After all, these things were useless to him. However, he still had to show basic courtesy. Jiangqi muttered, "Xiao Chen, do you have any other requests? You can just mention them. If I can do it, I will definitely help you." Representing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition was one thing. However, it was unknown if he could get a good ranking. How could Xiao Chen make any requests? He could only reject the other party's kind intentions. In an extremely desolate forest on Qingyun Peak, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Dark clouds churned as Xiao Chen practiced his newly obtained Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. The Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was different from the 4-season saber technique. It did not require much personal comprehension. All Xiaoqin needed to do was understand the meaning and state of each move. This was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended in his early years and not in his later years. Naturally, the difficulty would not be that high. Back then, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder was undergoing experiential training in a dangerous place, he coincidentally discovered a rank 9 spirit beast undergoing its lightning tribulation, preparing to transform into a human. Under the 9 layers of lightning tribulation, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended this 9-saber lightning tribulation saber technique. He was able to create his own saber technique before the age of 30. Furthermore, it was a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. With such horrifying talent, it was no wonder the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder could become someone like Emperor Wu in the future. From a certain perspective, if Xiaoqin could completely comprehend his own 4-season saber technique, his talent would be comparable to that of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder. In nature, lightning is viewed as the will of the Heavenly Tao. If anyone defies it, the Heavenly Tao will send down a lightning tribulation to destroy everything. Xiaoqin muttered, "The first 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique accumulate power, the next 3 become lightning, and the final 3 bring down a tribulation. When practiced to the highest level, one can steal the Heavenly Tao and punish the lightning on behalf of the heavens. I hope it will not disappoint me." Xiaoqin had personally seen Bai undergo his tribulation. The secret manual had a detailed introduction to the 9 moves of the saber technique. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder had also personally explained them. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had strong comprehension abilities. Xiaoqin's progress in cultivating the lightning tribulation saber technique was extremely fast. Compared to the 4-season saber technique, it was at least 5 or 6 times faster. He managed to learn all 9 moves in 1 month. This was normal. The 4-season saber technique required Xiaoqin to create it himself. He had to feel his way around carefully. As for the lightning tribulation saber technique, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had already paved the way for him. He just had to follow his instructions. When comparing the two, it was clear which was more difficult. However, the might of the 4-season saber technique was definitely above the lightning tribulation saber technique. Furthermore, it was more suitable for Xiaoqin. After all, he had comprehended it himself. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and stood upright. The thunderclouds above him slowly scattered. He muttered to himself, 2 months have passed already. It is time to return to Mo City to take a look. There were still 4 more months before the 5-nation youth competition. After that, Xiaoqin might have to go to the Kunlun realm. He might never have the chance to return to Mo City. Even though Xiao Xiong had chased him out of the Xiao clan and did not acknowledge him as his son, blood was thicker than water. As his son, he had to go back and take a look. Those were the brothers who had fought so hard for the promise of 10 years. Those disciples who were willing to kneel before Xiao Xiong and plead for him. How were they doing now? Good or bad? Xiaoqin had to personally take a look before he could feel at ease. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its silver light illuminated the entire Qingyun Peak. Using the moonlight, Xiaoqin headed for Lu Riyue's courtyard, preparing to bid her farewell. In the courtyard, Lu Riyue wore tight robes that perfectly outlined her alluring figure. She focused on practicing her saber techniques, 1 move at a time. Saber lights flickered. As Lu Riyue walked, a strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Now Lu Riyue was already a peak superior grade martial king. As long as her state of wind improved further, she would be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. When Lu Riyue saw Xiaoqin outside, she grasped the small saber in her hand. She spun the saber and attacked Xiaoqin with a sharp aura. Are we going to exchange moves again? Xiaoqin smiled faintly. He was not surprised. It had been like this every night for the past few days. The two of them would exchange moves and find out what they were lacking in. However, in general it was mostly Xiaoqin giving pointers to Lu Riyue. Now, Xiaoqin's combat experience and insight had already left Lu Riyue in the dust. Down. Under the moonlight, Xiaoqin and Lu Riyue moved quickly in the courtyard. When their weapons clashed, sparks flew. Today you arrived 4 hours earlier than usual. Are you here to say goodbye to me? Lu Riyue said as she brushed past Xiaoqin and sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. Xiaoqin casually used his saber to block Lu Riyue's attack. He said softly, I have to return to Mo City before the 5-nation youth competition. How long will you be gone for? When will you be back? At least 1 month, at most 3 months. In any case, I will be back before the Heavenly Saber Pavilion departs for the Great Jin Nation. The two of them exchanged moves as they chatted. Under the gentle moonlight, they appeared carefree and carefree. A faint warmth flowed in their hearts. After an hour, the two of them finished exchanging moves. Lu Ryue sheathed her weapon and smiled helplessly. It has only been a month and you have improved so much. I really cannot compare to you. Xiaoqin held Lu Ryue's hand and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will bully you in the future? Lu Ryue blushed and said softly, I will accept it if you bully me. However, if you go too high, I'm afraid the distance between us will increase. Xiaoqin pulled Lu Ryue into his embrace. His gaze was deep as he looked at the bright moon in the night sky. A melancholic smile appeared on his face as he muttered, In this world, Qingyun Peak is my second home. No matter how high or far I go, I will have to return home. Oh. Lu Ryue felt warmth in her heart. She looked up at Xiaoqin and gently pecked him on the lips. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and carried Lu Ryue horizontally. Then he walked towards her residence. The two of them were both youths. In the past 2 months they had been cultivating together at night. When they were deeply in love, the so-called matters between a man and a woman would naturally happen when the conditions were right. The Great Qin nation had 4 prefectures: the Dongming province, the Shihe province, the Nanling province, and the Northern King's residence. Each prefecture had 3 continents and each prefecture had 9 counties. Each county had a number of small cities. Mo City was such a small city. On the map of the vast Great Qin nation, it did not stand out at all. It did not even have a note. There were many such cities in the Great Qin nation. They were so ordinary that they could not be more ordinary. On this particular day at the city gates of Mo City, a delicate and handsome white-robed youth walked over from the distance. He had a saber at his waist, and his expression was calm as he walked at a steady pace. Among the cultivators in the surroundings, that white-clothed youth did not wear any luxurious accessories. He did not give off the aura of a cultivator either. However, he gave off a unique aura. He stood out from the crowd, like a crane among chickens. Several of the martial masters in the surroundings could not help but look at him. The white-clothed bladesman was naturally Xiaoqin. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in the Shihe province, and Mo City was in the Dongming province. One was in the east and the other was in the west. Xiaoqin spent half a month traveling at full speed. Chapter 551. After not being here for 4 years, Xiaoqin revealed a faint smile when he revisited this place. I'll go and see Big Brother Mo Fan first. If there is a chance, I'll get him to help me improve the Lunar Shadow Saber. The rank 6 Thunder Rock Demonic Core is no longer able to keep up with my current strength. Back when Xiaoqin forged the Lunar Shadow Saber, he was only an insignificant cultivator. Naturally, the rank 6 Thunder Rock was something that Xiaoqin did not dare to imagine. However, now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he could instantly kill a rank 6 demonic beast. This demonic core was no longer suitable for the Lunar Shadow Saber. Thus, when Xiaoqin saw a 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's hidden treasure pavilion, he immediately took one. After paying the city entrance tax, Xiaoqin followed the crowd into the city. The scene on both sides of the street brought many warm memories to Xiaoqin's mind. He found a restaurant in the city and sat down by the window on the 2nd floor. Xiaoqin called the waiter over and handed him a gold ingot. He said, "Answer whatever I ask." The fist-sized gold ingot dazzled the waiter's eyes. He bit down hard on it and after he was sure it was real, he quickly bowed and smiled. "Hee hee, young hero, just ask whatever you want to ask. However, there is actually nothing much to ask in Mo City." Xiaoqin muttered to himself for a while before asking, "Which clan is the strongest in Mo City?" The waiter laughed loudly. "Is there a need to ask? Naturally, it is our Zhang clan. Currently, more than half of the businesses in Mo City are in the hands of our Zhang clan." "Your Zhang clan?" Xiaoqin frowned heavily. Something did not seem right. The waiter said proudly, "Hee hee, that's right. Now all the restaurants and inns in the city are the businesses of the Zhang clan. Although I am not a direct descendant of the Zhang clan, I am still surnamed Zhang. We can be considered of the same sect." Xiaoqin took a sip of wine. His expression was somewhat unsightly. If he remembered correctly, this restaurant belonged to the Xiao clan many years ago. What about the Xiao family in the past? The waiter revealed a cocky expression as he said, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. 2 years ago the Xiao clan was like the sun in the sky in Mo City, or even the entire Chizi County. However, now they can only hide at the foot of Seven-Horn Mountain. It won't be long before we lose this Seven-Horn Mountain." Xiaoqin's heart sank. 4 years ago, before he left the Shao clan, he used the Ninth Heaven's Thunder formation to capture the upper echelons of the Zhang clan, the Tang clan and the Lung clan, the #1 clan in Chizi County. With the strength of the Shao clan, logically speaking, they should not have any opponents in the Chizi County. What exactly happened? Could it be that the noble clans that I offended made a move? That can't be right. Feng Feishue promised me that she would not let those noble clans touch the Shao clan. With the enormous strength of the Flying Snow Trade Association, the aristocratic families would definitely not act recklessly. That would be suicidal. Papa. Xiao Qin took out another 2 gold ingots and handed them over. Let me ask you again. What exactly happened 2 years ago that caused the Shao clan to decline so quickly? When the waiter saw the 2 gold ingots, his face lit up with joy. However, his expression was somewhat awkward. He chuckled and said, "We are just insignificant people. Actually, young hero, you should be able to guess that we do not know any confidential information. Anyway, 2 years ago, the Shao clan's clan head and a few elders were suddenly severely injured. After that, the Zhang clan and the Tang clan rose up and snatched away many of the territories that originally belonged to the Shao clan." Xiao Qin waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. He was not too surprised to receive such an answer. A waiter of a restaurant was not even a cultivator. It was easy to imagine how much he would know. Xiao Qin had only asked casually and did not hold much hope. However, he did have a headache now. Originally, he wanted to ask the waiter about the situation of the Shao clan. He did not expect to receive news that the Shao clan had fallen into dire straits. I should go and ask Big Brother Imo. With his strength, he should know something that the waiter did not. Aha. Xiaoling, I did not expect you to come to my restaurant for a meal. Come, let's go to a private room. Zhang Ziyang will treat you. Just as Xiao Chen was about to pay the bill and leave, a familiar voice came from the hall downstairs. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This name Zhang Ziyang seemed familiar. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen finally found this person from the corner of his memory. Zhang Ziyang, the second son of the Zhang clan head. His elder brother Zhang He had once fought with Xiao Chen. Zhang He was still considered someone important, but this Zhang Ziyang was nothing. However, Xiao Chen's tone was very arrogant. As for Xiao Ling, naturally Xiao Chen would not forget her. She was the Shao clan disciple who had pleaded for him when he participated in the trial with her. Xiao Chen also had a deep impression of the youth beside her. That was Yi Lan, a disciple of the Shao clan with a different surname. He was deeply in love with Xiao Ling. Yi Lan had once met with a great calamity and was even willing to use his life to save Xiao Ling. It looked like the two of them had succeeded. Right now, the two of them seemed to have met with some trouble. Xiao Ling looked coldly at Zhang Ziyang and stood up. How unlucky. We can't even eat in peace. Yilan, let's go. Xiao Ling felt very depressed. She had eaten the signature dishes of this restaurant since she was young. This time she could not resist sneaking out with Yilan for a meal. However, before they started eating, they ran into the person they did not want to see the most. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Zhang Ziyang snorted coldly. His subordinates immediately stepped forward to cut off the two's path of retreat. Yilan's face sank. He placed his right hand on his weapon and shielded Xiao Ling behind him. He said in a cold voice, Zhang Ziyang, what are you trying to do? Don't forget what the city lord said. A strange smile appeared on Zhang Ziyang's face as he said, Don't worry, since the city lord has already mediated the conflict between the two clans, I will not make things difficult for you. However, do you think you can leave without paying the bill? Dong. Xiao Ling tossed 2 ingots of gold onto the table and snorted, Are you satisfied now? 50 taels of gold, there is no need for the change. Let's go. However, the 5 men blocking the entrance did not move at all. They did not have any intention of moving away. The 5 men were all peak martial grand masters. None of them were weaker than Yilan. If the 5 of them attacked together, they would be able to subdue Yilan in an instant. Zhang Ziyang was expressionless as he crushed the 2 ingots of gold on the table. He said in a cold voice, Did I say that this meal was priced in gold? The 2 of you hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones immediately. Otherwise, none of you can think of leaving. Xiao Ling-er's and Yilan's expressions changed greatly. Xiao Ling-er cursed out loud, What do you think you are selling? Even a rank 1 spirit beast feast would not fetch such a price. Zhang Ziyang looked at Xiao Ling-er's graceful figure and a frivolous look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, You better understand the situation. This is my Zhang clan's restaurant. It will sell for as much as I say. Even if you don't want to accept it, you will have to accept it. You little girl, I have been eyeing you for a long time already. How dare you send yourself to the tiger's den? I will count to 5. If you are unable to pay the spirit stones, I will make you pay with your body. Zhang Ziang acted like he was in control of the situation. Currently the Zhang clan was in the limelight. Their words were law in most city. Even the city lord had to give them some face. 5, 4. Following Zhang Ziang's countdown, the 5 men at the entrance laughed sinisterly. Their auras locked onto the 2 of them, preparing to attack at any moment. 1 attack. Zhang Ziang shouted coldly. The 5 men immediately pounced over, scaring Xiao Ling until she turned pale. Pooh. However, just at this moment, 5 muffled miserable cries resounded. 5 peak martial grandmasters with overbearing auras stopped breathing without any warning and fell over. On the second floor, the cultivators who were leaning on the railing to watch the excitement were all astonished. Their expressions were very confused. Among the crowd, Xiaoqin held a wine flask. He revealed a faint smile as he unhurriedly poured wine into his mouth. Zhang Ziang, who was in the hall, was startled. A manservant behind him quickly checked the 5 men's breathing. He raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Second? Young master, it seems like they are all dead." Xiao Ling and Yi Lan were both at a loss. It was clearly a matter of life and death. How did it turn out like this? Still not leaving? What are you standing here for? Just at this moment, a voice rang out in the minds of the 2 of them. The 2 of them were astonished and quickly raised their heads to look around. "Stop looking, you won't be able to find me. Go back." The voice rang out in their minds again. Xiao Ling and Yi Lan exchanged glances. They knew that an expert had made a move to help them. Furthermore, that person did not want to show himself. They did not stay any longer and quickly turned to leave. Trying to leave? There is no way. Before we investigate this matter clearly, neither of you are allowed to leave. Ah. Zhang Ziang was enraged. He leaped into the air and launched himself over. However, just as Zhang Ziang's body soared into the air, there seemed to be a huge, formless hand pressing down on him with an irresistible force. Zhang Ziang fell with a pa sound in an extremely comical position. It was as comical as one could imagine. Zhang Ziang's face landed on the ground and he fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhang, your actions are not something an ordinary person can do. You must have practiced for a long time at home. Xiao Ling giggled and went out the door with Yi Lan. Bastard. Don't run for this old man. Zhang Ziang's right hand smashed the ground violently. His body soared into the air and he was about to stand up again. Xiaoqin smiled gently and placed the wine flask aside with his right hand. Then he sent out a palm strike with his left hand. A huge force was transmitted through the void without leaving a trace. Pa! Another heavy thud rang out. Zhang Ziang fell face first onto the ground. This time he fell even more miserably. Half of his face was red, and a trace of blood seeped out of his nose and mouth. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This old man doesn't believe that I can't stand up. Zhang Ziang cursed angrily. He circulated his essence and smashed the ground with his right hand. When Zhang Ziang sent out his essence, a strong wind blew and dust drifted. Zhang Ziang soared into the air, his movements swift and agile. After that he fell with a pa sound. Pa, pa, pa. Zhang Ziang tried more than 10 times. His entire face bled from the fall. However, no matter how he tried, he could not stand up. The floor of the hall cracked from the impact. Chapter 552. At first, the people watching the commotion laughed loudly. They felt that this brat was comical. When they thought of his usual arrogant attitude, they felt very carefree in their hearts. However, when they saw Zhang Ziang's miserable state, the smiles on their faces vanished. They all felt that this brat was suffering too much. Being taught a lesson to this extent was even worse than being killed. Zhang Ziang did not care what the others thought of him. He still tried to stand up with much difficulty. This time he carefully placed his hands on the ground. He placed his left foot on the ground and slowly stood up. His blood-covered face revealed an expression of hope. He slowly arched his back and stood up, one step at a time. The manservant at the side quickly smiled and said, "Young master, you succeeded." Zhang Ziang laughed heartily. "Ha? Are you messing with me? Damn. If I find out who did this, I will make sure his entire clan dies. I wonder who has the final say in Mo City now. Pa." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ziang's entire body was sent flying to the ground. This time, the force he used was so great and the sound was so loud that everyone in the restaurant could hear it clearly. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Many of them could not bear to watch any longer. They closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. This brat was too miserable. Entire clan killed? Xiaoqin smiled coldly to himself. After not returning for 4 years, this group of people had really forgotten the lesson from back then. Xiaoqin walked back to his table and put down the wine flask. Then he tossed out an ingot of gold and jumped out of the window. Of the cultivators present, the highest cultivation was only a peak martial grand master. Xiaoqin was a half-step martial monarch. They could not even sense how he had attacked. This was the difference between heaven and earth. 4 hours later, the manservant sat beside Zhang Ziyang in the hall of the restaurant. He advised bitterly, "Second young master, please get up. Everyone in the restaurant has left." Zhang Ziyang buried his head on the ground. He was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. He scolded angrily, "Scram! What do you know? Do you want to see this second young master make a fool of himself? Even if you beat me to death, I will not get up. My face hurts. Do you know that?" In a desolate street in Mo City, Xiaoqin followed the route in his memory and slowly made his way to Mo Fan's smithy. Mo Fan's smithy was the same as it was 4 years ago. It was still extremely simple and crude. A weather-beaten signboard was erected at the entrance, looking like it would fall down at any moment. The doors were ajar. Xiaoqin stood there for a long time, thinking of the various scenes of the past. As he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he felt many emotions. 4 years ago he forged the lunar shadow saber here. He spoke to a man from 1,000 years ago and made a promise not to make her cry. At that time he didn't know that man's identity, and he didn't know how talented that man was. Only after Xiaoqin thoroughly understood did he realize how heavy that promise was. This promise was equivalent to him receiving the sword of the Thunder King. She was Ao Jiao, a proud sword spirit. Even the Thunder King couldn't guarantee her death with his strength. Could he, Xiaoqin, do it? Xiaoqin's expression turned grave. He sighed softly. Even the Thunder King could not guarantee the mulberry sword's death. Can I do it? You don't have any confidence? Trashy master. Startled, Xiaoqin said joyfully, "Ao Jiao, are you awake?" Xiaoqin remembered Ao Jiao saying that if she woke up again, it would be after she had completely merged with the sword spirit. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao's lips curled up. She smiled softly. "When you were being intimate with her, I had already woken up. I even watched the battle for a long time." Speechless, Xiaoqin said, "Should I thank you for not making a sound and disturbing me?" Ao Jiao laughed loudly. "There is no need to thank me. I have always been very magnanimous. Don't just stand there, go in." Xiaoqin felt helpless. However, he could not do anything to Ao Jiao, so he could only push the door open and enter. "This small shop is already closed. We are not doing business today." The small shop was filled with dust. Mo Fan limped as he retreated. His back faced Xiaoqin as he tidied up some weapons on the shelves. Xiaoqin smiled softly. "Are you not doing business with me?" Mo Fan's hands paused for a moment. He turned around and saw a youth in white robes with a saber hanging at his waist. The youth had a smile on his face as he looked at him calmly. "Xiaoqin." After a long time, Mo Fan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Compared to 4 years ago, Xiaoqin's appearance had undergone a huge change. This was especially so in terms of his temperament. It had undergone an earth-shattering change. With one glance, an ordinary person would not be able to connect him to the Xiao clan's second young master from 4 years ago. When he entered Mo City, many people did not recognize him. This was the best proof. Mo Fan said ruefully, "It's really you. Your change is extraordinary. If not for this lunar shadow saber, I would not have been able to recognize you." Xiaoqin looked around the interior of the shop. There were weapons everywhere. He sighed, "It has been 4 years, but your shop has not changed much." Mo Fan smiled, "How could my shop have changed? Let's talk inside, let's drink and chat." "Wait a moment." Mo Fan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Xiaoqin did not say anything. He stretched out his hand and a sword flew out from the pile of weapons. The sword was 1.3 meters long and 2 fingers wide. It was as thin as a wing, but when it danced in the air, it did not make any sound. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiaoqin shouted, and the thin sword suddenly trembled non-stop, giving off a melodious sword hum. In that instant all the swords in the shop buzzed in unison. The boundless sword hum was linked together, and even the house seemed to tremble. "All right, we can go in now." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and stopped. All the sword hums stopped in that instant and everything returned to normal. Mo Fan was flabbergasted. He did not know why Xiaoqin suddenly did this. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, clenched her fist and said unhappily, "This fellow is really vengeful. Unexpectedly, he did not forget my words even after 4 years. Mo City, at the restaurant where Zhang Ziyang and Xiao Ling clashed, the Zhang clan's clan head, Zhang Yan, rushed over with the elites of his clan. There was a crack in the ground as well as Zhang Ziyang, who was crawling on the ground refusing to get up. There were also 5 men lying on the ground unable to get up. Zhang Yan, who was at the door, had an incredibly sullen expression. He called the manservant over and said in a sullen voice, "Tell me everything that happened in detail." Unexpectedly, 5 martial grandmasters died. A martial grandmaster was already the elite combat force of Mo City. Now that 5 of them died in one go, Zhang Yan could not help but be in a bad mood. The manservant nervously recounted everything that happened. When he saw Zhang Yan going over to pull Zhang Ziyang up, he said anxiously, "Master, don't go over and talk to him. Young master's emotions are not right." Zhang Yan glanced at him and did not care. He thought to himself, "I am his old man. What is wrong with calling him up? Scram. Idiot. Did you not hear what I said? This old man's face hurts. I don't want to get up. No matter who calls me now, this old man will not get up." When Zhang Ziyang heard footsteps, he immediately shouted loudly. Zhang Yan's expression changed as he sent out a kick. Zhang Ziyang's entire body was sent flying with a loud bang. When Zhang Ziyang saw that it was Zhang Yan, he quickly got up. However, as he was halfway up, he seemed to think of something terrifying, so he quickly lay back down. "Father, I really cannot get up now. Don't bother about me. Let me lie here for the night first. I will feel uncomfortable if I don't lie here," Zhang Ziyang said with a sullen expression. Zhang Yan scolded angrily, "Trash. Bring him back. Bring the corpses of these 5 people back for the Lord Envoy to examine." "There is no need. I'm already here." At some point in time, a young black-clad cultivator descended from the roof of the hall. Many ancient patterns were embroidered on his black robes, making him look dignified and mysterious. When Zhang Yan saw this person, he quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The black-clad man ignored Zhang Yan's attitude and started to examine the corpses of the 5 people. He flipped over one of the corpses and discovered a bloody hole in the forehead of that person. This was the cause of death. The black-clad man opened his hand and sucked. That person's head started swaying left and right as if something was stuck inside. Shio. A tiny fragment flew out of the bloody hole. With a cracking sound, the fragment flew out. The surging power spread out, and the corpse's head exploded with a bang, directly grinding into powder. The surrounding Zhang clan cultivators, including Zhang Yan, were all startled. Their complexions turned pale. Even a remnant energy could be so powerful. How strong was the person who did it? The masked man looked at the shard in his hand and said in shock, "This is a shard of a medial-grade spirit stone. The person who made this is really generous." Zhang Yan asked carefully, "Lord Envoy, how strong is this person?" The black-clad man said indifferently, "About medial-grade martial king. Don't bother about this. I'll deal with it. Call all the workers in the shop over. That person must have been here before. We will be able to make a judgment after questioning him." Medial-grade martial king. Zhang Yan's chest tightened. The Xiao clan's clan head was only an inferior-grade martial king. If this person was a medial-grade martial king, killing him would be easy. Fortunately, the Lord Envoy had spoken. Medial-grade martial king would not be a problem. In the backyard of the smithy, Mo Fan drank a mouthful of wine. After he heard Xiao Chen's question, he sighed and said, "Back then you wrote me a letter asking me to help you take care of the Xiao clan. I have always remembered it. However, I cannot help you this time." Xiao Chen felt excited. Indeed, there was more to this. In the morning, he had heard from the waiter that the Xiao clan's clan head and first elder were severely injured. Xiao Chen had already guessed that there was more to this. Hence, he was not in a rush to meet with Xiao Ling and first elder. He planned to hide his identity first. 4 years ago, Xiao Xiong was already a peak martial saint. Now that 4 years had passed, given Xiao Xiong's strength, he would definitely be a martial king. The person who could injure him was definitely a high-ranked martial king. If the Zhang clan spent some of their savings to hire an inferior-grade martial king, it might be possible. However, if they wanted to hire a high-ranked martial king, the Zhang clan would not be able to afford it. If they could afford it, the Zhang clan would have conquered Mo City long ago. There would be no need to wait for the promise of 10 years. Mo Fan continued, 2 years ago, a sect called the Heavenly Saint Cult came to Chizi County. It is very powerful, and your father was injured by the people of their sect's emissary. The Zhang clan is also a puppet supported by the Heavenly Saint Cult. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine and frowned. Sacred Heavenly Church? Where did they come from? I have never heard of them. Chapter 553. Mo Fan said sullenly, I have investigated the sacred heavenly church in detail. They have a great and mysterious background. I already have some guesses, but I am not sure yet. I'll just say what I am sure of. There are a total of 6 small cities in Cheesy County. Each city has a puppet supported by the sacred heavenly church. They have unknowingly controlled all the underground powers of the entire Cheesy County. I spent some time visiting the other counties and discovered that there are branches of the sacred heavenly church in several counties. They all use the same method to support puppets to control the underground powers of the counties. It seems like there are branches of the sacred heavenly church throughout the entire Great Qi nation. However, they are active in the counties and not the prefectural cities. Hence, they did not attract much attention. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. However, he did not think too much about it. In his opinion, the sacred heavenly church was just a small fry. In the end, a sect should focus on developing its own strength. With such a small fry, when it truly angered a strong sect, any martial monarch would be able to deal with it easily. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiao Qin said, Tell me the location of the sacred heavenly church's headquarters in Cheesy County. I will personally make a trip there. It was easy to destroy a Zhang clan. However, the other party could support another Zhang clan at any time. Hence, he had to deal with the problem at its source. Let's not talk about this for now. I have something to give you. After obtaining an answer, Xiao Qin changed the topic. He took out the 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core and said, Aside from this matter, I would like to ask you for a favor. Mo Fan received the demonic core and took a look. His expression changed greatly as he exclaimed, This is the demonic core of a 1,000-year-old rank 9 demonic beast. Where did you get it from? How strong are you now? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, A 1,000-year-old demonic beast is already a martial sage. I will definitely not be able to kill it. This is a gift from a friend. I would like you to help me insert this rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core into the lunar shadow saber. Can you do that? Mo Fan smiled and said, Leave it to me. With the prescription you gave me, although my leg is still a little lame, my meridians are finally open. I did not make no progress in the past 4 years. Without any hesitation, Mo Fan immediately agreed. He held the lunar shadow saber and the demonic core in his hands. He rejected Xiao Qin's offer of help and headed straight for the underground forging room. After Mo Fan left, Xiao Qin muttered to himself, Sacred heavenly cult. I hope it won't be a big problem. No matter what, the Xiao clan was his root in this world. Xiao Qin couldn't just watch the Xiao clan be in trouble without doing anything. That way he wouldn't be able to leave with peace of mind. He would be worried and unable to calm down. It would probably take some time to reforge the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qin did not want to waste any time. He took out 2 superior-grade spirit stones and sat cross-legged in the courtyard, entering a state of cultivation. 4 hours later, Xiao Qin's heart sank. He felt a strong aura probing him with his perception. He opened his eyes and immediately extended out his spiritual sense. He saw a strangely dressed black-clothed man standing on a roof a kilometer away from the smithy, looking in his direction with an unfriendly gaze. The black-clothed man withdrew his perception and said in a low voice, White clothes, delicate facial features, no older than 22 years old. It seems like it is this person. However, he does not seem to be easy to deal with. Are you looking for me? A sudden voice came from behind him. When the black-clothed man heard this, his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned his head and saw that Xiao Qin had appeared at some point in time, looking at him expressionlessly. Pretending to be mysterious. The black-clothed man's reaction was very fast. The instant he turned around, he sent out a palm strike. There was a fiery red glow in his palm. A golden heavenly rock image spread its wings and cried out, making the fiery red glow even more resplendent and dazzling. Berserk Dragon. Xiao Qin remained expressionless. He clenched his right fist tightly and all his vital qi surged. An azure dragon head appeared and roared ferociously. A resonant dragon roar resounded. Heavenly rock spreads its wings, shaking the surroundings, winds blow and clouds churn. I have the berserk dragon roar, winds and clouds break. Bang! The azure dragon head crashed into the fiery red glow. The glow shattered and vanished. The black-clothed man vomited a large mouthful of blood. The golden heavenly rock behind him shattered. The black-clothed man flew back and smashed a huge hole in the roof below. After that, there was a loud boom, and a shockwave exploded. The tall building collapsed and turned into rubble, burying the black-clothed man. This was the result of the absolute difference in strength. The black-clothed man was only a superior-grade martial king. How could he resist Xiao Qin, who was a half-step martial monarch? High in the sky, Xiao Qin looked coldly at the rubble on the ground. A murderous intent spread in his eyes. Brr! A piercing bird cry came from under the rubble. Countless stone fragments shot up from the ground and floated in the air. The black-clothed man soared into the air, and the golden heavenly rock behind him reformed once more. Its might was even stronger now. Berserk Dragon Claw. Xiao Qian's figure flickered. He was so fast that the black-clothed man could not react in time. The azure dragon claw on his left hand tore through the air. 5 bloody wounds appeared on the black-clothed man's body. The golden heavenly rock behind him cried out miserably. Its feathers flew off and it turned into beams of golden light. You are too much. Bang, bang, bang. The black-clothed man roared ferociously. The golden heavenly rock reformed once more and charged at Xiao Qin. The fiery light in his hand looked solid, dazzling and piercing. Not enough. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly. With a thought, the dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left connected head to tail, turning into a complete blue dragon. A resonant dragon roar soared into the sky. The lifelike blue dragon bared its fangs and claws as it roared ferociously. The black-clothed man's clothes were blasted into tatters. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Xiao Qian's figure flashed and arrived beside the black-clothed man. Then, like an eagle catching a chick, he picked the black-clothed man up and asked coldly, "Why are you following me?" The black-clothed man's pale face was devoid of blood. He laughed strangely and spat out a mouthful of blood at Xiao Qin. Bang! A purple flame spewed out from Xiao Qian's right eye. The blood immediately evaporated into a bloody mist, scalding the black-clothed man until he cried out in pain. "I will ask you one last time. Who are you? Why are you following me?" Xiao Qin asked coldly with a calm expression. The black-clothed man smiled fearlessly and said, "If you have the guts, then kill me. I am just an insignificant person from the sacred heavenly church. Even if you kill me, it will not change anything. You're Xiao Qin, right? Just wait for the Xiao clan to be destroyed." In the black-clothed man's opinion, with the Xiao clan holding him back, Xiao Qin absolutely would not dare to kill him. Boom! Xiao Qin picked up the black-clothed man's body and tossed him high into the air. The black-clothed man immediately felt an irrepressible fear in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, the black-clothed man grunted in pain and stopped breathing. A purple flame arrow shot out from Xiao Qian's eyes and pierced through the black-clothed man's forehead. In that instant, the black-clothed man felt regret in his heart. However, he no longer had the chance to regret. Looking at the black-clothed man's corpse on the ground, Xiao Qin said calmly, "I do not care about the insignificant sacred heavenly church. So you can really die now." Holding the black-clothed man's corpse in his hand, Xiao Qin rushed back to Mo Fan's smithy before the crowd surrounded him. After 4 hours, Mo Fan walked out of the underground smithy with a fatigued expression. In his hand was a brand new lunar shadow saber in its scabbard. Seeing the black-clothed man's corpse on the ground, Mo Fan was stunned. He said, "This is the envoy of the sacred heavenly church in Mo City. You killed him?" Xiao Qin nodded and said, "And he is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. Let me take a look at the saber." Holding the saber hilt with his right hand, Xiao Qin felt the surging energy in the saber. He gently pushed his right hand forward and the pitch-black saber immediately released a purple light. Bolts of flickering lightning shot out from the saber. Strands of electricity leaped around in the courtyard. Cassia. Xiao Qin pushed the saber forward ferociously and drew the entire saber. Instantly, a piercing purple electricity lit up the entire courtyard. Xiao Qin did not use any strength at all. It was the lunar shadow saber's own strength. Mo Fan smiled and said, "The lunar shadow saber is now a true superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It is overflowing with sharpness and electricity. Its might is 20% stronger than before." Xiao Qin revealed an excited smile on his face. He said, "I knew you were capable of this. Many thanks." Returning the saber to its scabbard, Xiao Qin took out a 1,000-year-old black profound ginseng from the universe ring and handed it over to Mo Fan, not allowing the other party to reject it. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Don't reject it. You have taken care of the Xiao clan for so long and helped me forge the lunar shadow saber twice. Logically speaking, I owe you." A 1,000-year-old black profound ginseng was enough to increase Mo Fan's cultivation by 20 years. Honestly speaking, the temptation was very great. Aha! In that case I will respectfully accept. What are your plans after this? Amo Fan asked. Xiao Qin grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with his right hand and said calmly, "It is very simple. I will attack the root of the problem and kill them all." As long as they were a threat, he would have to eliminate them. Xiao Qin could not be bothered to consider other methods. The five-nation youth competition was only a few months away. All the genius cultivators were cultivating bitterly, waiting for that moment to arrive. Xiao Qin did not have much time to think. Mo Fan asked, "Do you not intend to make a trip to the Xiao clan? You have done so much. If your father knew about it, he might reconsider." Xiao Qin paused for a moment and revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head and said, "There is no need. Since he chased me away, he must have his own plans. I will just come back and take a look from afar." "Let's go." Smiling faintly, Xiao Qin waved his hand and said goodbye to Mo Fan. Heavenly Jade Mountain was the largest mountain range in Chizi County. Even Mo City's Seven-Horn Mountain was not even half as big. However, compared to Seven-Horn Mountain, Heavenly Jade Mountain was not even half as valuable. This was because the mountain did not have a spirit vein, spirit herbs, or spirit beasts. It was just a desolate mountain. However, on this desolate mountain that no one paid any attention to, a huge castle had been built at some point in time. Although the castle was large, it was built in a very low-profile manner. It was hidden in the lush green forest. If one did not fly high into the sky, it would be hard to discover it. On the city walls, there were cultivators holding crossbows every few meters. They looked around vigilantly. It looked like the walls were made of iron, impenetrable. Chapter 554. This castle was the headquarters of the Sacred Heavenly Church in Chizi County. After learning its exact location from Mo Fan, Xiao Qin rushed over in half a day. "What are you planning to do?" Ao Jiao asked from within the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qin, who was hidden in the clouds, raised his head and looked at the setting sun. He said softly, "Let's wait for the sky to turn dark." When Xiao Qin scanned the castle with his spiritual sense, the so-called defense of this castle was like a joke to him. He could see everything clearly, there were no secrets at all. There were 5 martial kings in the castle. However, the strongest was only a superior grade martial king. The other 4 were only inferior grade martial kings. They could not pique Xiao Qin's interest at all. He could easily destroy them with the flip of his hand. This was also why Xiao Qin did not think highly of the Sacred Heavenly Church from the start. No matter how good their plans were before absolute strength, they were all just a joke. However, Ao Jiao was not as relaxed as Xiao Qin. She said, "Have you ever thought that the small Chizi County has 5 martial kings? If that is the case, how many bases does the Sacred Heavenly Church have? An organization with so many martial kings is definitely not as simple as you think." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Naturally, I have thought about it. That is why I have to wait for the sky to turn dark. When everyone here dies, there will only be true pain. Only then will this group of people realize that the person they offended is not someone they can afford to offend. That is why they will restrain themselves." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "You are not stupid. There is no need for me to worry. In that case, let's just do it." The sun set in the west and dusk arrived. The night was as dark as ink. Layers of clouds dyed the sky, and the entire world sank into darkness. Xiao Qin, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at the brightly lit castle. His lips curled up into a faint smile as he dived down. In the courtyard of the Zhang clan in Mo City, the great hall was crowded. All the elites of the Zhang clan, Martial Grand Master and above, were gathered here. A few Martial Saint guest elders had arrived as well. No one was absent. The Zhang clan's clan head, Zhang Yan, sat in the middle of the great hall. Relying on the rapid development of the past 2 years, the Zhang family, which controlled most of the properties in the city, had roped in many experts. There were more than 10 martial saints and more than 100 martial grandmasters. Zhang Yan was an inferior grade martial king. He was considered a peak expert in Mo City. With such a strong strength, no one in Mo City could block him. Even the once glorious Xiao clan could not. As for the previous Tang clan, they had already been reduced to a third-rate clan, unable to even show their face. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing. No one spoke. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, caution, seriousness, and eagerness. "Patriarch, do you really plan to make a move against the Xiao family tomorrow? Haven't we already agreed to the city lord's mansion's request?" Finally, an elder who was older couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yan said sullenly, "Originally, I was prepared to wait for a while longer. However, after what happened in the restaurant during the day, I'm afraid that the situation might change. I cannot wait any longer. However, I heard that the Shao clan's second young master is now a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Could it be? A young cultivator with small eyes asked worriedly. The moment these words came out, some of the cultivators who had experienced what happened 4 years ago revealed expressions of lingering fear. Zhang Yan's heart tightened as well. 4 years ago he did not lead a team to kill his way into the Shao clan. He was fortunate enough to survive, resulting in the Zhang clan's glory today. However, the Tang clan's clan head and the Strong Lung clan's clan head had died at the same time. Their clans had also declined. However, Zhang Yan quickly calmed down. He smiled and said, "There is no need to be afraid. We now have the sacred heavenly church protecting us. Furthermore, Shao Xiong's son has grown up. Isn't my eldest son as well? He is now a core disciple of the Misty Sword sect. Furthermore, that brat was chased out of the clan by Shao Xiong long ago. What are you all worried about? Now is the best opportunity. While the Shao clan thinks that we will abide by the City Lord's agreement, we will deal them a fatal blow, preventing them from rising again. As long as the Shao clan is not destroyed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Decide. Those who agree to attack tomorrow, raise your hand." Most of the cultivators present did not hesitate to raise their hands. Destroying the Shao clan would be equivalent to obtaining vast resources. To them, there would be many benefits. Naturally, all of them were eager to give it a try. When the few cautious cultivators saw this situation, they could only raise their hands helplessly. Zhang Yan said in satisfaction, "Very good. We will set off tomorrow and wash the Shao clan in blood. From now on, for the sake of secrecy, no one is allowed to leave this great hall." Pu Si. At this moment, Shao Chen was massacring the sacred heavenly church, which the Zhang clan's clan head regarded as a threat. The sacred heavenly church that the Zhang clan's clan head thought of as the sacred heavenly church died like vegetables in Shao Chen's hands. He did not even bother to draw the lunar shadow saber at his waist. When the gap in strength reached an insurmountable chasm, the advantage of numbers would only be a so-called joke. From the moment Shao Chen landed, the fate of this group of people in the castle was sealed. There was no way for them to survive. Miserable cries resounded. Shao Chen moved through the castle as though there was no one there. No one could stop him, they could not even make him pause for a moment. In the palace at the highest point of the castle, the 5 martial kings with the highest authority had sullen expressions as they looked at the murderous Shao Chen. There was a flight of steps under the 5. Shao Chen casually punched twice, and a surging fist wind swept out. He blasted the last 2 black-clothed cultivators, blocking his way in half. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of the flight of steps. His body slowly floated up as he looked at the 5 people in front. The person in the middle had the highest cultivation, a superior grade martial king. With such cultivation he could be considered the strongest in Chizi County. However, in Shao Chen's eyes he was still not strong enough. The black robes that person wore were clearly thicker than those of the people around him. The ancient patterns on his robes were also more complicated, making him look solemn and dignified. "Friend, no matter what the reason is, it is still not too late for you to leave. Let me tell you this clearly. The sacred heavenly church is not something that a peak superior grade martial king can bully." The first martial king from the left said coldly as he looked at Shao Chen. Although he felt fear in his heart, his tone was not overly flustered. Shao Chen said coldly, "Ignorant fool. Did I say that I am a superior grade martial king?" Cassia. Shao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber with lightning speed. A dazzling purple light flashed and an extremely fast saber chi flashed. The person who spoke was chopped in half by the saber chi. His body exploded and turned into a pool of blood. "We misjudged. This person is a half-step martial monarch. Split up and report to headquarters to give up on Chizi County." The person in the middle had a surprised expression as he quickly retreated. The remaining 3 split up as well, heading in different directions. Originally, the 5 of them thought that Shao Chen was only a peak superior grade martial king. With the 5 of them working together, they should have been able to kill him. However, they did not expect that after Shao Chen drew his saber and revealed his strength, he could instantly kill them. The difference was so great that they could not make up for it with numbers or techniques. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Shao Chen's figure trembled slightly and he split into 4 clones. Then he chased after the fleeing black-clothed men. A cool breeze blew and Shao Chen hid all his killing intent. Before the 4 pursuers could react, an overwhelming killing intent erupted. Aside from the leader of the group who managed to dodge the attack at the crucial moment, the other 4 did not have time to react before they were killed. The 5 clones merged together, and the purple light on Xiao Chen's saber became extremely resplendent. Under the huge pressure, the black-clothed man closed his eyes in despair. Roar! Just at this moment, a resonant bird cry resounded in the distance. A golden sword light flew over from afar and blocked Xiao Chen's saber. Bang! The saber and sword clashed, producing a huge energy shockwave. A strong wind blew, sending countless fallen leaves flying. A huge force spread out from the saber. Xiao Chen could not help but take 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Chen was astonished. The other party was actually stronger than him. Although Xiao Chen did not do much, this person who suddenly appeared was already an expert. The person who arrived was also wearing black robes. However, the patterns on the robes were made of gold. This added an ancient and dignified aura to the robes, adding a sense of grandeur to it. The black-robed man with the gold lining wore a mask that covered half his face. He looked very mysterious. Young master, this subordinate is useless. I made an error in judgment. That person is a half-step martial monarch, the superior grade martial king said in horror as he knelt on the ground. The masked man smiled faintly and said, "You can leave first. The Cheesy County's foundation is now useless. Don't come back again." That person felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden and quickly ran into the distance. Suddenly, the silent Xiao Chen said, "I know you even though you purposely changed your voice. Who are you?" The person under the mask did not deny it. He smiled gently and said, "Honestly speaking, I did not expect that, given your character, you would be in closed-door cultivation instead of preparing for the 5-nation youth competition. I did not expect that you would have the time to come to Mo City." Xiao Chen said coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Let's see who you are." Boom, boom. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the night sky. As Xiao Chen swung his saber, the clouds and the surroundings quickly gathered above Xiao Chen's head. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Wind and cloud move, wind blows, clouds move, clouds dance with the wind. Dang. The masked man smiled faintly. He did not show any fear when facing the strong Xiao Chen. The golden heavenly rock wings on his back spread out, and a dazzling light turned into a sharp sword chi. When the saber and sword clashed, the two immediately moved back. The two forces were evenly matched and they each moved back 100 meters. The center of the churning clouds also moved back 100 meters, remaining above Xiao Chen's head. Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique's second move, gathering wind and clouds. As the saber danced, the wind and clouds suddenly merged together. The clouds and the surroundings immediately formed a huge whirlpool above Xiao Chen's head. When the masked man saw this mysterious phenomenon, his expression remained calm. He had a carefree smile on his face. Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique, interesting. Let's see how far you have cultivated it. The golden heavenly rock image behind the masked man flashed and appeared under him. Then it carried him into the air. His speed tripled. Chapter 555. The dazzling sword light instantly arrived at Xiao Chen's face. The heavenly rock below him flapped its wings and blew a strong wind. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered continuously. When facing this extremely fast sword strike, his saber instantly moved, bringing with it the momentum of wind and clouds to block it. Bang! Violent energy exploded out, and the 1,000 steps beneath their feet exploded, turning into rubble. In the air, the two enormous energies were locked in a stalemate with each other. Under the curtain of the night, they refracted a multicolored brilliance. Xiao Chen quickly spun around in the air, dissipating the force of his saber. His opponent's simple sword strike could only be described as fast. However, when it reached an extreme speed, the force it carried was equal to a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, perhaps even stronger. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding crack of thunder came from thousands of meters in the sky. Clouds moved in all directions, gathering wind and clouds. The first 3 moves of the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique were finally completed. Clouds gather in all directions, wind and lightning chop. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously. Using the momentum, he executed the 4th move of the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. The Lightning Tribulation Saber technique had a total of 9 moves. The first 3 moves gathered power, the middle 3 moved lightning, and the final 3 moved descended the tribulation. This was the essence of the Lightning Tribulation. After Xiao Chen executed it, the mysterious phenomenon became like a real lightning tribulation. It slowly arrived and exploded. With the support of saber intent, this wind and lightning chop brought out its greatest might in Xiao Chen's hands. Wind blew, clouds moved, and thunder roared. Starting with the momentum of wind and clouds, it erupted with the power of lightning. This was the wind and lightning chop. The saber hummed continuously as it burned with a purple lightning fire. Under the illumination of the lightning in the night sky, Xiao Chen's handsome face appeared very serious and dignified in his white robes. The black-clad man smiled faintly. His expression under the mask was still very calm. He commented softly, "Not bad. Wind in front, gathering power with clouds and lightning as a spear. You have grasped all the essentials of this move. Unfortunately, your understanding of the state of wind is still lacking. That is not how the wind blows." The masked man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. With one glance he could see through the true state of this attack. The golden light behind him became increasingly dazzling. The intense state of light made the dark night even more dazzling than day. Shoo! The masked man held the long sword in his hand and thrust it forward. The boundless golden light behind him gathered at one point in an instant. The night, which was as bright as day just a moment ago, instantly darkened. Under the night sky, only the tip of the sword shone with boundless brilliance. The golden heavenly rock spread its wings and let out a shrill cry. Immediately, a violent storm arose, and the golden light directly shot out from the tip of the sword. Along with this gale, it rushed towards Xiao Chen. As the light flickered, the powerful force caused the surrounding space to wrinkle. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The golden celestial Peng's final gale had actually suppressed his great gale. As the wind was suppressed, the clouds above immediately showed signs of dissipating. As the wind and clouds dissipated, the might of the lightning on the blade immediately decreased by 20%. Boom! When the golden light struck the blade, the state of light burst forth. The dark night was illuminated by the golden light once again. Xiao Chen's body shot back like an arrow. His internal organs trembled slightly, and his qi and blood surged. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. The masked man stood upright while holding his sword. Sword intent circled around the blade, causing the sword to hum. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't try to execute this saber technique in front of me. You just learned it. The lightning tribulation saber technique is not meant for you to play around with." Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. There were not many fluctuations in his heart. He said indifferently, "That might not necessarily be the case. As long as there is wind, the clouds will not scatter. As long as the wind and clouds do not scatter, the momentum will not be extinguished." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the strong wind that the golden heavenly rock blew actually started circling around him under Xiao Chen's control. The clouds above gathered again and Xiao Chen's aura rose rapidly. He directly executed the fifth move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, falling lightning chop. Xiao Chen did not use any fancy moves with this attack. He directly used the might of heavenly lightning to descend from the sky and hack at the masked man. Bang! The masked man was somewhat astonished. Clearly he had not expected Xiao Chen to react so quickly. Xiao Chen actually thought of using his opponent's wind to gather momentum again. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly swung his sword. The saber and sword clashed and sparks flew everywhere. A vast electric energy exploded. This attack forced the masked man back several hundred meters. Cracks appeared on the golden heavenly rock behind him, looking like it would explode at any moment. Interesting. The masked man smiled faintly and waved his hand. The golden heavenly rock behind him split apart and turned into 9 beams of light descending from the sky, encasing his body. Dang! Xiao Chen did not give the masked man any time to react. He leaped up and executed the lightning tribulation saber technique with the momentum of wind and lightning, charging over again. Dang! 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 After the masked man scattered the golden heavenly rock, he seemed to have become even stronger. Under the encirclement of the 9 beams of light, he remained rooted to the ground, not moving at all. The masked man's sword gave off a bright light as it danced about. The masked man's defense was impenetrable, blocking Xiao Chen's attacks over and over again. Bathed in the light, he looked holy and solemn. When the saber intent and sword intent clashed intensely, the shock waves swept out. The vast fortress on the mountain peak rustled and crumbled. Earthly lightning tribulation. When the masked man's aura reached its peak and the thunderclouds above finally surged, Xiao Chen shouted and executed the final 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. All the lightning attributed spiritual energy in the soil of the entire heavenly jade mountain gathered on Xiao Chen's saber, resonating with the thunderclouds in the sky. This saber strike connected heaven and earth, turning the lightning of the earth into a boundless great tribulation that surged out. Bang! Aside from the area 1 meter around the masked man, The rest of the ground under his feet exploded, creating a deep, ring-shaped pit. Under the illumination of the lightning, countless pieces of soil were wrapped in electric arcs, floating in midair. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he executed the 8th move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. At this moment, all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the sky turned into 9 bolts of heavenly lightning that descended and gathered on the saber. The 9 bolts of purple lightning were like ferocious flood dragons, tearing the night sky apart like a piece of black cloth. The entire space shattered under this saber strike. The golden light around the masked man turned into solid golden sand dancing up and down. His feet did not move at all as he forcefully received this saber strike. Boom! The ring-shaped pit around the masked man quickly enlarged and deepened. Soon the entire mountain peak was blasted apart by this saber strike. When the electric light shot out, the rocks that flew up were all reduced to dust. As the dust settled, a stone pillar more than a kilometer tall appeared under the masked man's feet. The surrounding mountains, trees, forests, and ancient castles all turned to dust. Enough. Seeing that Xiao Chen was going to execute the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the masked man finally moved. He casually swung his sword, and the light filling the air turned solid. Then, it turned into a heavenly sword and shot towards the surging thunderclouds above Xiao Chen's head. The world is filled with righteousness. To people, it is called righteousness. Above are the stars, below are the mountains and rivers. With a bright world, how can one fear fiendish demons? Suddenly, a resonant song resounded in the mountain forest. It was like 10,000 people singing in unison. The entire world seemed to tremble. Righteousness art. This is the orthodox sword technique of the Jianghu dynasty. How does this fellow know it? Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. The light of the heavenly sword became increasingly dazzling as the song resounded. In the end, it could no longer be seen with the naked eye. With a "so," it scattered the boundless thunderclouds in the sky. When the thunderclouds scattered, the strongest move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation, was naturally destroyed. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly. He calmly calculated the situation. Although he still had the stronger 4-season saber technique, he had not used it yet. But even if he used it, he guessed that he only had a 50% chance of winning against this mysterious black-clothed man. It was obvious that the other party still had a trump card that he hadn't used. The masked man smiled and said, "Do you still want to stop me? Go back and make your preparations. With your current strength, it will be hard for you to rank within the top 10 of the 5-nation youth competition." Watching him disappear from sight, Xiao Chen asked Ao Jiao in his mind, "Those ancient patterns on his clothes, do you recognize them?" Ao Jiao thought for a while and said, "That is the attire of the Jianghu dynasty's remnant clan. Those patterns are actually the words of the royal clan. They are just redrawn using a kind of artistic method." As he expected, Xiao Chen closed his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he opened his eyes again and said, "I know who he is. The attire of the Jianghu dynasty's remnant races, the strong state of light, the surging sword intent, and the perpetually indifferent temperament. Who else could it be but that person?" However, Xiao Chen had not expected that after not meeting him for more than a year, this person's strength had grown so much. Ao Jiao said sullenly, "This person is very powerful. The final luck of the Jianghu dynasty rests on him. His future accomplishments are immeasurable. He is a great enemy of yours." Xiao Chen said calmly, "There is no need to care about him. Let's go." "Go where?" "After killing the big fish, it is time to make a move on you." Xiao Chen summoned out the scarlet throne and sat on it with his eyes closed. He recovered his exhausted essence and silently flew towards Mo City on a scarlet cloud in the night sky. Only a lonely stone pillar remained on the tallest and largest peak of the Hotian Jade Mountain where Xiao Chen was. Dust churned around it, lingering for a long time. 4 hours later, before the sky had even brightened, that scarlet cloud appeared a kilometer above Mo City. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and all his fatigue was swept away. A bright light flickered in his eyes before he withdrew it and calmed down. He got up and walked to the edge of the scarlet cloud. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked around. His gaze stopped at the imposing Zhang clan's courtyard. Xiao. The scarlet throne turned into a beam of scarlet light and returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. Then Xiao Chen gently floated down. In the dark night, he stood silently on the walls of the Zhang clan's courtyard like a ghost. When he saw a group of patrolling cultivators, he flicked his finger and sent out 2 purple flames. With a flick of his finger, 2 purple flames shot out like arrows. A bloody hole appeared on the foreheads of a few cultivators. They did not even have time to say a word before they quietly fell to the ground. Xiaoqin extended out his spiritual sense and soon discovered the strangeness of the Great Hall. 100 elite martial grandmasters, 10-odd martial saints, and the Zhang clan's clan head were all gathered here. Some of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, some were chatting and smiling, and some were drinking tea. The atmosphere in the brightly lit Great Hall was very strange. Chapter 556. Hee, I wonder what kind of expression that group of elites will have when we appear at the Xiao residence tomorrow morning. They will probably be scared to death. Aha, the Xiao clan has managed Seven-Horn Mountain for hundreds of years. The wealth they have accumulated must be astonishing. That's right. After this operation, we will definitely be able to get a share of the benefits. Even if the Heavenly Saint cult takes the majority, the remaining bits will be enough for us to enjoy. The Xiao clan still has a few girls with tender skin. They're all good stuff. I've been eyeing them for a long time. There's no need to be impatient. When the sun rises, everything will be ours. Ah. Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and understood what was going on. His face showed a little fear. Luckily, the Heavenly Saint Church's situation was not very troublesome. If it had dragged on for another 4 to 6 hours, the Xiao family would have been in big trouble. 100 elite martial grandmasters, 10 martial saints, and an inferior grade martial king. With such a sudden attack, the Xiao clan might not even survive. Raising his head to look at the eastern sky, it was pitch black there. The morning star had not yet risen. Xiaoqin jumped off the wall and walked out of the city. Because of the Seven-Horn Mountain, the Xiao clan's main camp was not located within the city. Instead, it was located at the foot of the mountain outside the city. The city was quiet. Apart from some merchants who had woken up early, there was no other sound. With a light leap, Xiaoqin jumped over the city wall that was dozens of meters high. Without alerting any of the city guards, Xiaoqin left the city. Xiaoqin stopped at a bend in the road and jumped into an abandoned tea house. He took out a bow from his universe ring and waited quietly with his eyes closed. That bow was the Soul Slayer bow. As Xiaoqin's strength increased, the might of the bow would also increase. He rarely used it, but at this moment he could put it to good use. This was the only way to the Xiao clan. If he wanted to go to the Xiao clan, he had to pass through this place. Time passed slowly. It was unknown when the morning star had appeared, but the eastern sky was faintly turning white. In the great hall of the Zhang clan in Mo City, Zhang Yan looked at the morning star in the east and said, "Let's go. We will wash the Xiao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City." Wash the Xiao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City. Wash the Xiao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City. The hundreds of elite cultivators in the hall opened their eyes and shouted excitedly. Under Zhang Yan's lead, the 100-odd men charged out of the city, brimming with killing qi. At this moment, the sky had already begun to brighten, and there were already a few pedestrians on the streets. Looking at the Zhang clan elites who were brimming with killing intent, their faces warped in horror. "I'm afraid that Mo City is going to change," an old man said with a sigh. After exiting the city gate, the speed of this group of people increased by a lot, and their faces were brimming with eager expressions. Thinking of the vast resources of the Xiao clan, Xiaoqian's right hand, which was holding the weapon, trembled slightly. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank were sufficient for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. One of the Zhang clan's guest elders, who was beside Zhang Yan, asked in a relaxed manner, "Clan head, what do you think the chances of success are for this operation?" Zhang Yan chuckled and said, "Is there a need to ask? 2 years ago the envoy personally made a move, and Xiao Xiong was severely injured. The other experts that he roped in have all left. With just the strength of the Xiao clan, there is only one word for them: death." "What did you say to the envoy?" "I remember that he specifically reminded us not to touch the Xiao clan." Zhang Yan said calmly, "This group of people only cares about money. I will give him 80% of the gains this time." What else can he say? "Brothers, put in more effort and run faster. Kill all the men of the Xiao clan. Gold, silver, treasures, natural treasures, and all sorts of beauties will all be yours." Zhang Yan turned his head and shouted, raising the morale of the group once again. Beauties and wealth could always boost the morale of the group at a crucial moment. At this moment, the morale of the group was at an all-time high. The guest elder at the side took the opportunity to flatter Zhang Yan, saying, "With this morale, we should be able to deal with the Xiao clan in 2 hours." Zhang Yan nodded and smiled. "Everything is possible." Wang. Right after Zhang Yan spoke, an arrow flew over. Before the guest elder's smile faded, a bloody hole appeared in his chest. That arrow did not lose any momentum. So, It pierced through the chests of another 10 people before stabbing deeply into the ground. The tail of the arrow trembled. The arrows in the distance tore through the air, flying over continuously. They were so fast that one could not even see their shadows. Only miserable cries rang out, and 10 people immediately died. The speed of the arrows was simply too fast. In just a few seconds, 30-odd people had already died. All of them had died with one arrow piercing through their chests, their hearts shattering. Enemy attack. Get down. All of you get down. Zhang Yan's expression changed drastically as he shouted in panic. The remaining 70-odd elite cultivators all paled in fright. They had all been alive a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they had all died. This situation was too terrifying. Shio. 3 cultivators who reacted slower did not have time to get down. The huge force of the arrows sent them flying into the air. Protective essence and the heart-protecting mirror did not help at all. What in the world is going on? Horror spread through the crowd. All the cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. They could not figure out what had happened. Earlier they were all thinking about how to wash the Shao clan in blood, how to enjoy the beauties and treasures. Zhang Yan's cultivation was the highest. He activated his vision and looked into the distance. He saw an intersection 2 kilometers away. A white-robed youth stood in an abandoned tea house. He held a bow in his hand and drew the bowstring. He looked at the group expressionlessly. Damn it! How dare you kill the people of my Zhang clan? You must be tired of living. Zhang Yan's eyes looked like they were going to spew fire. He said to the few martial saint experts beside him, that person is in the tea house 2 kilometers away. The few of you sneak over. The few martial saints who were called out were extremely unwilling. However, when they saw Zhang Yan's sullen face, they could only carefully bow and walk forward. Bang, bang, bang. The moment these martial saints raised their heads, an arrow pierced through their foreheads before they could even cry out miserably. Run! Such a horrifying scene happened before everyone's eyes, scaring the group of people. They immediately got up and fled in a sorry state. At this moment, they had completely forgotten about washing the Shao clan in blood, monopolizing Mo City, glory, splendor, and riches. Since they were already dead, what was the point of having more? Zhang Yan panicked. He called out a few times, but no one listened to him. All of them only cared about fleeing, not caring about anything else. However, this group of people were not even martial kings. How could they outrun Xiaoqin? In a flash, Xiaoqin moved several hundred meters. Zhang Yan drew his bow and fired. Many lives were lost to the arrows. Then he boldly charged at Xiaoqin while roaring angrily. However, the arrow that flew at him completely frightened him out of his wits. That arrow was too fast. He had to use his cloning technique before he managed to shift his body at the critical moment. The arrow pierced through his chest. Zhang Yan managed to keep his life. He could not care about anything else and joined the fleeing group. In the end, no matter how fast they ran, they could not be faster than Xiaoqin. Even without the blood flame shoes, Xiaoqin could move at Mach 2. How could he outrun Zhang Yan? From the moment this group of people left the city, they were destined to meet only one end: death. Soon, only Zhang Yan remained of the 100-odd people. Corpses littered the streets of the city gates, a ghastly sight. Blood flowed continuously from Zhang Yan's chest. He panicked as he ran for his life into the city. Xiaoqin had a calm expression as he knocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. Then he marked Zhang Yan's chest with his spiritual sense. When the bow was fully drawn, he released. Xiaoqin used all his strength in this arrow. The injured Zhang Yan had no chance of dodging. As Zhang Yan fled in a fluster, he could not help but turn his head to look. This time he no longer had a chance to turn around. The arrow pierced his chest with a shio sound. A huge force burst out, carrying his body up into the air. Finally, he hung on the city wall before stopping with a bang. The morning sun had just risen, and its rays shone in all directions. Before Zhang Yan died, he saw the sun rise one last time. However, he could not figure out what was going on. The words, "Everything is possible," seemed to echo in his ears. The morning sun rose, covering the ground. The tightly shut doors and windows of the Shao clan's courtyard opened. The Shao clan disciples walked out of their rooms and headed for the drill grounds. The Shao clan's clan head, Shao Xiong, had arrived long ago. He wore tight robes and looked at the Shao clan disciples with a stern expression. Morning training begins. Be alert. No one is allowed to slack off. Following Shao Xiong's command, the disciples started to practice the Shao clan's fist technique in an orderly fashion. Fist winds blew and cheers shook the ground. As the sun shone on the drill grounds, the Shao clan disciples looked spirited. What they didn't know was that just 2 hours ago, the Shao family had just escaped from a calamity. They also did not know that there was a person in the distance watching them. On a high ground 4 kilometers away from the Shao clan's courtyard, Xiaoqun looked straight at the people in the drill grounds. He circulated his essence to his eyes. To Xiaoqun 4 kilometers was nothing. He could see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree in the entire Shao clan's courtyard. Xiaoqun just watched quietly, revealing a peaceful smile on his handsome face. His white clothes and hair fluttered in the cool breeze. Speaking of which, if you keep watching like this, are you really not going in? Ao Jiao's melodious voice came from the lunar shadow saber. Xiaoqun shook his head and said, "There is no need. I will just watch." Ao Jiao continued to ask, "You have done so much for the Shao clan. Your father will definitely not blame you. Are you really not going to ask him why he chased you away?" Xiaoqun did not say anything. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "How can there be a father who chases his son away in this world? The pressure he is under is definitely greater than mine. My strength is not enough to relieve him of the pressure in his heart. It is best not to ask." If he did not have enough strength to ask, it would only increase the pressure on the other party. When he was strong enough, everything would come to light. ZZ. Suddenly, the remnant moisture in the air started churning. Xiaoqun stretched out his hands and controlled the moisture. Life bestowal spell. With a shout, the moisture turned into 14 lively birds under Xiaoqun's control, chirping non-stop. Chapter 557. Xiaoqun took out the remaining 14,000-year-old spirit herbs from the universe ring and tied them to the little bird's feet. Then he waved his hand and said, "Go." The little bird circled around in the air before flapping its wings and flying back to the Shao residence. After doing all this, Xiaoqun withdrew his gaze from the Shao residence with some reluctance. Then he turned and left. The morning sun shone on Xiaoqun's back, leaving a long black shadow on the street. It moved up and down continuously, moving further and further away. No one in the huge Shao residence knew that the youth who was chased out of the Shao residence after kneeling 3 times 4 years ago had returned and taken a look at them from afar. He had come quietly and left quietly. He had killed a group of people and left behind his own thoughts. He did not drag things out and left in a carefree manner. Half a month later, Xiaoqun returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and entered closed-door cultivation. There were only 3 months left until the 5-nation youth competition. Xiaoqun was making his final preparations. At the same time, all the genius cultivators in this starry sky were making their final efforts for the moment when everyone would fight for the peak. After the Jianghu continent's Thunder King, there had been no new Emperor Wu in the past 5,000 years. After 5,000 years of waiting, a flourishing age was about to descend. The 5 great nations, the ancient desolate land, the barbarian race of the north, and the boundless sea, there were countless geniuses under the starry sky. Who would stand out and stand at the peak? Who would be the true main character on the dazzling stage under the continent? The battle at the peak 3 months from now would be revealed. In a forbidden land of the Divine Dragon Palace in the eastern boundless sea, there was a small spatial tear. If one passed through it, they would reach the true demonic world. There was a 4-sided golden barrier around the spatial tear. 4 old martial monarchs of the Divine Dragon Palace guarded this place day and night. At this moment, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, rode on his royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly war halberd and stood calmly in front of the forbidden land. The current Dragon King of the Divine Dragon Palace stood beside Xianyuan Zhantian. The Dragon King looked at Xianyuan Zhantian and said, "Zhantian, are you sure you want to enter this spatial tear? Do you know what it means to pass through this spatial rift?" Xianyuan Zhantian nodded and said, "I only have 3 months. The geniuses of the Great Jin Nation are not simple. I need to enter the deep abyss demonic world for a true experiential training." The Dragon King said no more. "Since you have decided, I will not stop you. If you die in there, I will choose a new successor." The barrier slowly opened and Xianyuan Zhantian rode on the royal dragon horse without hesitation. He laughed loudly and said, "Old fellow, you only know how to curse me. Don't worry, I will definitely take your position. No one can replace me, Xianyuan Zhantian, in ruling the 4 seas for you." As the Dragon King watched Xianyuan Zhantian disappear into the crack, he smiled silently and said, "This confidence is sufficient." Back mountains of Qingyun Peak. In the first month since Xiaoqun returned, he focused on perfecting the lightning tribulation saber technique. During his fight with the masked man, Xiao Chen finally learned of the lightning tribulation saber technique's weaknesses and weaknesses. Wind and clouds gather before thunder roars. Xiao Chen's state of wind was too weak. As a result, the masked man was able to see the weakness of the lightning tribulation saber technique's mysterious phenomenon with one glance. Now that Xiao Chen knew the weakness, he could think of a way to make up for it. This was not a difficult thing to do. In 1 month, he had already made up for most of the weaknesses of the lightning tribulation saber technique. If he ran into the masked man again, Xiao Chen was confident that the masked man would not be able to find the weakness immediately, causing the mysterious phenomenon to scatter and the might of the saber technique to decrease significantly. What gave Xiao Chen a headache was the fourth move of the four-season saber technique. What state should he use for winter before he could find the true saber technique that belonged to him? However, Xiao Chen was not in too much of a rush. He practiced the martial techniques that he was familiar with during the day and continued to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation at night, strengthening his essence. There were some things that required comprehension. If one could not see through it, the more one thought about it, the more one could not extricate oneself from it. It would only add to one's frustrations. When one completely calmed down, there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, one would understand. The problem that had been troubling one for a long time would be easily solved. Back then, when the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion created the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique, it was due to a chance encounter. He saw a spirit beast undergoing its tribulation and gained some comprehension. Hence, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He only treated it as a whetstone for tempering his mental state. Even if he could never comprehend it, the growth of his mental state would be sufficient to make up for the loss of this saber technique. Who could say for sure whether it was a gain or a loss? The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and dispersed. The remaining 3 months of the five-nation youth competition decreased by the days. On this particular day, Xiao Chen was cultivating in his room with his eyes closed. The moonlight shone through the window and landed quietly on Xiao Chen's bed. Cassie. Suddenly, the 2 superior-grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the spirit stones drained of their spiritual energy. He shook his head helplessly. Now that Xiao Chen was a half-step martial monarch, he could absorb spiritual energy even faster. 2 superior-grade spirit stones were not enough for 1 night of cultivation. As for the crystalline chi whirlpool in his dantian, it was like a bottomless pit. He was far from reaching a bottleneck. In order to reach martial monarch and refine quintessence, Xiao Chen needed to push his cultivation to the bottleneck and open his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen muttered, "I opened my sea of consciousness long ago. However, my cultivation is still not up to par. Even if I had another year, I would not be able to reach the peak of half-step martial monarch." Xiao Chen casually glanced at the ground. The pale moonlight looked like frost as it struck the ground. It made one feel sad for some reason. The moonlight is like frost, the flowing water hurts. Beauty changes easily, where does one find home? Suddenly this line of a poem appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled faintly and said, "However, this kind of sad emotion is not suitable for me." Xiao Chen took out another 2 superior-grade spirit stones and prepared to cultivate. Suddenly he stopped. It was like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind. "I've been thinking about winter. Aside from snow, what else could represent winter? Isn't this what I seek? That's right. That's right." Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said excitedly, "The ancients did not lie to me. Once I comprehend it, I will soar to the heavens. I will be suddenly enlightened, suddenly enlightened." Xiao Chen laughed loudly. Then he picked up the lunar shadow saber beside him and rushed out of the door. The final move of the four-season saber technique used frost as a guide, deriving the state of grief. In the forest, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. The comprehension he gained earlier replayed in his mind as he sank into deep thought. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber with his right hand and drew it forward. Xiao Chen slowly circulated the four-season saber technique as he moved through the forest. The surrounding air dropped rapidly as the saber light danced. Layers of faint mist slowly descended from the trees and frost abruptly covered the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters. "The moonlight is like frost, the flowing water hurts." Xiao Chen shouted and casually swung his saber. The state of grief contained in the saber burst out along with the frost. Shwa, shwa, shwa. In that instant, all the trees in the forest silently split apart. Cassie, Cassie. Crisp sounds rang out continuously. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and all the trees within a kilometer fell. The vast forest disappeared, leaving only a layer of frost on the ground. This move did not have a great aura or boldness. It only turned the saber technique into frost and infused it with the state of grief. Silently he killed the other party. By the time the other party woke up, it was already too late to change anything. It was just like how all the trees within a kilometer, brimming with life, lost all signs of life with one saber strike, leaving only a layer of white mist. Xiao Qin muttered to himself, "The fourth move of this four-season saber technique shall be called Frostmourne then." Since then Xiao Qin had comprehended the four-season saber technique: Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, Fated Person in Autumn Waters, Frostmourne and Four Seasons. He had succeeded in creating a saber technique that was infinitely close to a heaven-ranked saber technique. He had created this saber technique all by himself. It was unique. As for the final move, Cycle of Four Seasons, he did not need to comprehend anything else. This was because this cycle of four seasons only had one meaning: endlessly growing and multiplying. Desolation of time, the world changing into mulberry fields. Everything in the world, be it a tall mountain or a vast ocean, would wither and wither one day. The sky would wither and the earth would wither and grow old. Even the vast ocean would turn into mulberry fields. Only plants and life would grow and die, never stopping. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter would never change under the cycle of the four seasons. Time continued to flow by at an unhurried pace. The start of the five-nation youth competition approached day by day. 2 months, 1 month, half a month. Soon only 10 days remained before the five-nation youth competition. In the Haotian sect of the Great Jin Nation, the leader of the 5 great nations in the Jianghu continent, as one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation, the Haotian sect naturally had many talents. However, Yu Chenxi was the peak genius of the sect. Ever since she obtained the Daybreak Flower, Yu Chenxi had become the strongest genius in the sect. Ever since Yu Chenxi obtained the Daybreak Flower, his cultivation had soared like a whirlwind. His morning sun incantation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Yu Chenxi had left many of his fellow sect members in the dust. They could only look up to him. On this particular day, Yu Chenxi's daybreak peak suddenly released thousands upon thousands of rainbow-colored lights. As the light shone, it looked boundlessly beautiful. The disciples passing by quickly stopped to take a look. They all had astonished expressions on their faces. Rainbow-colored lights. This is a mysterious phenomenon that only occurs when one reaches the 13th layer of the morning sun incantation. The great world is coming out of closed-door cultivation. A disciple wearing the uniform of the Haotian sect said excitedly. First senior sister has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. When she comes out, her strength will definitely soar. Quick look. The elders are here. The appearance of the rainbow-colored lights actually startled the elders. 3 figures flew over from the main peak of the Haotian sect. They were 3 old men with extremely strong auras. As they stood together, the wind behind them instantly stopped blowing. The air froze and the many disciples below found it hard to breathe. One of the old men revealed a gratified smile. He said softly, "No one has been able to practice this morning sun incantation to the 13th layer for 1,000 years already. Chenxi has truly entered the ranks of the peak experts of the Great Jin Nation." The gray-robed old man at the side also had a wide smile on his face. He muttered, "First elder with the Dawn Kingdom's current strength, it should be able to get into the top 10 of the five-nation youth competition." Chapter 558. The first elder in the middle said sullenly, "It is hard to say. The Drifting Snow Sword Sect, the Sun Moon Gate, and the Supreme Unity Palace all have powerful geniuses, not to mention the 10,000 years of accumulations of the 8 noble clans. We can only be sure when she comes out." Boom. Suddenly, a resplendent clump of light burst out from the bright multicolored light. That light was like the morning sun rising slowly. The beautiful Yu Chenxi was in the middle of the light. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, she looked like a fairy, elegant and refined. "She is out." All the multicolored light suddenly gathered together and formed a rainbow bridge. Yu Chenxi walked on the rainbow bridge towards the 3 elders. Chenxi greets first martial uncle, second martial uncle, and third martial uncle. Yu Chenxi smiled and bowed slightly. The first elder carefully sized up Yu Chenxi. His face was filled with shock. He muttered, "A peak consummation half-step martial monarch." Yu Chenxi revealed a faint smile and said, "I have also comprehended the state of light and state of cloud to their limits. I have also reached great perfection in the morning sun fist." The first elder laughed loudly and said, "Good. Now you are finally qualified to fight for the last 2 spots in the top 10. The 8 noble clans had 10,000 years of inheritance. Every noble clan had produced a martial emperor. Their descendants all had the bloodline of martial emperors. All of them had astonishing talent and were outstanding people. In every five-nation youth competition, the top 8 would be filled with different people. The only thing that did not change was that the top 8 were all disciples of the 8 noble clans. This was a fixed pattern that could not be changed. Furthermore, there had never been any surprises. Even for someone as strong as Yu Chenxi, the first elder could only say that she could fight for the 9th and 10th spots. It was impossible for her to get into the top 8. However, Yu Chenxi's expression did not change much. She only raised her head and looked in the direction of the great Qin nation in the distance. Her eyes revealed some anticipation. Yu Chenxi muttered to herself, "I wonder how strong that fellow is." Now that 2 years had passed, he had relied on the daybreak flower to improve his strength by leaps and bounds. Could he, who was alone and without a sect, still catch up? In the Evil Moon Pavilion, one of the top 10 super sects in Qin Nation, there was a moon-shaped lake. The top genius of the Evil Moon Pavilion, Bai Zhan, stood expressionlessly in the middle of the lake. At first glance, the lake was calm and tranquil. But if one looked carefully under the mirror-like surface of the lake, there were countless specks of red light that were constantly jumping. Their numbers were almost the same as the lake, half to half. If one's cultivation reached martial monarch and could extend out their mental energy, they would be shocked to discover that the specks of red light were actually hot sparks. Water and fire countered each other. This was the eternal law of nature. But at this moment, there were so many strange sparks burning in the vast lake. Wave of raging ice flames. Suddenly, Bai Zhan, who had a calm expression, shouted. The lake water that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. The surface of the lake surged. Countless pillars of water turned into ice, and the sparks burned into raging flames that soared into the sky. Finally, they merged into ice and fire, forming a huge shockwave that headed for a mountain range in the distance. Bang! A huge amount of energy erupted. The small mountain peak that was over a kilometer tall was blasted into powder by the impact of the shockwave. That was not all. Unexpectedly, a huge pit appeared in the ground below the mountain. It was 100 meters wide and bottomless. Bai Zhan revealed a maniacal smile. He laughed loudly and said, "I finally achieved the perfect ice and fire compatibility. Xiaoqin, you managed to escape with your life in the boundless sea. In the five-nation youth competition, I will make you lose face in front of everyone." Jianghu Continent, Great Chu Nation, Heavenly Sword Gate. Ding Fengqiu stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. 18 swords danced in the air in front of him, forming all sorts of formations. The long swords trembled in the air, giving off a buzzing sound. Everywhere they passed, a pitch-black tear appeared in the air, disappearing in a flash. These swords could even tear space temporarily. It was hard to imagine the might of these swords. "Senior brother, you can control 18 swords with your defensive sword technique." Jin Wuji, who had rushed over from behind, exclaimed in shock when he saw this scene. "Xiao." Ding Fengqiu casually withdrew the 18 swords into his spatial ring. He smiled gently and said, "Yes. However, I cannot maintain it for long." Jin Wuji said joyfully, "That is great. That Xiaoqin is definitely not a match for you. With 18 swords flying out, no one under martial monarch can receive them." Ding Fengqiu appeared very calm. He smiled faintly and said, "That is hard to say. Let's not talk about this for now. Why are you looking for me?" Jin Wuji recovered his wits and said, "The sect master told me to look for you. He said that the five-nation youth competition will start in 7 days. He wants you to go and choose a secret treasure." "Let's go then." Similar situations occurred in every corner of the Jianghu continent. As the five-nation youth competition entered its countdown, all the genius cultivators and closed-door cultivation came out one after another. Filled with boundless confidence as they waited for that day to arrive. In the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin sat before a waterfall. He looked somewhat leisurely as he watched the never-ending waterfall fall. 3 days ago, Xiaoqin had completely mastered the final move of the four-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. He named it Cycle of Seasons Endless Growth. He had already comprehended the Lightning Tribulation saber technique to great perfection and the four-season saber technique to the point of comprehending it. As for his other martial techniques such as the Battle Sage Origins Changing Character Formula, the Strength Character Formula, the exclusive saber technique of the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit, the Dragon Subduing Slash, and the exclusive movement technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. Due to various reasons, Xiaoqin could not cultivate the peak martial techniques of the Jianghu continent for now. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin decided not to cultivate bitterly. Instead, he came here every day to look at the waterfall and chat with Ao Jiao. He waited quietly for that day to arrive, tempering his mental state. The Battle Sage Origins changing character formula required Xiao Chen's cultivation to reach a deeper level before he could continue practicing it. Otherwise, he would only be able to cultivate it on the surface, and his opponent would be able to see through it easily. As for the strength character formula, although it was hidden in the Lunar Shadow Saber, there was no mental cultivation method to it. Xiao Chen was confused and could not learn it. Xiao Chen had already used the dragon subduing slash twice. The painful experience from back then was still fresh in his mind. If he wanted to live, how would he dare to use it again? Xiao Chen guessed that the requirement for this dragon subduing slash was not a cultivation realm but a physical body. Only when the physical body reached a certain level and could withstand the horrifying shockwaves would one be able to control it freely. After you advance to Martial Monarch, you should be able to cultivate the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. Sang Mu did not rely on the changing character formula to become famous in his early years. Ao Jiao, who was in the Lunar Shadow Saber, said rather calmly, "However, there is another possibility. Perhaps you are not suitable for cultivating the Battle Sage Origins. Hence, you have not been able to materialize your opponent's martial technique." Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "It's fine. Everyone has their own path. I am a bladesman and the Thunder King is a swordsman. It would be difficult for me to walk his path again. A saber was a saber and a sword was a sword. There was an insurmountable gap between a bladesman and a swordsman. A bladesman was tyrannical and mighty. Aside from that, there was no other special characteristic. A swordsman was different. The sword was a gentleman of weapons. No matter how tyrannical or mighty one was, there would always be a trace of elegance. Of course, there was no definite conclusion as to which of the two was stronger. It all depended on the individual's strength. Ao Jiao was somewhat surprised. She said, "I underestimated your trashy master. What you mean is that you do not want to be the second Thunder King. You only want to be your white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny it. He changed the topic and said, "I have always heard that the Thunder King defeated many noble clan geniuses in the Five-Nation Youth Competition. Speaking of which, what rank did he obtain in the Five-Nation Youth Competition?" The era of the Thunder King was the same as now. It was also a time when geniuses sprouted. There were many geniuses and countless heroes. Furthermore, the name of the Thunder King, Sang Mu, had spread throughout the Jianghu continent after the battle on the Wind Cloud platform. However, the great Qin nation did not know which rank he obtained back then because it was too long ago. Ao Jiao was about to say something when she heard footsteps. She could only stop herself and say, "Someone is coming." "Aha, Xiao Chen, you are really free. You still have the time to look at the waterfall?" Lu Suifeng walked over with a radiant smile on his face. He did not stop smiling. Xiao Chen looked back and a light flashed in his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Congratulations on breaking through to Martial King." Lu Suifeng chuckled and said, "I just broke through yesterday. This is all thanks to your spirit stones and spirit herbs. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break through the bottleneck of Martial King so quickly." Xiao Chen said calmly, "It is just a small matter. Why are you looking for me?" Lu Suifeng revealed a helpless expression. He said, I really don't know what to say to you. There are still 7 more days before the registration period for the Five-Nation Youth Competition. We have to depart immediately. The First Elder is currently gathering all the qualified participants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The requirements for this year's Five-Nation Youth Competition were already announced. As Lu Suifeng expected, they had to be martial kings below the age of 24. Compared to the previous Five-Nation Youth Competition, this was an entire grade higher. However, there would probably be more people participating. Heaven Viewing Platform. In the main hall of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen saw the other participants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Aside from him and Murong Chong, there were 4 others. They were all people that Xiao Chen knew: Qianduan Peaks Mu Chen, Tianyue Peaks Zhang Lai Yun Kursen, and the newly advanced martial king Lu Suifeng. There were more than 5,000 people in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only 6 people qualified to sign up. This was a rather unsightly number. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled at the others, taking it as a form of greeting. Since the First Elder had not arrived yet, they started chatting casually. They were all old acquaintances. They had participated in a life-and-death adventure together in a different space. They did not have any grudges against each other. Soon they started chatting happily. Only Murong Chong, who was proud and aloof, did not join in. Mu Chen looked at Xiao Chen and said to Yun Kursen and Zhang Lai ruefully, Back then in the different space, although the three of us were weaker than each other, it was not that big. In less than 2 years, Xiaoqin managed to fool us. Chapter 559. Xiaoqin said calmly, aside from a cultivator's talent and aptitude, if a cultivator wants to succeed, they need fortuitous encounters and luck. Perhaps in another 2 years, a fortuitous encounter will help all of you. Yun Kursen shook her head and said, I feel that everything you said is secondary. How far a cultivator can go depends on the cultivator's character in the end. The group chatted about some other topics. Not long after, the first elder, Jianghu, brought the second elder and the third elder over. Jianghu got right to the point. The 5-nation youth competition will be held in the Great Jin Nation's Dragon Ceiling Mountain Range. It is too far from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. We have to depart early. If there are any matters, I can give you an hour to prepare. We will depart immediately after 1 hour. Xiaoqin and the others shook their heads to indicate that there was no need to prepare. Jianghu nodded and said, Let's depart now then. The group followed Jianghu out. At some point in time, a crystalline jade ship had stopped in the empty space in front of the hall. Lu Suifeng was somewhat astonished. He said, This is Marshal Grand Aunt Shin's personal golden jade glazed ship. It is a high-ranked superior grade secret treasure. Is Marshal Grand Aunt Shin going with us? Jianghu nodded with a complicated expression. He said, Yes. All the sects in the world have to go to the Dragon Ceiling Mountain Range. We cannot tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, some things are not as simple as you think. We have to show off our strength. On the bow of the ship, the noble Shin Manjun smiled faintly and said, Jianghu, there is no need to tell the juniors about these things. Come on up. On a mountain peak in the Misty Sword sect in the Great Qin Nation, Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he looked at the churning clouds in front. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Misty Sword sect master who was behind him said sullenly, Chaoyun, although the Misty Sword sect has 9 people qualified to register this time, aside from you, none of them can clear the first stage. Chu Chaoyun turned around and smiled faintly. Sect master, rest assured. Be it for myself or for the Misty Sword sect's help, I will do my best in the 5-nation youth competition. Upon hearing this, the Misty Sword sect's sect master felt slightly more at ease. Chu Chaoyun's origins were mysterious. Even the Misty Sword sect's sect master could not completely figure out his strength. If Chu Chaoyun was willing to use his true strength, he would definitely be able to enter the top 20. The luck that the Misty Sword sect obtained was sufficient to allow the Misty Sword sect to stand firm in this great age. Alright then, I won't say anything unnecessary. We'll depart tomorrow. You should prepare for today. In the southern boundless sea, the South Sea's 4 prodigies gathered before a table. Their faces were filled with excitement, all of them looking eager to try. It's finally time to go. I've wanted to meet the geniuses of Dajin for a long time. I want to see if the 8 big families and 10 major factions are as powerful as the legends say. Don't be too confident, third brother. Although the density of the spiritual qi in the endless ocean isn't lower than that of Dajin, our heritage is still inferior to that of Dajin. Don't take it lightly. Big brother is right. However, us 4 brothers are not bad either. Since we were able to make a name for ourselves in the endless ocean, we will definitely do well in the continent. The leader of the Southern Sea's 4 prodigies picked up his wine cup and said ferociously, That's right. It is fine if we do not go out. However, when we go out, we must make a name for ourselves as the Southern Sea's 4 prodigies. Come, let's toast to us 4 brothers. Let's hope that we can all make it into the top 50. That's a must. Cheers. Cheers. Bang. The 4 clinked their cups and drained them in one go. Then they smashed their wine cups and laughed loudly. Then they headed for the warship that had already stopped. In the eastern boundless sea, in the forbidden land of the Divine Dragon Palace, 4 martial monarch elders looked anxiously at the spatial crack in the barrier. The hope of the Divine Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king Xinyuan Zhantian, had already been in the deep abyss demonic world for more than 2 months. Now 3 days had passed since the appointed time. However, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king Xinyuan Zhantian had not come out yet. Given Xinyuan Zhantian's memory, he would definitely not forget the appointed time. Unless there was only one possibility, he died. The 4 martial monarch elders all had unsightly expressions. Xinyuan Zhantian was the Divine Dragon Palace, no, the entire boundless sea. He was a rare genius cultivator in the past few thousand years. He would definitely become a martial sage in the future. The Divine Dragon Palace had spent countless resources on him. If such a person died, the divine dragon palace would not be able to bear the consequences. Your Majesty, we have already waited for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's choose someone else. The divine dragon palace needs someone to lead the team, one of the elders could not help but say. The Dragon King's sharp eyes appeared very calm. He said in a sonorous voice, "There is no need to say anything more. Jianghu is worth me waiting for another 7 days and 7 nights. In this glorious age, the rise of the divine dragon palace will belong to him." Dong, dong, dong. Right after the Dragon King spoke, heavy footsteps came from the barrier. The footsteps were very heavy. Every step was very heavy, causing the ground to tremble. The expressions of the 4 elders changed greatly. They thought that a powerful demonic beast had come out of the spatial crack, so they quickly turned their heads to look. They saw Xinyuan Zhantian covered in wounds from the spatial crack. His purple robes were dyed red. He carried the royal dragon horse, which looked even more severely injured than him, on his shoulder. The 4 revealed expressions of extreme shock. The royal dragon horse weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Could it be that Xinyuan Zhantian carried it all the way back with his injured body? Bang! Xinyuan Zhantian held the heavenly war halberd in his right hand and casually swung it forward. The barrier that could trap a rank 8 demonic beast immediately shattered. "Sorry, something unexpected happened to Brother Ma. I was trapped for a long time. I hope I am not late." Ancient desolate land under the vast heavenly extermination lake, a huge palace made of white jade floated quietly at the bottom of the lake. This palace was the mysterious headquarters of the Myriad Fiend Palace. Beside a garden in the palace, Bai seriously practiced the heart-nourishing universe sword technique. As the sword light danced around, the wind howled. It was like the world had turned upside down. A bright light flickered at his chest. As the light flickered, the might of the chainsword technique more than doubled. That flickering light was the heart of a swordsman that countless swordsmen yearned for even in their dreams. After 2 years, Bai's pure and charming face lost some of its childishness and gained a youthful charm. Her curvaceous figure also became more graceful. Coupled with her indistinct demonic aura, it gave the young girl a different kind of beauty. One look at her would make one sink into her. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps rang out. Bai sheathed her sword and turned her head to look. She discovered Mu Xinya walking over. Mu Xinya immediately revealed a joyful smile on her pretty face. She quickly ran over and said, "Elder Sister Xinya, are we going to the Great Jin Nation?" As one of the 3 peak geniuses of the Myriad Fiend Palace, naturally, Mu Xinya had to represent the Myriad Fiend Palace in the 5-nation youth competition. She rubbed Bai's head and said, "Yes, we are leaving soon." Bai continued to ask, "Elder Sister Xinya, Elder Brother Xiaochen will definitely participate, right?" Mu Xinya revealed a smile on her quiet face. Xiaochen's face appeared in her mind. She thought about how heroic he was in the ancient desolate tower. Mu Xinya nodded seriously and said, "He will definitely go." Bai smiled happily and said, "That's great. I can finally see Elder Brother Xiaochen." Shun Manjuan's golden jade glazed ship flew at Mach 3 in the clouds, heading for the Great Jin Nation's dragon sealing mountain. Several warships could be seen in the sky. Like the golden jade glazed ship, they were all heading in the same direction. Aside from the warships, there were also many cultivators traveling alone, riding on flying spirit beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were quite a few martial artists separated by a certain distance. Naturally, these people were all heading for the Great Jin Nation's dragon sealing mountain. However, only a small portion of them were there to prepare the 100 participants. Most of them were there to watch the excitement. The 5-nation youth competition was the start of the Age of Geniuses. It was a once-in-a-thousand-years event. It attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the continent. Everyone wanted to go and take a look. In this Age of Geniuses, who would be the true main character? Who would have the last laugh on the stage of competition? Who would be the true main character? However, the seats were limited. The spectator stands of the wind cloud platform could not accommodate all the cultivators. They had to hurry. If they were late, they would have made a wasted trip. The golden jade glazed ship moved very fast. Few spirit beasts or warships could keep up with it. Xiao Chen and the others watched the scenery on the deck and chatted casually. Suddenly Xiao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Why do I not see Leng Liusu? With her strength, she should have become a martial king after cultivating in the Holy Land for 2 years." That's right. Why is Leng Liusu not back? As the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Leng Liusu had not returned at such a crucial moment. When the crowd heard what Xiao Chen said, they could not help but feel it was strange. Murong Chong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "She has already become a core disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. She has already gone to the upper realm. The people of the three holy masters cannot come here to snatch luck." When the crowd heard this, they were astonished. At the same time, they felt it was strange how Murong Chong knew. After 6 days of non-stop flying at Mach 3, the Golden Jade glazed ship finally arrived at the Great Jin Nation's Dragon Sealing Mountain. They only needed to fly for another half a day to reach the Dragon Sealing Mountain. Jiang Qi and the other two elders had already walked out from the deck. They introduced the situation of the Great Jin Nation to Xiao Chen and the others. At the same time, they gave a simple explanation of the rules of the Five-Nation Youth Competition. The Five-Nation Youth Competition is split into the preliminaries and arena battles. No matter how many participants sign up, there are only 400 slots for the preliminaries. That is to say, only 400 people in the entire Jianghu continent can step onto the Wind Cloud platform. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was startled. He said, "So strict? If so many people are eliminated in the first round, won't some of the strong participants be buried?" Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Yes, but such a situation rarely happens. The preliminaries are very simple and fair. You will understand when you get there." The closer the warship got to the Dragon Sealing Mountain, the more warships they met. In the end, they would meet a warship every 100 meters. The warships were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were at least 10,000 warships and countless flying spirit beasts. The scene was boundlessly vast, shocking everyone. The density of the warships was simply too high. Shen Manjun had no choice but to slow down the Golden Jade glazed ship and advance slowly. After 4 hours, Jiang Qi pointed to a mountain range in front and said, "That is the Dragon Sealing Mountain." Chapter 560. Xiao Chen and the others quickly looked in the direction that Jiang Qi pointed. They saw hundreds of towering peaks at the limits of their vision. The positioning of the peaks was very strange. They actually formed a huge ring. The boundless clouds in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain range were also different. It was also different from the rest. Compared to the surrounding white clouds, it was clearly much thicker, and its color was also deeper. From a distance, the ring-shaped mountain range and the clouds in the middle looked like a cage trapping something. There were several tall towers on the peaks of the hundreds of mountains in the surroundings, and from time to time, there would be warships and flying spirit beasts resting on the peaks of the mountains. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He said, "There are hundreds of peaks here. Which peak is Dragon Sealing Mountain?" Jiang Qi smiled faintly and said, "That is the one in the middle. However, because it was too tall, someone chopped it down long ago. You can't see it now. You will be able to see it when you get to the top of the ring-shaped mountain range." After traveling for 10 minutes, the Golden Jade glazed ship stopped on one of the peaks in the ring-shaped mountain range. Many warships and huge flying spirit beasts were already parked on the peak. Countless people headed for the tower at the top of the mountain. Jiang Qi led the 6 to follow the crowd and entered one of the towers. The registration for this competition was in the Great Hall. The registration process was rather simple. After checking the age of the 6 people, they registered the names of the sect participants. Then they each received a dark dragon-shaped jade pendant. "Come, let's go to the top." After going through the circular staircase, the group arrived at the top of the tower with anticipation. The top floor did not have a roof. When the group stood there, they could look down at their surroundings, taking in the scenery for thousands of kilometers around. Many cultivators had already gathered at the top of the tower. Xiao Chen parted the crowd and looked at the mysterious center of the ring-shaped mountain range. What astonished Xiao Chen was that there was actually a large city in the center surrounded by the mountains. It was no smaller than the Shihe province's capital. Looking down from the top of the tower, the buildings in the city looked like ants. Only some strange circular stone pillars were several kilometers tall and looked relatively clear. There were hundreds of stone pillars scattered throughout the city. Some were tall, some were short, but they formed a strange pattern. Every stone pillar had a huge coiling dragon carved on it. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this was a city built on the middle of a mountain. The enormous mountain peak had been chopped off at the waist by someone. Then, on top of it, a magnificent city had been built. Jiang Qi explained to the 6, "That is Dragon Sealing City. Below it is the broken Dragon Sealing Mountain. Do you see those dragon pillars?" The first round begins. All the participants on the towers of the 100 peaks of the ring-shaped mountain range will fly towards Dragon Sealing City at the same time. As long as they can stand on the dragon pillars, they will qualify for the arena battles. The 10 dragon pillars in the middle are obviously much taller. Those who stand on them can obtain the qualifications to become a seeded player. That is also where the competition is the most intense. As for the taller of the 10 pillars, they are dragon pillars. She has said. Dragon, 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 chin of dragon spirit. Of chin of the dragon pillars, Chen spirit dragon the highest. After Lu Suifeng heard this, he said, so, the first stage is actually so simple. When an old man from another nation heard this, he could not help but smile coldly. He said, ignorant. In every 5-nation youth competition, 1/3 of the participants fall to their deaths. This year there will be even more. It is not as simple as you think. Jianghu followed up and said gravely, that is indeed the case. You have to stand on the dragon pillar for 1 minute before you qualify for the arena battles. You cannot leave after touching it. If you are knocked down before you can even stand for 1 minute, you will have to start all over again. The person who spoke earlier said, in 1 minute, you will have to endure endless attacks from all directions. Even if there aren't 10,000 participants, there are at least 7 or 8,000. You can imagine how bitter it will be when the time comes to compete for the 400 spots. When Lu Suifeng and the others heard this, they could not help but feel nervous. No wonder the first elder said that no one could take advantage of the situation to qualify for the arena battles. 1 minute was only 60 breaths. Normally this would pass in a flash. However, if one wanted to stand on the dragon pillar for 1 minute and endure attacks from all directions, it would be very difficult. This was because one would not be fighting one-on-one. One would have to endure countless attacks from all directions. If one was not careful, one would fall. Those who could qualify to participate in the 5-nation youth competition were all outstanding youths. Breaking through to Martial King at the age of 24, if they were not outstanding, what were they? However, among these 7 or 8,000 outstanding talents, only 400 true genius cultivators would be left after a round of cleansing. One could easily imagine how demonic the strength and talent of these 400 people were. The quality of the 5-nation youth competition was flabbergasting. Jianghu wanted to befriend the person who spoke. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, I am Elder Jianghu of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. May I ask for your great name? The person at the side was only about 50 years old. However, he was full of vigor and aura. Clearly he was a peak half-step martial monarch. When that person heard Jianghu's words, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, my great name is not that great. My family name is Du and my given name is Hui. I am the chief supervisor of the Great Jin Nation's Breaking Saber sect. Breaking Saber sect? Jianghu thought for a while, but he could not think of any powerful sect in the Great Jin Nation called the Breaking Saber sect. Du Hui smiled faintly and said, Brother Jiang, there is no need to overthink. The Breaking Saber sect is just a third-rate sect in the Great Jin Nation. How many people have signed up? When he thought about it, it made sense. Although the Great Jin Nation had 10 great sects, there were bound to be some small sects as well. Jianghu pointed at Xiao Chen and the others and replied, not many, only 6. A young disciple behind Du Hui mocked, I have heard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as well. It seems to be one of the 3 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. Unexpectedly, they only have 6 people. Our Breaking Saber sect is a third-rate sect, yet we have 10 odd people. That person's tone was very pleased with himself. The pride that was unique to the disciples of the Great Jin Nation was contained in his words, making others feel uncomfortable. The Great Jin Nation had many spirit veins and abundant spiritual energy. It was also vast and boundless. For 10,000 years, it had suppressed the 4 great nations. Jianghu's expression turned slightly awkward. He did not expect the other party to be so rude at such a young age. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. He said coldly, no matter how much rotten wood there is, it cannot be carved. To think that a third-rate sect in the Great Jin Nation could be so arrogant. Even an insignificant disciple dares to speak rudely to the older generation. Xiao Chen had finally seen the arrogance of the people of the Great Jin Nation. That young disciple said angrily, what do you mean by that? Are you calling us trash? You are just a disciple of a sect that is ranked at the bottom of the 4 great nations, yet you speak so arrogantly. Don't let me, Song Qing, meet you in the arena battles. Senior brother, don't say that to him. How can he be qualified to enter the arena battles? When the many sect disciples and lone cultivators on the roof saw this scene, they all looked over with interest. Du Hui frowned slightly. He did not want to blow things up. He cupped his fist and said to Jianghu, Brother Jiang, this disciple was rash. Sorry. Although Du Hui said that, he did not get Song Qing to apologize. He only led the group of Breaking Saber sect disciples to the other side of the tower. Before leaving, Song Qing looked at Xiao Chen and the others mockingly, looking down on them. Lu Suifeng said angrily, "Who are these people? They are just a third-rate sect in the Great Jin nation. How dare they speak like that?" Jianghu said helplessly, "Never mind, the people of the Great Jin nation are just like that." If Jianghu had known that the old man was from the Great Jin nation, he would not have had any intention of befriending him. When facing the people of the Great Jin nation, he naturally had a superior attitude. The first stage of the preliminaries would only begin after everyone had arrived. There were still many sects that had not arrived yet. Everyone could only continue waiting. The matter with the Breaking Saber sect was just a small interlude. It passed very quickly. Time slowly went by. Suddenly, someone in the crowd on the roof exclaimed, "The Haotian sect's warship is coming." On the mountain peak, the people on several towers immediately raised their heads and looked over. A warship the size of a golden mountain flew over from the distance. The unique flag of the Haotian sect was on the bow of the warship. It was easy to tell with one glance. Xiao Qin sighed to himself, the charm of the super sects is indeed extraordinary. The moment they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the Haotian sect's Yuchensi has already cultivated the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. That day there was a mysterious phenomenon of a rainbow light. Their sect master announced that their goal this time is to get into the top 10. It is not easy to get into the top 10. None of the super sects are easy to deal with. The crowd discussed. Soon another warship flew over. Someone recognized it and said, "The Evil Moon Pavilion's people are here as well." Bai Zhan managed to get into the top 20 in the previous 5 nations selection. I wonder what rank he will get this time. The Drifting Snow Sword sects and the Supreme E-Palace's warships are here as well. How impressive. The true inheritors of these two sects managed to get into the top 10 in the previous 5 nations selection. I wonder if they can hold on to that position this time. The Sun Moon Pavilion's people are here as well. The people of the 10 great sects are all here. The warships of the 10 great sects arrived one by one. They casually found a mountain peak and stopped. Among them, the Drifting Snow Sword sect's warship actually stopped at the mountain peak that Xiao Qin was at. However, the Drifting Snow Sword sect's people chose a different tower. When Xiao Qin looked over, he discovered that the Drifting Snow Sword sect's people had all been asked to leave. Damn it. The Drifting Snow Sword sect's people are really damn tyrannical. The moment they arrived, they chased us all away. The cultivators who were chased down had no choice but to go to the pavilion that Xiao Qin and the others were at and start cursing. Someone smiled coldly and said, "You only dare to curse here. The Drifting Snow Sword sect already has hundreds of participants. If you don't go down, where will the others stand?" Xiao Qin ignored these people's quarrels. He fixed his gaze on a white figure on the tower in front. It was a young man. This young man wore white clothes and had a cold gaze. He stared at the tallest of the hundreds of dragon pillars in Dragon Ceiling City. This young man stood there quietly. Even though he did not move at all, he looked like a lonely sword. As he stood there, his sword intent soared through the clouds, spreading a chill everywhere. When Jianghu saw the situation, he said softly, "That is the Drifting Snow Sword sect's first disciple, Lu Xiaoyan. He was ranked 9th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Back then he was only 18 years old. Now that a few years have passed, his icy sword intent has become even more terrifying." Chapter 561. The people of the 8 noble clans are here. Just at this moment, someone among the many peaks in the ring-shaped mountain range shouted. Immediately, a clamor resounded throughout the mountain range. The people of the 8 noble clans are finally here. Every time they dominate the top 8. I wonder if it will be the same this time. I don't think there will be any change. Even the super geniuses of the 10 great sects have given up. Who else can change? That is hard to say. Many of the geniuses participating in this 5-nation youth competition are outstanding talents from the Boundless Sea. I heard that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xinyuan Zhantian, is very powerful. He is already an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. A great Jin nation cultivator said unconvinced, "Unrivaled half-step martial monarch? That is only because he has not met the scions of the 8 noble clans yet. Any one of them would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, the Sima clan has already obtained the first rank 3 times in a row. The Sima clan's Sima Lingxian obtained the first rank in the previous 5-nation youth competition. If he can defend his first rank this time, then the Sima clan will have obtained the first rank 4 times in a row." 8 warships lined up in the distance. They were the warships of the Sima clan, the Bai clan, the Li clan, the Chen clan, the Wang clan, the Feng clan, the Nangong clan, and the Baiming clan. The 8 noble clans had many talents and were very strong. Even the 10 great sects could not compare to them. The moment they appeared, the atmosphere in the ring-shaped mountain range reached a climax. Everyone knew that the 8 noble clans had arrived. The first stage was about to begin. Who would obtain the qualifications to ascend to the wind cloud platform would be revealed soon. All participating cultivators, please wear your dragon-shaped jade pendant. I will count down from 10, and the first stage of the preliminaries will officially begin. After 7 or 8 minutes, a resonant voice resounded in Dragon Sealing City. The voice was infused with quintessence, so the tens of thousands of cultivators in the huge ring-shaped mountain range could hear it clearly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the countdown rang out, the noisy mountain peak immediately became quiet. No one spoke. There was only the sound of the wind and the approaching number. All the cultivators' hearts were in their throats. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown ended, all the participants in the towers of the ring-shaped mountain range, the outstanding talents of the ancient desolate land, the boundless sea, and the 5 great empires all moved at the same time. Shio shio shio. All sorts of sonic booms rang out continuously as they headed for Dragon Sealing City in the center. As far as the eye could see, there were young cultivators leaping down from all directions. There were more than 10,000 of them. 3 years of waiting, day and night of bitter cultivation. On this day, at this moment, all of the geniuses and outstanding talents under the starry sky began to move. Xiaochen wasn't in a rush to jump down. He looked calmly at the excited expressions on the faces of the various outstanding talents. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. The thick dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City churned continuously as the auras of countless young disciples stirred them up. A strong wind blew and dark clouds rolled. Vaguely, a resonant dragon roar resounded from within the heavy dark clouds. The dragon roar resounded throughout the world, shaking the ancients and the present. The cultivators and the spectator stands all felt a great aura bearing down on them. The clouds churned and spat out a great aura. An ancient and dignified aura spread out in the mountain range, freezing the air. Pooh! Suddenly, a small piece of the boundless dark clouds shattered. A dazzling golden light tore through the air and descended. Dragon Sealing City was dark all year round. The sun could not be seen. The thick dark clouds had not scattered for thousands of years. However, at this moment, a golden light actually descended. Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, "That is the golden light from the upper realm's Kunlun realm. It is the light of divinity." The previous 5-nation youth competition did not have such a scene. It is indeed the light of divinity. In the previous age of geniuses, there was such a mysterious phenomenon. It looks like this is indeed the age of geniuses. The vast auras of tens of thousands of geniuses attracted the attention of the upper realm. According to rumor, the one who ranks highly in this 5-nation youth competition will have a chance to enter the upper realm as a martial monarch. Now that I think about it, it is true. The intense battles on the 400 dragon pillars had already started. 30 to 40 geniuses fought over each dragon pillar. The scene was incredibly miserable. For the sake of the 400 spots, everyone had done their best. Everyone knew what this 5-nation youth competition meant. If they missed this opportunity, they would not be able to make it. If they missed this opportunity, they would forever be a supporting character in this great age of cultivators. The 10 tallest dragon pillars in the middle were currently very calm. Not many people fought over them. Everyone knew what these 10 dragon pillars meant. The most intense battles would take place there. Without strong strength, if one tried to fight for them, they would instantly lose their qualification for the preliminaries. The 8 noble clans' towers had 8 noble scions standing on the roof. The 8 of them chatted cheerfully, appearing very calm. To everyone, obtaining 400 spots would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, these 8 people did not care about it at all. They were not worried at all. Brothers, I Qianwen will take my leave first. You guys continue chatting. Among the 8 noble scions, a man wearing gorgeous robes of alternating blue and white smiled gently and performed a cupped fist salute before leaving. Shio. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but after he left, another hole appeared in the thick dark clouds above. A dazzling golden light descended from the sky like a sharp sword. Soon only 2 of the 8 noble scions remained. They were the Bai clans Bai Qi and the Sima clan Sima Lingxian. These 2 were the champions of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Every time a noble scion leaped down, a resplendent golden light would descend from the sky. Those who paid attention would be astonished when they saw it. Sima Lingxian was very tall and slender. His eyebrows were extremely sharp, and his eyes were as resplendent as the stars. His face was very handsome, it looked like he was carved by the gods. There was a kind of person in the world who was born extraordinary. Even in the vast sea of people, one look would be able to separate him from the rest of the world. Without a doubt, Sima Lingxian was such a person. Just by standing there he gave off a strong aura. Everyone could not help but feel a pressure in their hearts. Bai Qi took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then he stood before the railing and prepared to leap down. Sima Lingxian turned his body slightly and looked at Bai Qi. He nodded and said, "Bai Qi, I heard that you completely practiced the most difficult four-season saber technique of your Bai clan. In the past 3,000 years, you are the first cultivator under the age of 30 in the Bai clan to practice this saber technique to great perfection." Bai Qi did not deny it. He smiled gently and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" "You must be joking." Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, "Bai Qi, I just hope that you will not lose as badly as you did 3 years ago. It would be good if you could give me some pressure." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he laughed loudly and leaped onto the railing. He stared at the tallest of the 400 dragon pillars and a strong aura spread out from his body. Oh, oh. A strong wind immediately blew from the distance, making Sima Lingxian's robes flutter. When his aura reached its peak, Sima Lingxian pushed off the railing heavily and flew towards the tallest dragon pillar. Bo, 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 bo. 8 beams of golden light shot down from 10 kilometers above. The golden lights were very dazzling and beautiful. They encased Sima Lingxian and moved with him in the air. Damn! Divine light enveloping him. How strong is Sima Lingxian exactly? Such a strange mysterious phenomenon attracted the gazes of all the cultivators in the surrounding mountains. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly. His expression was somewhat unsightly. 3 years ago, although he was ranked second, he did not last more than 10 moves against Sima Lingxian. He had allowed Sima Lingxian to climb to the top without any pressure. Sima Lingxian, the four-season saber technique is not as simple as you think. This time I, Bai Qi, will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me. Bai Qi gently pushed off the ground and his figure floated up. Unexpectedly, his target was the tallest dragon pillar as well. 4 beams of golden light descended from the sky. However, they did not move with Bai Qi. There was a gap between them and Sima Lingxian. The competition lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, but no one managed to climb the dragon pillar. Amid the saber lights and sword images, several cultivators fell down, injured. Miserable cries rang out. If one was unlucky and suffered a sneak attack from too many people, they would die. Xiao Qin swept his gaze through the crowd. He had a rough idea of how to obtain a spot. His gaze fixed on the outermost dragon pillar. Xiao. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground heavily and shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow. 8 small holes appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. Just as the 8 beams of golden light were about to land, for some reason, the small holes instantly closed up with a xiao sound. Of course, no one noticed this small detail. Far away from the most intense competition in the center, Xiao Qin headed for the most unremarkable dragon pillar at the periphery. Even so, there were still 30 people fighting over this dragon pillar. The battles around the dragon pillar were exceptionally intense. The dragon pillar was empty, but no one dared to stand on it. Earlier, when a few people tried to stand on it, they were targeted. That miserable state was not too long ago. Xiao. Just as the 30 people fought, a figure suddenly appeared on the dragon pillar. That person was dressed in white and had a slender saber at his waist. He had a calm expression without any fluctuations. Where did this brat come from? How dare he snatch our spot? How reckless. Beat him up. When the 30 people saw Xiao Qin stand on the dragon pillar, they stopped fighting without saying a word. Then they launched all sorts of attacks at Xiao Qin from all directions. The weakest of the people attacking were martial kings. There were many peak superior grade martial kings. 1 or 2 of them were even half-step martial monarchs. Coincidentally, the first to attack was the half-step martial monarch Song Qing of the Breaking Saber Gate. When he saw Xiao Qin standing on the dragon pillar, he smiled coldly to himself. This brat is just a sect disciple of the great Qin nation. Does he think that anyone can stand on this dragon pillar? Even Song Qing was not in a rush to stand on it. It was not easy to face everyone's attacks for a minute. He had to wait until everyone's essence was exhausted before he was confident of standing on it for a minute. Chapter 562. Bang! All sorts of lights landed on the white figure. Light exploded, and in the midst of chaos, the figure was directly blown to pieces. Is he dead? Everyone felt it was strange. They felt that this was easier. However, when they looked carefully, they discovered that he had indeed died without a complete corpse. Only then did they relax. Someone laughed loudly and said, "He can't even block one move and he dares to join in the fun? He is truly reckless." Is that so? Just at this moment, a deep, cold laugh came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the figure that they had just killed. He was dressed in white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. He had a calm expression as he reappeared. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with this group of people. He directly executed the lightning tribulation saber technique. He drew his saber and a resplendent pillar of light elongated. The cultivators who had just turned their heads thought that they had blasted Xiaoqin into pieces. Suddenly they encountered such an intense attack and were caught off guard. The 10-odd people in a straight line immediately had their protective essence shattered by the pillar of light, causing them to fall. Several of the younger cultivators with weaker cultivations vomited large mouthfuls of blood and cried out miserably as they fell from the sky. The dragon pillar was more than 2 kilometers tall. If one did not circulate their essence and fell from such a height, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Xiaoqin managed to defeat most of the group of 30 people. He only used a small trick, the life bestowal spell. This saved Xiaoqin a lot of effort. He could use less essence and did not have to bring out all his trump cards. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of Song Qin, who was hiding in the crowd. He had not expected Xiaoqin to be so strong. The Great Qin nation was the weakest of the 5 great nations. Furthermore, this fellow came from a small sect. Song Qin originally thought that he was just an ordinary genius. However, when Xiaoqin attacked, he instantly knocked down 10-odd people. With Song Qin's insight, he immediately understood what was going on. Xiaoqin was not as simple as Song Qin thought. Xiaoqin's strength was equal to his, perhaps even slightly stronger. "No, I absolutely cannot let this brat participate in the arena battles." A ruthless look flashed in Song Qin's eyes as he hid in the crowd. "Everyone, let's attack together. We can't let this kid snatch away our spots. This guy is too despicable. He actually launched a sneak attack on us." He shouted loudly, but Song Qin kept retreating. He didn't intend to take the lead at all. Kill. There were very few spots and none of them wanted to give up. Even though they knew that Xiaoqin was stronger than any of them, they wouldn't give up so easily. Xiaoqin glanced coldly at Song Qin, who had hidden far away. Then he ignored him and focused on the group of genius cultivators before him. Those who came to participate in the competition were all cultivators with outstanding talent. They were not martial kings who cultivated trashy cultivation techniques. They all had their own trump cards. Wanting to deal with 10-odd peak martial kings in one go was clearly not a wise thing to do. Xiaoqin swept his gaze around and locked on to the 3 strongest people. He had to establish his might in order to completely intimidate this group of people. "Blue Dragon Tail Whip." Xiaoqin shouted, and his figure moved in a strange arc in midair. It was like a huge true dragon's tail swung gently. A boundless strong wind blew as he pierced through the dense crowd. Suddenly Xiaoqin's clear eyes turned scarlet. A boundless killing intent surged out. The peak superior grade martial king Xiaoqin locked on to immediately felt the pressure on him increase. Massacre, hatred, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions erupted in his mind. His movements immediately slowed. By the time he reacted, he discovered that Xiaoqin's pitch-black saber was already before his neck. His eyes immediately revealed an expression of extreme horror. Xiaoqin flipped his palm, and his saber turned into the back of the saber. Then he chopped at the other party's neck. If Xiaoqin was not an enemy, there was no need to kill him. Offending the sect behind him was not a good thing either. The strongest of the 3 martial kings managed to survive. However, he cried out miserably as the essence on the back of the saber knocked him to the ground. Although all this took a long time to describe, from the moment Xiaoqin used the blue dragon tail whip to the moment the other party fell, only a moment had passed. It was so fast that no one could keep up with Xiaoqin's rhythm. Several of the cultivators in front were still moving forward due to inertia. Xiaoqin looked around and fixed his gaze on the second peak martial king. Then he used Wuxia shakes the heavens and a purple divine Wuxia tree descended from the sky. Due to the difference in strength, that martial king could only resist for a few breaths of time before the divine Wuxia tree suppressed him and sent him crashing into Dragon Sealing City. Only now did everyone react. There were many attacks of different colors and all sorts of states. Saber chi, sword chi, and spear chi flew in all directions. There were countless of them. Even with Xiaoqin's strength, if he received these attacks head-on, he would suffer significant internal injuries. His figure trembled slightly as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and turned into 9 figures. Bang, bang, bang. As the shock waves exploded, Several clones were blasted into nothingness. However, Xiao Qian's main body took advantage of the chaos to arrive beside the third peak martial king. This time Xiao Qian did not use any techniques. He clashed with that person with his saber. When the weapons clashed, a surging essence exploded out. The huge difference in strength caused the other party's weapon to shatter into countless pieces. His palms split open and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Xiao Qian defeated 3 people in 3 moves. Furthermore, he was clearly the strongest person among them. The others immediately stopped what they were doing and carefully took a few steps back. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber and said calmly to the crowd, "Go somewhere else. This dragon pillar is mine." Xiao Qian's calm tone left no room for doubt. Furthermore, he displayed great strength. His image of Xiao Qian immediately became unfathomable in their minds. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, a superior-grade martial king suddenly launched a sneak attack. While Xiao Qian was speaking, this superior-grade martial king silently attacked from behind. This superior-grade martial king's concealment was on point. As he moved quickly, there was no sound of wind. He did not leak any killing qi. This was a perfect sneak attack. Unfortunately, this superior-grade martial king met Xiao Qian, a cultivator that could not be judged by common sense. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart. It was like Xiao Qian had eyes at the back of his head. He quickly turned around and executed the final 2 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist in an instant. The breaking armor fist broke through the other party's protective essence. The seizing the heart pierced through the other party's chest at lightning speed. In an instant, the person who was alive a moment ago turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye and fell to the ground. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer." When the others saw the situation, they were completely frightened. They no longer had any wishful thinking and they all scattered. As for Song Qin, he had already fled far away when he saw that the situation was not good. Xiao Qian could not be bothered with this person. If Song Qin obtained one of the 400 spots, he would have a chance to meet him in the arena battles. If Song Qin could not even qualify, then there was no need to care about him. The world turned quiet. Xiao Qian stood on the dragon pillar calmly. This time he was truly standing on it. How long was 1 minute? It was only 60 breaths. If no one disturbed him, it would pass very quickly. 10, 9, 8, 7, Xiao Qian counted the time in his heart. By the time the others saw the mysterious phenomenon, it was already too late. 1 minute had finally passed. Huang Dang. Huang Dang. The 1-kilometer-long dragon pillar under Xiao Qian's feet shook violently. The dragon carvings around the stone pillar instantly came to life. Boom. The spiraling stone dragon roared ferociously. Every scale on its body gave off a golden light. Finally, it soared into the sky and into the clouds. The dragon roared and reverberated throughout the valley. The huge dragon tore through the thick dark clouds and flew into the mysterious distance. A golden pillar of light descended from the distant sky, encasing Xiao Qian on the stone pillar. Someone succeeded. Who is it? Which one of the 8 noble clans? Or is it a disciple of one of the 10 great sects? Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him before? He looks unfamiliar. Could this be his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition? That can't be. Unexpectedly, a newcomer obtained the top spot. Xiao Qian, who was enveloped in the light, immediately attracted the gazes of the tens of thousands of people in the tower. Everyone was very surprised. First elder Xiao Qian succeeded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder said excitedly, revealing a joyful expression. Jianghu appeared rather calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Quantity is not important. As long as it is the essence, that is enough." When the breaking saber gates Du Hui heard these words, he felt very uncomfortable. Earlier, his disciple had mocked Xiao Qian for being a country bumpkin who came from a small place. However, Xiao Qian's disciple was the first to qualify. As for Song Qin, he had been scared off by Xiao Qian, not even having the courage to fight. The golden pillar of light lasted for a full minute before it slowly descended. The instant the light scattered, the smooth stone pillar shrank back into the ground with a shio sound. The 2-kilometer-tall pillar descended into the ground in a second. This made Xiao Qian feel like he was on an elevator in an amusement park in his previous life. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding buildings were lined up neatly. It seemed like they followed some sort of pattern. The buildings in Dragon Ceiling City gave off an ancient and grand feeling. A heavy and ancient aura washed over Xiao Qian. The weight of history was evident here. Xiao Qian picked up the dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging at his waist and looked at it. The originally dim jade pendant was now filled with vibrant colors. There was a tiny golden dragon in the translucent jade pendant. It swam around slowly, looking very interesting. Bo, bo. A cool breeze suddenly blew over, brushing aside the hair in front of Xiao Chen's forehead, which was covered by a blue strip of cloth, revealing his delicate and handsome face. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a middle-aged man in yellow robes silently approaching. The cool breeze came from this person. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. If it were not for that cool breeze, he would not have sensed this person's arrival. That was to say, this person could kill him silently as easily as flipping his hand. That cool breeze was probably purposely sent out by this person. Xiao Chen did not dare to be disrespectful to someone of such cultivation. He performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "May I know who Senior is?" Chapter 563. The yellow-robed middle-aged man glanced at the dragon-shaped jade pendant at Xiao Chen's waist. He smiled faintly and said, "I am the organizer of the 5-Nation Youth Competition. What is your name? Do you have a sect?" So, he is the organizer of the 5-Nation Youth Competition. No wonder he has such a high cultivation. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I am Xiao Chen from the Great Qin Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion." The yellow-robed middle-aged man thought for a while before saying, "Come with me. I will bring you to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's residence. The arena battles will start in 3 days. You can rest there for the next few days. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around the city." The two of them moved very fast. They leaped over many tall buildings. In a few breaths of time, they arrived at an independent courtyard. There were only a few small rooms in the courtyard. It looked very simple. Although it was simple, it could be described as crude. The yellow-robed middle-aged man explained, "The style of the courtyard is based on the strength of the sect and the performance of the sect disciples in the 5-Nation Youth Competition. If there are no objections, I will take my leave first." Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. In the entire continent, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not considered a big sect. In the past, they did not have any outstanding disciples. However, in this 5-Nation Youth Competition, Xiao Chen, would definitely change the situation. He would not let the descendants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion live in such a wretched place. Being the first to qualify for the next round had a lot to do with Xiao Chen's choice. People with his strength would have all gone to fight for the seated spot. The inheritors of the 10 great sects, the heirs of the 8 noble clans, and the top sects of the 4 nations surrounded the 10 tallest dragon pillars. The heavenly sword gates Ding Fengqiu, the beast-taming abode Zuemo, the myriad fiend palaces Mu Xinya Chu Mu, and the 1,000-sword pavilion Xiaxian were all carefully testing the waters. It was impossible for them to fight to the death with each other in advance. They could only test each other out. Hence they were even more cautious. They could not decide who would stand on top in a short period of time. The arena battles had 2 elimination rounds. Each round required 20 matches, eliminating 100 people. Only after the 2 elimination rounds could one qualify for the finals. The seeded spot did not need to participate in the first elimination round and could directly enter the second round. This was equivalent to having 20 fewer matches. Naturally, such an advantage made people jealous. The top-seeded contestant had even more benefits. He could skip 2 elimination rounds and directly enter the finals. Apart from that, the seeded player was also a fight for reputation. Simply put, it was a fight for face. Xiao Chen had his own ideas. In his opinion, as long as he handled it well, he wouldn't have to reveal his true strength in the first 20 battles. Moreover, seeded players were more likely to be in the eye of the storm and become the target of others' research. Keeping a low profile would always bring unexpected benefits. The one who had the last laugh would be the real winner. Xiao Chen did not rush into his room to rest. Instead, he leaped onto the roof and sat down to watch the fight for the first seed. Sima Lingxian was the most outstanding genius of the Sima clan in the past few thousand years. He was the undisputed champion of the previous 5-Nation Youth Competition. Xiao Chen was also very curious about what kind of person he was. Surrounded by the 8 beams of golden light, Sima Lingxian arrived before the tallest and largest dragon pillar without any fear. His gaze was fiery and strong self-confidence filled his eyes. It was like the tallest dragon pillar already belonged to him. Aside from him, no one else could stand on it. The first seed was him, Sima Lingxian. This kind of strong self-confidence, coupled with his own strength, made his aura seem extremely terrifying. Regular cultivators would automatically feel inferior with just one glance. If they fought with him, they would lose before they even started. Xiao Chen muttered, "What strong self-confidence. This is an unshakable confidence in his own strength. This confidence makes him stronger, and his strength makes him even more confident. With the two complementing each other, it forms a unique aura." Sima Lingxian was indeed not simple. However, once his self-confidence suffered a blow, he would fall to rock bottom. It would be hard for him to climb back up. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. One could be confident, but one could not be blindly confident. Of the 3,000 great realms, the Jianghu continent and the Sky Dome realm were just ordinary great realms. The other great realms definitely had stronger geniuses. While one was confident, one had to remember to keep a low profile. Only when one truly stood at the peak could one look down on others. This was Xiao Chen's point of view. It was also the way he conducted himself. Hence, he did not fight for the first seed title. There was no need for it. Suddenly Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He smiled faintly and said, "Someone wants to fight with Sima Lingxian for the first seed. Now we can see how strong you are." High in the sky, Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi, who was opposite the dragon pillar. He smiled gently and said, "Bai Qi, do you want to taste defeat now? The arena battles have not started yet. If your mental state is not stable, it will affect your strength." Feeling the absolute confidence in Sima Lingxian's words, Bai Qi said calmly, "If I retreat without a fight, my mental state will truly suffer a blow. If I can relax, so what if I lose?" In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Bai Qi was the undisputed second rank. He was also a rare genius of the Bai noble clan. Look, Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian are fighting. He lost miserably 3 years ago. I wonder if Bai Qi can turn the tables? I heard that Bai Qi practiced the Bai clan's most difficult 4-season saber technique to great perfection. Now, his strength has increased explosively. I heard that the Bai clan's ancestor obtained the 4-season saber technique from a nameless ancient grave. After he found it, no one could understand it. It was only after the Bai clan's genius, Bai Shueha, comprehended it that he pointed out a path for the later generations. That is indeed the case. The 4-season saber technique is incredibly strong. It can be said to be the strongest martial technique under heaven-ranked martial techniques. Even though Bai Shueha pointed out a path, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to understand Bai Shueha's meaning before the age of 30. Who knows, Bai Qi might really be able to use this 4-season saber technique to wash away his humiliation. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the ring-shaped mountain range immediately felt excited. After 3 years, this scene reappeared. These two were undoubtedly going to fight a fierce battle. If they really fought, it would be very exciting. Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi and smiled. It is said that the saber intent of a bladesman is stronger than the sword intent of a swordsman before advancing to martial sage. Bai Qi, I will not take advantage of the difference in our cultivations. If your saber intent can defeat my sword intent, I will let you have the first seed. The moment Sima Lingxian said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Saber intent was very difficult to form, at least 10 times harder than sword intent. However, once saber intent was formed, its might would definitely be stronger than sword intent of the same level. As long as one advanced to martial sage, one's sword intent and saber intent would have their own souls. Bai Qi's black pupils constricted slightly. He asked, "Are you serious?" A strong self-confidence flickered on Sima Lingxian's handsome face. He laughed loudly and said, "Of course I am serious. Since I want to defeat you, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will defeat you in what you are most proud of. Otherwise, what would be the point?" Arrogant. Bai Qi was truly enraged. Although he was not as strong as Sima Lingxian, he did not feel that they were far apart. However, Sima Lingxian was overbearing. Since ancient times, there had been a conclusion about saber intent and sword intent. Saber intent was hard to form and practice. However, its might was definitely stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian was so arrogant today. He only used sword intent to compete with saber intent. He truly did not care about Bai Qi at all. Xiao Qin, who was on the roof of Dragon Ceiling City, felt it was strange as well. The strength of saber intent was a publicly acknowledged fact. Back then, when the bloody bladesman Sun Guangxuan advanced to martial monarch, he was able to beat up a small perfection inferior grade martial monarch Northern Sea Alliance elder to the point where he could not retaliate. This was because of saber intent. Small perfection saber intent could increase a cultivator's offensive power by 30%. When one advanced to martial monarch, the base number increased. The 30% increase became even more horrifying. Saber intent was sufficient for a bladesman to have the ability to challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Xiao Qin was a bladesman himself. He had a deep understanding of this. He muttered to himself, "Is this fellow really arrogant, or does he really have an unrivaled strength?" Bai Qi drew his saber in rage. A surging saber intent immediately surged out, and the long saber blade hummed endlessly. Combined with Bai Qi's strong strength, When the saber intent spread out, the sabers of all the bladesmen in the ring-shaped mountain range trembled slightly. A pure saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber, turning into a sharp, formless shockwave as it shot towards Sima Lingxian. The sharp, formless shockwave represented Bai Qi's rage, his pride and many other things. With hatred in his heart, there was no point in saying anything. I'll let this strong saber intent settle everything, prove that I, Bai Qi, am not as weak as Sima Lingxian made me out to be. Above the ring-shaped mountain range, the many cultivators could feel the strength of the saber intent in the distance. They all praised it in soft voices. The bladesmen among the cultivators felt it the most. When they looked at this saber, their hearts filled with respect and anticipation. The world came with the sword before the saber. Although the strength of a bladesman or swordsman depended on the individual's performance, due to historical reasons, the status of a bladesman was always lower than that of a swordsman. This could be seen from the number of bladesmen and swordsmen on the continent. Furthermore, a truly unrivaled bladesman had not appeared for many years already. Most of the experts in the world cultivated the sword. The famous Thunder King from 1,000 years ago also cultivated the sword. Now, the strongest genius, Sima Lingxian, also cultivated the sword. The saber had been silent for too long. Now, the great Jin nation's Bai Qi could be considered the most famous bladesman of the younger generation. When Bai Qi swung his saber at Sima Lingxian, he carried the hopes of these bladesmen. They hoped that a true bladesman would become unrivaled in the world again. Xiao Qin, who was on the roof, nodded and said softly, based on the range of the saber intent, it should have reached small perfection. Let's see how Sima Lingxian deals with this. Sima Lingxuan's handsome face did not show much surprise. He smiled and said, "You just touched the threshold of saber intent a year ago. In such a short time, you have already reached small perfection. Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, Sima Lingxian." A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxuan's body. That self-confidence seemed to condense into an aura. The wind in the air could not withstand this aura. It flowed wildly, kicking up a strong wind. This caused Sima Lingxuan's clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Chapter 564. Above the vast dragon-ceiling city, all the geniuses under the starry heavens seemed to be dwarfed by this confidence. Countless stars flickered in the night sky. He was silently telling everyone that he, Sima Lingxian, was the most resplendent star. When Sima Lingxian drew his sword, it gave off a sharp light. The strong wind that blew immediately surrounded the sword. The strong and surging sword intent slowly rose. Soon it reached small perfection. Then it continued to climb to 40% comprehension. Just when everyone thought that this was the end, the sword intent continued to rise. 50% comprehension. 60% comprehension. Sima Lingxuan's sword intent had actually reached 60% comprehension. Another 10% would be the true great perfection sword intent. That was a level that several seniors of the sword Dao could not reach. A solid and sharp energy surged out from the tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword intent. In an instant, it broke the formless energy formed by Bai Qi's saber intent. Pu Si. After breaking the saber intent, Sima Lingxuan's sword intent dimmed slightly. However, its form was scattered, but its intent remained. Its sharpness did not diminish. Kaxie. Just as the sword intent was about to strike Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. The sharp sword intent instantly scattered. The sword intent turned into a formless sword wind and spread wildly in all directions. A few unlucky cultivators were struck by this sword wind and immediately suffered minor injuries. The many cultivators on the top of the thousands of towers in the surrounding mountain ranges were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. They had expected Sima Lingxian to be strong. However, they had not expected him to be this strong. Unexpectedly, he could crush his opponent's saber intent within the same generation. A small perfection saber intent was equivalent to a 30% comprehended saber intent. However, Sima Lingxian comprehended his sword intent to 60% comprehended, twice as strong as his opponent. Although Bai Qi's saber intent was strong, it was a tragedy for him to run into Sima Lingxian. 60% comprehended sword intent. Bai Qi did not lose unjustly. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. The title of the top genius is indeed not an exaggeration. The top seed is definitely him. He is confident and talented. Furthermore, he has the support of a noble clan. His future is destined to be extraordinary. I reckon the Sima family is going to win 4 consecutive championships. If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid they will eventually become the strongest family in the world. The many cultivators in the mountain range all sighed as they looked at Sima Lingxian, who was enveloped by the 8 beams of golden light. They were not stingy with their praises. At the very edge of the 400 dragon pillars, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king Xinyuan Zhantian looked at Sima Lingxian, who had used his sword intent to defeat Bai Qi. He revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Interesting. This 5-nation youth competition is indeed the right choice. It is much better than the elite competition in the Boundless Sea. I finally found a place where I can bring out my strength. Everyone says that Bai Qi did not lose unjustly. However, I feel that he lost unjustly. Aha! Not only is this Sima Lingxian strong, but his schemes are also terrifying." While Xinyuan Zhantian was in a daze, the other competitors who were also fighting for this dragon pillar all smiled sinisterly. "Fool, to think you are still in a daze at this moment." He brandished his weapon and sent a sharp attack at Xinyuan Zhantian. Bang! Xinyuan Zhantian recovered his wits and smiled faintly. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and an azure flood dragon circled around the halberd before exploding. The weapons of the competitors who sneak attacked Xinyuan Zhantian all flew out. "Ehe! The game is over. Little friends, I have no time to play with you." Xinyuan Zhantian smiled coldly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he swept his heavenly war halberd everywhere. A strong dragon-shaped shockwave burst out. The crowd could not even block one move and fell. Behind the central dragon pillar, Bai Qi had an extremely stunned expression on his face. After a while he suddenly reacted and said angrily, "Sima Lingxian, you did that on purpose?" Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said without any fear, "That's right. I did that on purpose. If you admit defeat you can go." Bai Qi was not satisfied in his heart. He could only endure the bitterness in his heart. However, he could only leave helplessly to fight for the other 9 seated spots. The two's exchange confused others. However, Xiao Qin, who was on the roof, understood what was going on. Sima Lingxian had set this up from the very start. He knew how powerful the 4-season saber technique was and that Bai Qi was not the Bai Qi from 3 years ago. Sima Lingxian would not be able to obtain an easy victory. Hence, he purposely competed in saber intent. Normal people would know that saber intent was stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian still wanted to compete. There had to be a reason behind it. However, the situation forced him to. Sima Lingxian had said those words before everyone. Even if Bai Qi knew it was inappropriate, he had no choice but to brace himself. Furthermore, Bai Qi felt that his saber intent might not necessarily be weaker than his opponent's sword intent. Hence he dove in. Thus, everyone saw Sima Lingxian easily defeat Bai Qi. This made Sima Lingxian's confidence even stronger. However, in the end this was just an open scheme and not a hidden one. Sima Lingxian had indeed relied on his own strength to defeat Bai Qi. No matter how sullen Bai Qi felt, he had still lost this battle. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the artistry. From Sima Lingxian's display, Xiao Qin had a rough understanding of his strength. Sima Lingxian's sword intent was very strong. However, when he withdrew his sword, he did not control the sword intent flying around. Xiao Qin could clearly feel that Sima Lingxian had wanted to control him at that time. If he did not, the sword wind flying around would be even stronger, more than enough to kill the cultivator struck by it. The sword intent that he can control perfectly should only be 50% comprehended. Forcefully raising it to 60% is already his limit. Xiao Qin thought to himself, Sima Lingxian is very strong. However, he is not so strong that he is undefeatable. The strongest thing about him is that horrifying, heaven-defying confidence in his heart. While Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi fought, the fights for the other dragon pillars did not stop. However, the spectators focused their attention on the two of them. At this moment, the fights for the dragon pillars in several places had already concluded. Several people stood firmly on the dragon pillars. Their expressions were either excited or calm as they waited for the golden dragon to soar. Great waves washed away the sand. Under this starry sky, the true elite geniuses would appear one by one. Rumble. Rumble. As 1 minute slowly passed, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars under these people started to struggle. They looked like they would soar into the sky at any moment. However, just as the huge dragons were about to soar into the sky, they suddenly stopped moving. It was like time had frozen. The huge dragon sculptures that came to life were all motionless. It was like something shocking was about to appear, so they did not dare to be presumptuous. The participants who qualified could not help but show startled expressions. They quickly looked towards the center of the plaza. They saw Sima Lingxian standing calmly on the tallest and largest dragon pillar. The huge dragon scales circling the stone pillar immediately turned golden. Then they turned into a golden dragon soaring into the sky. A great dragon is indeed a great dragon. The great dragon has not moved yet. How can the little dragon move first? Some of the cultivators who had watched the previous 5-nation youth competitions laughed gently. There was no surprise on Xiao Chen's face. It had always been like this in the past. As long as someone stood on the dragon pillar in the middle, they would not be able to do so. Even if a participant stood on the other dragon pillars, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars would not be able to fly. This was because the dragon in the middle was a true great dragon, the king of dragons. Once the king appeared, the other huge dragons had to retreat. Sima Lingxian, who was encased in the golden light, looked at the dumbfounded people around him. His lips curled up in a smile, and the confidence in his heart grew even stronger. 3 years ago Sima Lingxian, stood here proudly as well. No one was a match for him. 3 years later, when the age of geniuses arrived, Sima Lingxian, was still standing here. He wanted to prove that even in this age of geniuses, Sima Lingxian, could still stand at the peak, becoming the main character of this age. He wanted to bring the luck of the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm and meet the geniuses of the other great realms. Then he would trample on his opponents one by one. Only Sima Lingxian, was the main character. Only Sima Lingxian, was worthy of standing here. Only Sima Lingxian, was qualified to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm, to compete with the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Sima Lingxian's strong confidence spread into the sky above Dragon Ceiling City, a boundless strong wind blew. A resonant dragon roar suddenly came from the 400 dragon pillars. That dragon roar resounded everywhere. As the sound waves spread out, they scattered the strong wind that Sima Lingxian's aura gathered. A huge golden dragon soared into the sky. Although that golden dragon was smaller than Sima Lingxian's golden dragon, its aura clashed with Sima Lingxian's, not giving way at all. The golden dragon clashed with the other party's king's aura and soared into the clouds. Shenyuan Zhantian stood on the stone pillar, wearing purple flood dragon robes and a purple cloak on his back. He held a halberd in his hand. When Shenyuan Zhantian saw Sima Lingxian looking at him in shock, he revealed a flirtatious expression on his unruly face. He did not show any fear just because Sima Lingxian had just defeated Bai Qi. The golden dragon above Shenyuan Zhantian chased relentlessly and caught up to the huge dragon's speed. Then they advanced side by side, tearing through the thick dark clouds. What's going on? Unexpectedly, there is a little dragon that dares to compete with the big dragon. What's going on? Such a situation has never happened in Dragon Ceiling City before. Unexpectedly, a little dragon does not fear the king dragon at all. In the ring-shaped mountain range, among the towering peaks, the calm cultivators on the towers all had panicked expressions at this moment. That's impossible. It is impossible for such a situation to happen. The king dragon is a true dragon. How could the other little dragons dare to compete with it at this moment? A Sima clan elder shouted. Sima Lingxian was the hope of their Sima clan to become the #1 noble clan in the world. They had to obtain great luck in this great age. The Sima clan could not allow any accidents to happen. At this moment they were the most nervous. Just as everyone was exclaiming that this was impossible, a rather old man snorted coldly, "What is impossible about it? Naturally, it is a true dragon that can compete with a great dragon. It is just two dragons fighting." In the past, Dragon Ceiling City has seen the magnificent feat of 9 dragons competing with each other. Chapter 565. Someone recognized Shenyuan Zhantian and said, "That is the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Shenyuan Zhantian, the top genius of the boundless sea." Indeed, a true dragon can shine wherever it goes. Even in the Jianghu continent, its sharpness is still unstoppable. When faced with Shenyuan Zhantian's mockery, Shenyuan Zhantian quickly recovered his calm. His strong self-confidence did not put any pressure on him. He was just slightly surprised. "Shenyuan Zhantian, I have heard of your great name for a long time. You truly live up to your reputation as the Eastern Sea's little dragon king. However, there can only be one true dragon in this great era. I will personally slay the dragon in the arena battles." Shenyuan Zhantian withdrew his aura and laughed loudly. "I'm afraid that you will fail to slay the dragon and end up in the dragon's belly. You better not meet me. Otherwise, your strong self-confidence will fall to rock bottom, never to rise again." Boom. Just as the two faced each other, their gazes locked in an intense clash in the air, the two true dragons tore through the thick dark clouds at the same time. Then golden pillars of light descended. Shio. The stone pillars returned to the ground and landed in Dragon Ceiling City. Brr, brr, brr. Only at this moment did the frozen stone dragons come to life. The 10-odd little dragons that had been suppressed for a long time soared into the sky and roared loudly, venting the frustrations in their hearts. The scene of the dragons soaring into the sky was very majestic. This was especially so when the 10-odd golden pillars of light landed at the same time. It was an eye-opener for everyone. After that, golden dragons soared and tore through the clouds at nearly every moment. However, Xiaoqin, who was on the roof, lost the patience to continue watching. While he watched the fight for the dragon pillars, he also casually looked around the city. Dragon Sealing City was the only intact ancient city in the world. There were still many unique buildings from the ancient era in the city, which was an eye-opener. After 7 or 8 minutes, 2 figures flew over. It was a receptionist who led Lu Suifeng over. Based on his dispirited expression, he should have failed the challenge. I failed. There are too many geniuses. Only after coming here did I realize that I am nothing. Lu Suifeng sighed as he shook his head at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Don't be discouraged. Just watch this competition carefully. If you put your heart into it, you should have no problem advancing to martial monarch." Lu Suifeng nodded with a serious expression. He said, "Definitely. With the great age before us, I do not wish to stop here." After another 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Qin and Zhang Lai also arrived. As expected, both of them failed. However, the two of them were very open-minded. They had originally intended to broaden their horizons and did not hold much hope. The 4 of them gathered together and did not seem bored. They began to casually chat about some things. Mu Qin glanced at Xiaoqin and said, "Before I came down, I took a look at Brother Murong's situation. He's very ambitious and wants to directly obtain the right to become a seated participant. Until now there has been no result." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "With his strength, it is a little difficult for him to compete for the seated spot. However, it should not be difficult for him to qualify. Have you seen senior sister Yun? How is her situation?" "I'm here." Right after Xiaoqin spoke, melodious laughter rang out in everyone's ears. Yun Kersen wore a light-colored floral dress and walked over with a smile on her face. Based on the smile on Yun Kersen's face, it was very different from the others. Without even guessing, it was clear whether she qualified or not. "Did you pass?" Lu Suifeng and the others asked. Yun Kersen nodded gently and smiled, "I was lucky to qualify. 3 days later I will be able to fight in the Wind Cloud Arena." Mu Qin and the others revealed envious expressions. However, they were all from their own sect, so there was no need to be jealous. They all cupped their hands and congratulated Yun Kersen. After chatting for a while, Lu Suifeng suddenly said, "Murong Chong lost." Everyone looked up and saw that the fight for the remaining 9 seated participants had reached its most intense stage. The one who defeated Murong Chong was the scion of the Chen clan, one of the 8 noble clans Chen. Of course, it was not a true defeat. The fight for the seated spot was not to the point where one side had to die. The Chen clan's trump cards and killing moves would not be revealed so early. They could only retreat in the face of difficulty. However, not long after, Murong Chong obtained the rights to another dragon pillar. It was as Xiaoqin said, he easily qualified for the arena battles. Resonant dragon roars resounded endlessly. Many golden dragons soared into the sky, filling the sky with golden light. For thousands of years, Dragon Sealing City had been dark. Today it was dazzling everyone's eyes. As time slowly went by, the first stage of the 5-nation youth competition's preliminaries came to an end. After some intense competition, the 400 elite spots were finally decided. 3 days later, the arena battles would begin. Then, the exciting show of the 5-nation youth competition would officially begin. When the thick, dark clouds above retracted, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders finally arrived at the courtyard under Jiang Qi's lead. Xiaoqin and the others on the roof jumped down as well. Jiang Qi swept his gaze across the somewhat wretched courtyard. He sighed softly and said, "It has been hard on you all. Staying in this broken-down place is because our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined too much in the past few years." The courtyard was indeed very simple. Even if the group of 10-odd people split it evenly, each person would get a room. There was not even a private backyard. It would be very inconvenient to cultivate at night. Of course, this was the rule of Dragon Sealing City. It was not fair or unfair. If you were strong, you would naturally get a luxurious courtyard. The courtyards of the 8 noble clans and 10 great sects, the rich and powerful families of the 5-nation youth competition, were much more spacious and luxurious. Not only did everyone get a small courtyard, But there were also special cultivation rooms left behind from the ancient era for the participants to make their final preparations. Murong Chong said sullenly, "It will be fine after this five-nation youth competition. The later generations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be like us again." Shin Manjun smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this first. There are many special cultivation places in Dragon Sealing City. Our sect will pay for your expenses there." Jiangqi walked forward and gave each of the three people who had qualified to take the test a spatial ring. As for the others who had not, they all received a wooden box. Xiaoqin checked with his spiritual sense and was mildly astonished. There were quite a lot of medial-grade spirit stones in the spatial rings, a total of 400,000. With the three of them combined, there were more than 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones. It looked like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had put in a lot of money for this five-nation youth competition. Jiangqi's expression did not show any signs of heartache. The fact that 3 people qualified for the next round had already greatly exceeded his expectations. In the entire continent, only 400 people qualified. It was not easy for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to get 3 spots. Even their old rival, the Misty Sword Sect, only got 2 spots. The Night Spirit Palace was even worse. Only Mu Qingxue barely qualified. As for the other noble clans of the Great Qin nation, aside from the Duamuking, none of them qualified. Jiangqi smiled faintly and said, "Go and rest first. If you have time tomorrow, you can stroll around Dragon Sealing City. There are many interesting things in the city." High in the sky, thick clouds covered the entire Dragon Sealing City. As a result, night came very early. After 4 hours, the sky turned completely dark. Xiaoqin gently pushed open the door to his room and leaped up. Then he flew towards the ring-shaped mountain range. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered many other cultivators with the same goal as him. The competition was about to start. Naturally, he had to organize the martial techniques he learned. He could not slack off. After finding a desolate mountain peak, Xiaoqin paused for a while in midair. Then he quickly landed in a rather flat forest. The cold night wind blew, but Xiaoqin, who was wearing only a thin layer of clothing, did not feel too cold. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin calmed down completely. Then he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and drew it. A surging saber intent immediately surged out and spread out in the forest. Countless whirlwinds blew, picking up large amounts of fallen leaves and making them hum. Xiaoqin's saber intent slowly rose. Soon, it reached the might of small perfection. Then it continued to grow stronger. The 40% comprehended saber intent stretched the whirlwinds into a long straight line. The fallen leaves in the line spun rapidly like sharp blades, kicking up a cloud of dust. The leaves looked like they could not hold on any longer. They looked like they would explode at any moment. However, they did not explode in the end. This showed that Xiaoqin had perfect control over them. The 50% comprehended saber intent caused a strong wind to blow. Tiny cracks appeared on the fallen leaves. The 60% comprehended saber intent caused the leaves in the forest to explode. The ferocious saber intent turned into a saber wind and swept through the forest. Cassie, Cassie. The trees broke. When the saber wind was over, all the trees in the forest had been cut in half. If others saw this scene, they would be greatly astonished. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent was already sufficient for him to stand out from the crowd. However, the saber intent that Xiaoqin displayed was 60% comprehended. He was just one step short of great perfection. However, Xiaoqin did not get too excited about the situation in the forest. He remained extremely calm. If he forcibly raised his saber intent, Xiaoqin would be able to raise it to 60% comprehended as well. That would be no weaker than Sima Lingxuan's. However, it would be very difficult for him to control it as he pleased. It looked like he was just one step short of being able to control it as he pleased, and his saber intent would reach great perfection. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xiaoqin said softly, "My saber intent can only be considered to have reached 40% comprehended. However, if I really meet Sima Lingxian, I can still go all out. There is no need to fear him." Sima Lingxian had heaven-defying self-confidence. Although he, Xiaoqin, was low-key, he did not show any signs of weakness. "No matter how overwhelming your aura is or how confident you are, I do not fear you. I will defeat you." Xiaoqin slowly moved through the forest. He executed the martial techniques that he knew, the Wuxia saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, and the strongest four-season saber technique. One by one, a strong aura spread through the forest. Explosions resounded without end. By the time Xiaoqin sheathed his saber, the flat mountaintop was riddled with holes. Chapter 566. There were countless deep pits of various sizes. The originally lush forest no longer existed. Furthermore, this was because Xiao Chen was able to restrain himself. If he had not done so, half the mountain would have been chopped off. Ao Jiao, with the current strength of my body, can I barely execute Return of the Blue Dragon? Xiao Chen asked in his heart. Xiao Chen had experienced the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Back then, when he was a martial disciple, he was able to jump realms and kill a martial grandmaster. This was the best proof. Now that the five-nation youth competition was filled with experts, everyone had their own trump cards. If he could execute Return of the Blue Dragon, it would undoubtedly increase Xiao Chen's confidence. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chen returned to Dragon Sealing City in an excited mood. Boundless fatigue washed over him and he fell asleep without doing anything. After some time, he vaguely heard knocking on the door and someone calling out to him, "Senior brother." His good habits allowed Xiao Chen to wake up quickly. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and his fatigue was swept away. When he woke up, he felt very refreshed. When he looked up, he discovered mottled sunlight shining in through the cracks in the door. He had slept until noon. He quickly got up and opened the door. Yun Kersen, Lu Suifeng, Mu Qin, Zhang Lai, and Murong Chong were all waiting for him outside. Unexpectedly, junior brother Xiao has the habit of sleeping in. "It is already noon and you are still sleeping," Yun Kersen said with a somewhat mischievous smile. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Something had happened the night before, causing him to exhaust both his mind and body. Normally he would not have slept so soundly. "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Senior sister Yun, let's go. There are many historical sites and buildings from the ancient era in Dragon Sealing City. Let's take a look around." Before the Qinwu dynasty was established, Dragon Sealing City already existed. Normally, Dragon Sealing City was not open to the public. Outsiders would not be able to see its glory. Only during the five-nation youth competition would it open to welcome guests. Cultivators from all over the world would pour in, making this normally empty city extraordinarily bustling. Even the unsociable Murong Chong was prepared to go with them. One could imagine the charm of Dragon Sealing City. Xiao Chen was also a little tempted. He smiled and said, "Wait for me. I'll be done after I wash up." After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Chen followed everyone out of the courtyard and walked through the streets and alleys of Dragon Sealing City. Yesterday, when Xiao Chen landed first, there was not a single person in the huge Dragon Sealing City. However, at this moment it was packed with people. There were cultivators from various countries everywhere. Many peddlers seemed as if they'd emerged from the ground, and they covered the streets and alleys like taverns, tea houses, inns and stalls. There was everything that one could think of, and everything seemed to be bustling and flourishing like a piece of brocade. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Unexpectedly there are so many people. Dragon Sealing City is larger than Arshiha City. If it is completely filled, there will be more than 2 million people." Yun Kersen nodded and said, "That is normal. Just think about the influence of the five-nation youth competition. That is a grand event of the entire continent. Furthermore, with the charm of Dragon Sealing City, it would not be strange for 3 million people to come." The group walked around the city taking in the sights. Several historical sites from tens of thousands of years ago could be seen everywhere in Dragon Sealing City. With one look, one could tell that the ancient aura they exuded was not fake. Several of these historical sites were so amazing that they lingered on for so long that they forgot to return. There were even some cultivators who suddenly comprehended something before these ancient objects, breaking through a bottleneck that they had not been able to overcome for many years. As the group walked, they arrived before a wall filled with deep marks. This place was very popular. A large number of cultivators gathered here. It was unknown what material this wall was made of. It was pitch black and gave off a deep glow. It was 100 meters tall. This is the Coiling Dragon Wall. The wall itself is a meteorite from outer space. When it fell, it became like this. The marks on the wall were left by some ancient martial sages. There are spear marks, sword marks, saber marks, palm marks, and fist marks. Only an expert with true dragon chi can leave marks on this wall. This Coiling Dragon Wall is not simple. The owner of the wall was a rich-looking merchant. He was currently introducing the wall to the crowd with a smile on his face. "If any of you can touch this Coiling Dragon Wall in last 10 seconds, I will immediately give you 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The longer you last, the more I will give. For every 10 seconds you last twice as long, I will give you double the amount of spirit stones. All you need is 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones to test it out." There was a huge horizontal line on the ground, blocking the many spectating bladesmen 500 meters away. They could only watch from afar. Is that true? As long as one can touch the wall for 10 seconds, they will give 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones? That must be a lie. How can there be such an easy thing in the world? Several cultivators were tempted. They could get 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones just by touching the wall. No matter how they thought about it, it was very simple. The rich-looking merchant smiled and said, "I guarantee it is real. I am an administrator of the Wanlong Merchant Association. I do have that much credibility." The Wanlong Merchant Association is the top merchant association in the Great Jin Nation. It is also the top merchant association in the world. It should be real. Let me give it a try. A medial-grade Martial King Bladesman tossed down 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones and strode across the horizontal line, heading for the pitch-black wall. Bang! Before that cultivator could walk 100 meters, his expression turned extremely unsightly. After taking a few more steps, he vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. Such a mysterious phenomenon immediately shocked the others, making them feel astonished. This caused the hearts of the cultivators who were eager to give it a try to turn cold. They were no longer in a rush to make a decision. However, human curiosity was the most stubborn. The stranger something was, the more people wanted to know the answer. They wanted to test it out for themselves. Furthermore, there was the temptation of the large sum of medial-grade spirit stones. After a while, a few more people handed over their spirit stones and walked over. In the end, without exception, no one could get within 100 meters of the wall. They were all knocked back by a strange force. Their faces were filled with horror. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the administrator of the Wanlong Merchant Association had received more than 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. The smile on his face became even wider. Is there any other friend who wants to give it a try? This is a 1 to 10 compensation deal. It is definitely worth it. Lu Suifeng felt it was strange. He asked, "Xiaoqin, what's going on? Not to mention touching the wall, we can't even get within 100 meters." Xiaoqin muttered to himself for a while before replying, "The problem should be with those deep scars. I'm afraid that what that person said was true. They are indeed scars left by ancient martial sages. The will on the scars has not dissipated yet. Bladesmen have to face the saber intent of ancient saber sages. Swordsmen have to face the sword intent of ancient sword sages. Fist and leg practitioners have to face the aura of their respective sages. Let me give it a try." As Murong Chong spoke, he stepped forward and tossed down 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Then he crossed the horizontal line and headed for the coiling dragon wall. Murong Chong walked the first 200 meters with a relaxed expression. Then his expression started to turn unsightly. After he walked another 100 meters, he frowned deeply. Murong Chong did not stop and continued forward. After he walked another 100 meters, he stopped when he was only 100 meters away from the demon wall. 100 meters was a hurdle. No one had crossed it yet. When the crowd saw Murong Chong stop 100 meters away, they could not help but feel nervous. Murong Chong took a deep breath and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Then he strode forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He had succeeded. He succeeded. This person has walked 100 meters. He is truly worthy of being a genius qualified for the arena battles, someone said softly when he saw the dragon-shaped jade pendant at Murong Chong's waist. I wonder if he can continue walking. After that, every step Murong Chong took was very difficult. Sweat covered his forehead as he inched closer to the coiling dragon wall. No one knew what kind of pressure Murong Chong was facing. The footprints he left on the ground became deeper and deeper. There are only 10 steps left. If I take another 10 steps, I will be able to touch that coiling dragon wall. Although it was very difficult, Murong Chong did not stop. The distance between him and the coiling dragon wall continued to shrink. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. "Pa!" Murong Chong suddenly shouted and took a big step forward. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the coiling dragon wall and sent a palm strike at it. Boom! However, Murong Chong only made contact with it for a second before he was knocked back by a formless energy. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Lu Suifeng and the others quickly rushed forward and helped him up. Murong Chong muttered, "The saber intent of an ancient martial sage is indeed horrifying." Although Murong Chong was knocked back in a sorry state, no one mocked him for being weak. After all, no one had even managed to get within 100 meters of the wall. For Murong Chong to be able to walk up and touch that wall already proved that he was very strong. Following that, several more people stepped forward to try. Among them there were a few who qualified for the arena battles. However, they could only get within 10 meters of the wall at most. They could not even touch the coiling dragon wall. The strange coiling dragon wall and the mysterious ancient martial sage caused more and more people to gather here. However, there were too many failures. No one dared to try it again. Interesting. I heard that the Wanlong Merchant Association dug up a mysterious rock from beyond the heavens. Unexpectedly, I found it here. Let me give it a try. A cold voice resounded. A blue-robed swordsman slowly walked over, parting the crowd. It's the drifting snow sword sex Lu Xiaoyun. He was ranked 9th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Unexpectedly, such a person is here to join in the fun. The drifting snow sword sex Lu Xiaoyun. Xiaoqin had some impression of him. Back at the summit, he had seen Lu Xiaoyun's strong state of ice. Xiaoqin had heard that Lu Xiaoyun had obtained the qualifications to be a seeded participant. Lu Xiaoyun held a simple and unadorned sword in his hand as he arrived before the line. When he saw the coiling dragon wall covered in all sorts of saber marks, sword marks, and fist marks, he revealed a disdainful smile. You have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Who are you trying to scare? Oh. Lu Xiaoyun pushed off the ground and took a step forward. Then he took another step forward and moved another 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had advanced 300 meters. The surrounding cultivators all cried out in surprise. They were all astonished by Lu Xiaoyun's strength. After Lu Xiaoyun steadied himself, his expression turned cautious. The sharp wills carved on the coiling dragon wall continuously attacked his soul and mind. Chapter 567. It was like Lu Xiaoyun had entered an illusion. With every step he took, he had to face several sword intents flying at him. He had to shatter them one by one before he could advance. However, Lu Xiaoyun's footsteps did not stop at all. He did not leave deep footprints on the ground like Murong Chong either. He appeared to be rather relaxed. Pa. When Lu Xiaoyun got close, he immediately sent a palm strike. Then he closed his eyes and sensed it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 10 seconds passed in an instant. Lu Xiaoyun was still fine. Someone finally passed. I thought that no one could last 10 seconds on this wall. Lu Xiaoyun is pretty strong. It looks like he will not have any problems getting into the top 10 this time. As the crowd discussed this, another 10 seconds passed. The surrounding temperature plummeted. They could clearly see that Lu Xiaoyun's thin clothes were covered in frost. Lu Xiaoyun's aura also soared. Although he had not moved at all, it was like he was going through a life-and-death battle. His aura rose continuously. 30 seconds passed and Lu Xiaoyun did not move. His palm continued to touch the mysterious coiling dragon wall. 40 seconds passed, 50 seconds passed. Lu Xiaoyun still did not move. However, his clothes had already turned into ice. The tall coiling dragon wall was also covered in frost. The surrounding temperature dropped even more terrifyingly. Everyone had to circulate their essence to resist it. What exactly is on that wall? Lu Xiaoyun actually brought out his full state of ice. I can't hold on for much longer. Indeed, it is very cold. Very cold. This won't do. I have to move back a little. Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice was extremely strange. Initially, no one felt that there was anything special about it. However, as it accumulated, everyone felt like the blood in their bones froze. They had no choice but to move back. Although it was clearly very cold, that wealthy merchant's forehead was covered in sweat. 50 seconds had passed. That meant that he had to pay Lu Xiaoyun 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones. That was a third of the spirit stones he earned. He could not help but feel the pinch. Xiaoqin closed his eyes and carefully sensed the flowing cold qi in his body. That cold qi was formless and formless. The moment it entered his body, it merged with his blood. Strange. This is the first time I have encountered such a state of ice, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Penetrating his spiritual sense into the blood, Xiaoqin carefully examined it for a long time before he finally found the faintly discernible ice qi. After spending a lot of effort, the lightning-attributed essence qi in his body finally dissipated the cold qi. Bang. After 60 seconds, Lu Xiaoyun finally could not endure any longer. The ice on his body exploded. Lu Xiaoyun was not knocked back like the others. He did not move at all as he said indifferently, "The ancient sages are indeed capable." With a light tap of his foot, Zhang Xian flew out. The state of ice in the air dissipated, and everyone surrounded the coiling dragon wall again. They saw the ice on the coiling dragon wall turn into steam and rise up. The hazy mist made the coiling dragon wall seem even more mysterious. When the wealthy merchant saw Lu Xiaoyun leave, he smiled faintly and heaved a sigh of relief. 600,000 medial-grade spirit stones were probably nothing to Lu Xiaoyan. Remember to find time to send the 600,000 medial-grade spirit stones back to the drifting snowsword sect. Consider it my contribution to the sect. Before the wealthy merchant's smile faded, a clear voice came from afar, making him feel depressed. The strange coiling dragon wall, the many failed cultivators, Lu Xiaoyan who managed to stand for 60 seconds, and all sorts of strange things caused the matter of the coiling dragon wall to spread quickly in Dragon Sealing City. More and more cultivators gathered. Several famous demonic geniuses came to take the test out of interest. This coiling dragon wall was like a testing stone to test the strength of cultivators. Some people lasted for a long time, some only for a short time, and some could not even get close. From a certain point of view, this indirectly showed the difference in strength between the various cultivators. Qian, one of the 8 noble clans, is here as well. He also lasted for a minute. Nangong Ziyue of the Nangong clan is here as well. She lasted for 50 seconds. The Supreme E-Sect's personal disciple, Gong Yangyu, lasted for 40 seconds. Many people from the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans came. This increased the fame of the coiling dragon wall significantly. However, very few people could last for a minute. Sima Lingxian did not come. Of the heirs of the 8 noble clans, only the Qian clan's Qianwen lasted for a minute. The others only lasted for 40 to 50 seconds. Murong Chong looked at Qianwen with a somewhat gloomy gaze. It looked like when Qianwen fought with him yesterday, he had not even used half his strength. Yun Kursen smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiaoqin, why don't you give it a try as well?" Xiaoqin had been tempted long ago. Furthermore, he did not lack 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. After paying the entrance fee, Xiaoqin stood in front of the line. He looked at the coiling dragon wall 500 meters in front and smiled faintly. "Cassia." Xiaoqin drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A sharp saber intent spread out and flew towards the coiling dragon wall. Da, da, da. Something strange happened. The spinning lunar shadow saber in midair seemed to meet with a divine weapon. It clashed with the divine weapon and resounded with metallic clangs. Xiaoqian's figure flashed. His feet did not touch the ground. He followed the dancing saber and quickly flew towards the coiling dragon wall. The saber's edge spread out and chopped down all the auras in the way. Xiaoqin flew through the air unobstructed and landed directly below the coiling dragon wall. "Cassia." Xiaoqin sheathed his saber with a "Cassia" sound. Then he took a deep breath and sent a palm strike at this mysterious coiling dragon wall. In that instant there were flashes of figures. Xiaoqin looked around and the scenery around him changed. He discovered that he was in a desolate savanna. There were figures flashing in the air. These people all held sabers in their hands. A strong saber intent spread out on the savanna, kicking up a strong wind. An illusory figure appeared in front. After a few flashes he turned solid. He held a large saber and attacked Xiaoqin without saying a word. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He said softly, "Let me see how strong you ancient martial sages are after tens of thousands of years." A strong wind blew and saber intent swept out. The grass bent over. When Xiaoqin looked around, all the tall grass on the boundless savanna bent over and prostrated themselves on the ground. That mysterious bladesman fought with Xiaoqin. After 100 moves, his aura became unstable. Xiaoqin caught hold of an opening and chopped it apart. Following that, another bladesman jumped out. This continued until Xiaoqin killed 10 bladesmen. Then he fell to the last bladesman. When Xiaoqin's consciousness returned to the real world, he had already let go of the coiling dragon wall. He looked at the hourglass beside him. It turned out that he had already lasted for 2 minutes. After receiving the 1,200,000 medial-grade spirit stones from the wealthy merchant, Xiaoqin returned to the crowd. He said to Yun Kursen, "Let's go. There is nothing more to see here." How powerful. He actually lasted for 2 minutes. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? Could he be even more powerful than Lu Xiaoyan? The surrounding cultivators were all astonished. They all started to guess Xiaoqian's identity. Bai Qi, who had arrived at some point in time, looked at Xiaoqian's back. He muttered, "What a strong saber intent. This person can fight me." After Bai Qi withdrew his gaze, he casually tested himself as well. His result was also 2 minutes. He was much stronger than the other disciples of the 8 noble clans. When the sun set, most of the cultivators on the coiling dragon wall had left. It was no longer as bustling as it was during the day. However, the arrival of a person caused the wealthy merchant, who was preparing to pack up his stall, to twitch slightly. He said somewhat forcefully, Does young Master Sima want to try as well? Sima Lingxian revealed a faint smile on his handsome face. Come and join in the excitement. Let's see how long I can last. Bah. Sima Lingxian did not make any movements. His figure flashed and he arrived before the coiling dragon wall. Then he pressed his palm against it. After a long time, Sima Lingxian released his palm and looked at the hourglass beside him. He had lasted for 5 minutes. A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxian's heart. He smiled gently and did not ask for the spirit stones. Instead he left. 2 days later, night fell and Dragon Sealing City was shrouded in darkness. In the courtyard belonging to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Jianghu and the other elders gathered Xiaoqin, Yun Kursen and Murong Chong. The arena battles will officially begin tomorrow. The 400 people will be split into 20 groups. There will be 2 rounds of elimination. Each round will eliminate half of the people. The rules for advancing to the next round are based on points. In each round of elimination, the participants will have to fight 20 matches. A win will give you 2 points, a loss will give you 2 points, and a draw will give you 1 point. After that, the bottom 10 people in each group will be eliminated. Jiang Qi gave the 3 a detailed introduction of the rules and system of the competition. After the 2 rounds of elimination, the remaining top 100 will have a ranking battle. Only the top 50 will obtain luck. When the 3 heard Jiang Qi's explanation of the rules, they all had different expressions. Yun Kursen appeared rather casual. Although she cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, her talent was limited. It was difficult for her to bring out the full advantage of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, she had not cultivated it for long. Right now, she was only a superior grade martial king and had not broken through to half-step martial monarch. If she was lucky, she might be able to make it through 2 rounds of elimination. However, she would not have any chance of entering the top 50 to obtain luck. Yun Kursen understood this principle as well. Hence, she was very open-minded and did not mind it too much. Murong Chang's expression was rather grave. He was a small perfection half-step martial monarch, someone who was neither strong nor weak. Originally, Murong Chong was very confident in his own strength. Even if he was weaker than Xiaoqin, it would be easy for him to make it into the top 50. However, after Murong Chong arrived at Dragon Sealing City, he discovered that his vision was too narrow. When he was trying to become a seated participant, he was forced back by Qian Wen in 5 moves. He could not even last 10 seconds on the coiling dragon wall. All this gave Murong Chong a clear understanding of his own strength. With his strength, it should not be a problem for him to make it through 2 rounds of elimination. Of course, that did not include getting severely injured the moment he entered the arena. Chapter 568. However, if he wanted to fight for the top 50, he only had a 50% chance of doing so. He would need to be lucky. As for fighting for the top 20, don't even think about it. Because of this, he was under a lot of pressure. This was also a time to test his mental state. If one's mental state was high, it would not affect the display of strength. In fact, it could even turn pressure into motivation. If a flaw appeared in one's mental state, one's strength would decrease sharply, and one might not even be able to pass the elimination round. Xiaoqin, on the other hand, was relatively indifferent. He was determined and had only one goal, which was to continuously defeat all his opponents. Whether it was an elimination match or a ranking match, all he wanted was to go all out in every battle and defeat his opponent. He immediately asked, "Are the rules for the ranking battles out yet? Will it be the same as the knockout rounds and be carried out in groups?" Jiang Qi shook his head and said, "The rules of the ranking battles are different every year. When the time comes, there will be a last-minute notice. The main reason is to prevent the sects from finding out in advance and using some loopholes. Something like this has happened in the past and the impact is not good, so in the future, the rules will be announced at the last minute after the elimination round." After that, Jiang Qi explained some other rules. For example, if an opponent admitted defeat in the arena, they had to immediately stop attacking. If Sima Lingxian continued to attack, he would be disqualified from the competition. It was the same for any sect or noble clan. Sima Lingxian was no exception. Also, in the ring, no offensive artifacts could be used, while auxiliary and defensive artifacts could only be worn up to 3 at most, and their grades could not be higher than intermediate. The resources of the large sects and the small sects were completely different. If they were willing, every participant could find a way to obtain a full set of peak mid-grade secret treasures. Completely relying on their secret treasures, they could crush the contestants from the small sections. The organizers would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. As for soul weapons, there were no restrictions. After all, A weapon would develop feelings after being used for a long time. If a swordsman or a bladesman suddenly changed their weapon, their strength would decrease by more than 30%. In the end, Jianghu smiled and said, "Man disposes, God disposes. Just do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. I'm already very satisfied with your current results." After the sky brightened, Jianghu and the others led the Heavenly Saber Pavilions group to the Wind Cloud Arena in the city. The Wind Cloud platform was located in the center of the city. It was surrounded by a huge ring-shaped spectator stand. Many spectators were already seated there. From the outside to the inside, the audience stands were arranged in order of height to ensure that everyone could see what was going on in the arena. Damn, I'm late. The competition hasn't even started, and there's not a single seat left. I slept too much. I really shouldn't have slept in at this time. I'm going to miss the first day of the competition. How depressing. Accept your fate. I heard that the people inside have been waiting since midnight. They've been waiting for 6 to 8 hours. How unfortunate. This 5-nation youth competition is probably the most exciting one in the past few years. To think that we can't see it. At the entrance, several cultivators who were late sighed in regret. Their expressions were very dispirited. Xiao Qin and the others, on the other hand, didn't have to worry. They had their own designated seats for contestants, and people from the sect could enter directly. They didn't even need to buy tickets. After showing their IDs, a receptionist immediately led Xiao Qin and the others to their seats. After the group sat down, they started to size up the Wind Cloud platform in the center. It was a rectangular stone platform that was as smooth as a mirror. It took up several thousand hectares of land. It was very large. There was no wind or lightning. Aside from the Wind Cloud platform being smooth, there was nothing special about it. Lu Suifeng said with some disappointment, "This is the Wind Cloud platform? It is too inferior. Furthermore, it is just a flat platform. How are 400 people going to compete?" Uchi. Boom. Right after Lu Suifeng spoke, a strong wind blew in the platform. Thunder roared endlessly and wind and thunder roared. It was like a vast army passing by. The atmosphere of the platform suddenly changed. The huge Wind Cloud platform slowly rose. After it reached a height of 10 meters, it was divided into 20 dueling rings. There was a small dragon pillar in each of the 4 corners of the dueling ring. When the dragons opened their mouths, they spat out 2 beams of light, purple and white. The beams of light connected and formed a thick barrier of light, protecting the dueling ring. Electricity flickered in the barrier of light. There was also wind and lightning moving around. This was a barrier made up of wind and lightning spiritual energy. Yun Kursen looked at Lu Suifeng and smiled. "You don't dare to spout nonsense anymore, right?" Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't dare anymore. I just finished speaking and you slapped me in the face." Jianghu explained, "That Wind Cloud barrier contains dragon qi. Under martial monarch, no one can break it without using quintessence. The 20 dueling rings correspond to the 20 groups. After you are split into groups, you can see which dueling ring you are in. We will be splitting into groups soon. Everyone, please make your final preparations. After we split into groups, the first elimination round will officially begin." The organizer of the competition, Dragon Sealing City Lord Feng Shou, spoke loudly. He infused quintessence into his voice. Everyone in the large plaza could hear him clearly. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and rested, not thinking about anything else. Suddenly he felt an extremely unfriendly gaze. There was even a faint murderous intent in that gaze. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and looked in the direction of that gaze. He saw Xie Ziwen, who was in the Evil Moon Pavilion seats, looking at him with a malevolent expression. Xiao Qin immediately lost interest. He could not be bothered with this person. However, he kept an eye on Bai Zhan, who was resting beside Xie Ziwen. Seeing that Xiao Qin did not care about him at all, Xie Ziwen trembled in anger. He clenched his teeth and said, "Damn it! I'll let you be cocky for now." The people from the city lord's residence arrived before Xiao Qin. After they asked who Xiao Qin was, they handed him a wooden token. The wooden token had the words Group 6 written on it. Xiao Qin's name and number were carved on the back. "Xiao Qin, which group are you in?" "I am in Group 3, Yun Kursen asked after she looked at her own token. "Group 6. Group 7, Murong Chong also reported his own group. In the Evil Moon Pavilion seats, Xie Ziwen looked at his own token. The words Group 6 were carved on it. He asked Bai Zhan, "Senior brother, which group are you in?" Bai Zhan's expression was very calm. He said indifferently, "I am in Group 13. You are in the same group as Xiao Qin." Xie Ziwen's expression changed. He had not expected to meet Xiao Qin so soon. He asked, "Are you for real?" Bai Zhan mocked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" "No, I am a little nervous. However, you will meet him in the 20 rounds sooner or later. You are not a match for him. When you meet him, just try to figure him out. Don't think about taking revenge. That will only cause you to lose even more miserably." Bai Zhan ignored Xie Ziwen's words and spoke to himself. Xie Ziwen was not happy in his heart. However, the other party was his senior brother, so he did not dare to talk back. He could only say, "I will listen to senior brother." However, Xie Ziwen thought to himself, "I don't believe that after cultivating bitterly for more than a year, I am still not a match for him. His victory back then was just a fluke." Chapter 569. Xiao Qin took a look and discovered that the referee had already walked over to the dueling ring corresponding to Group 6. The referee was an old man with a deep cultivation and a lingering aura. Even with Xiao Qin's cultivation, he could not see through him. The old man was at least a medial-grade martial monarch. He was definitely not an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. With such cultivation, he could easily control the situation. 20 dueling rings meant 20 medial-grade martial monarchs. With such strength, the Dragon Sealing City Lord's residence was probably stronger than some of the super sections. However, Dragon Sealing City was usually closed. The City Lord's residence would not interfere with the conflicts of the continent's factions. For tens of thousands of years, Dragon Sealing City had maintained an absolute neutrality. Hence, the other factions would not suspect them. Soon the duels began. Group 6 sent out 2 contestants. One used a saber and the other a sword. They were both peak medial-grade martial kings. For these two to stand out from the tens of thousands of geniuses of the continent, they clearly did not cultivate trash cultivation techniques or martial techniques. Their fights were spectacular. Most people would find it interesting and would not find it boring. Of course, in Xiao Qin's eyes, this was rather boring. The two of them were 2 levels lower than him. Furthermore, their techniques did not give him a shocking feeling. After 200 moves, the cultivator using the sword knocked away his opponent's saber and placed his weapon on his opponent's neck. The victor is decided. Contestant 1 wins. You gain 2 points, the referee of Group 6 said calmly. After that, contestants 3 and 4 went up. This time, one was a peak superior grade martial king and the other had just advanced to superior grade martial king. The difference in cultivation was rather large. There was not much suspense in this match. After 50 moves, the contestant with the higher cultivation defeated contestant 4. Next match, contestant 5, Xie Ziwen, versus contestant 6, Zhong Liang. Xiao Qin was somewhat surprised. He had not expected to meet Xie Ziwen so soon. However, the two of them were no longer on the same level. There was no need to pay too much attention to him. Xie Ziwen smiled coldly and leaped up, flying towards the dueling ring. The referee of Group 7 pointed and a crack appeared in the wind cloud barrier, allowing Xie Ziwen to land. Zhong Liang cupped his hands and said, "Xia Country 7-Fist Sect Zhong Liang, please advise me." Xie Ziwen said disdainfully, 7-Fist Sect? What small sect is this? I have never heard of it before. Cut the crap and begin. Receive my palm strike first. 1,000 flaming palm. Xie Ziwen shouted and pushed his right hand forward. The fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air immediately surged and thousands of flaming palms appeared out of nowhere. Next, it rapidly transformed into a giant flaming palm, which smashed down fiercely at Zhong Liang. The lines on the flaming palm were clear, as if they were tangible and possessed astonishing might. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. He said softly, "There is progress. He is now half as strong as Bai Zhan was half a year ago." Back in the ancient desolate land, Xie Ziwen needed a long time to store up power before he could use this huge flaming palm. Furthermore, he had used it as an ultimate move against Xiao Qin. Now, he could use it as an ordinary move and he could even condense it so quickly. In the past year or so, Xie Ziwen had improved considerably. Zhong Liang's expression was solemn. He knew that his opponent would not be easy to deal with. He put his palms together, forming a protective yuan qi wall around his body. He went into a defensive stance. Bang! As the heat wave surged, sparks flew everywhere. Zhong Liang retreated more than 100 steps. "Let's see how many palm strikes you can block." Xie Ziwen shouted and a huge flaming palm pressed down like a mountain. Palm strike after palm strike pressed down on Xiao Qin. Zhong Liang's complexion paled. After withstanding 5 moves, blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly he was significantly injured. "Lose for me." Xie Ziwen attacked with both palms. Instantly, the 2 huge flaming palms layered over each other, doubling their might. Zhong Liang could not block them. Zhong Liang's protective essence shattered, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. The victor is decided, the Group 7 referee said sullenly. Xie Ziwen wins this match. He gains 2 points. The first elder, Jiang Qi, said gravely, he severely injured Xiao Chen in 5 moves. Xiao Chen has to be careful when he meets him. This person seems to be a disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion. He seems to have gotten into the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen did not refute this. He only smiled faintly and continued watching the next match. In the group competition, everyone had to fight 20 matches. The first round was based on the order of their numbers. Xiao Chen's ranking was rather low, so he appeared later. However, the following matches in Group 6 were not of high quality. Xiao Chen could not help but turn his gaze to the other dueling rings. Casually looking around, Xiao Chen discovered a familiar person. He could not help but fix his gaze on her. In the dueling ring 9, Duamuking was currently fighting an intense battle with her opponent. Duamuking was only a medial grade martial king. However, her opponent was a superior grade martial king, 1 grade higher than her. However, Duamuking held the absolute advantage in the dueling ring. Her black hair had turned white, and her eyes were cold and emotionless. She held a slender sword in her hand. With every move, Duamuking suppressed her opponent. She was like a machine. Duamuking did not show any emotion at all. Her opponent was definitely not resigned to being suppressed by someone with a lower cultivation. She tried to turn the situation around several times. However, Duamuking calmly found her openings and countered them with all sorts of killing moves. In the end, she lost helplessly, becoming the first person in her group to be defeated by someone of a higher cultivation realm. It turns out that Duamuking has grown so much. Shifting his gaze to the left, Xiao Chen saw another familiar person, the Heavenly Sword Gate's Ding Fengqiu. After not seeing Xiao Chen for more than a year, Ding Fengqiu's improvement was very startling. He used only 3 moves to defeat a superior grade martial king. Now Ding Fengqiu seemed to be even stronger than Xie Ziwen. After that, Xiao Chen watched a few more matches. The weakest of the participants in the arena battles was a medial grade martial king. Most of them were superior grade martial kings. There were also many half-step martial monarchs. There were less than 10 great perfection half-step martial monarchs. As for peak consummation half-step martial monarchs, Xiao Chen did not see a single one. Look, the Nangong noble clan's Nangong Ziyue is going up. She got into the top 8 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen looked over and saw a girl in purple standing on the arena of Group 19. She looked very elegant, and her aura was very otherworldly. Her opponent was a stout man holding a huge sword. Based on his aura, he was not a weakling. Gong Haoyu, please give me some pointers. The stout man was very cautious. He knew about the Nangong noble clan's reputation. After the fight started, he immediately took a few steps back. Boom. However, before the stout man could stand firm, Nangong Ziyue sent him sprawling with a palm strike. He did not even see how she attacked. How powerful. She actually used only 1 palm strike to defeat her opponent. That Gong Haoyu is not weak either. He was also in the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, it feels like they are on completely different levels. The Nangong noble clan's people truly live up to their reputation. I wonder if she can get into the top 5 this time? Everyone had guessed that Nangong Ziyue would win. However, they had not expected her to win so easily. Indeed, the geniuses in the top 10 were not people that ordinary geniuses could compare to. Xiao Chen saw it clearly but did not care too much. While Nangong Ziyue was very strong, she was not a match for him. Xiao Chen's true opponents were Sima Lingxian and Shenyuan Zhantian. If he wanted to add more, the mysterious Chu Chaoyin could be counted in as well. Next match, contestant number 19 Xiao Chen versus contestant number 20 Huang Chang. It was finally Xiao Chen's turn to fight in Group 17. Xiao Chen withdrew his aura from the arena, preventing others from knowing how strong he was. He performed a cupped fist salute and the match began. Hehe. Thank you for giving me 2 points. Xiao Chen's opponent, Huang Chang, was a swordsman. He was also a half-step martial monarch. He pointed his sword at Xiao Chen, not caring about him at all. Huang Chang has not even comprehended sword intent, yet he dares to boast like this. Xiao Chen was speechless. Xiao Chen stepped forward and his figure flickered. He circulated his vital qi quickly and his bones crackled. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt a boundless vital qi spread throughout his body. He shouted, breaking armor. Seizing the heart. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and formed a sharp azure shockwave. He easily tore apart his opponent's continuous stream of sword attacks. Seizing the heart claw, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers turned into a claw. The transition between a fist and a claw was very smooth, not unnatural at all. Before Xiao Chen's opponent's horrified gaze, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers tore through his protective essence and stabbed into his chest. Xiao Chen did not manage to grab the heart. He pulled his hand back and slapped Xiao Chen's chest with the back of his hand. A huge force slammed Xiao Chen into the barrier of the arena. With one punch and one claw, Xiao Chen easily defeated his opponent. The fist was the breaking armor fist, specialized in breaking defenses. The claw was the seizing the heart claw. It was as hard as frost iron and as hard as steel. One claw could break the heart. The referee of Group 6 was secretly astonished. The battle in the arena had ended abnormally fast. Others could not determine the cultivations of the two. However, the referee could clearly tell that they were both small perfection half-step martial monarchs. There was not much of a difference between them. Originally, the referee thought that Xie Ziwen would be the champion of Group 6. However, it looked like there was an additional variable. This Xiao Chen was definitely not weaker than Xie Ziwen. Number 19 Xiao Chen wins. You have 2 points. After the referee announced the results, he gave Xiao Chen a deep look. This youth might be even stronger than he thought. In a spectator stand on the east side of the spectator stands, 10 youths leisurely watched the battles on the 20 arenas. These 10 people were the seeded participants of this 5-nation youth competition. They were qualified to skip the first round of elimination. The first seeded participant, Sima Lingxian, could skip 2 rounds of elimination and directly enter the ranking battles. The only female among the seeded participants was Yu Chenxi. She was very eye-catching among the 10. In the past, the 8 noble clans had 8 seeded participants. The remaining 2 spots were reserved for the 10 great sects. However, in this 5-nation youth competition, there were 3 spots for the 10 great sects: the Supreme E sects Gong Yangyu, the Drifting Snowsword sects Lu Xiaoyin, and the Haoyin sects Yu Chenxi. When Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chen defeat his opponent in 2 moves, a bright light flashed in her eyes. She revealed a brilliant smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chen, you did not disappoint me. This time you should be able to make me use my full power. Chapter 570. The first round of the competition continued. On the first day, every participant had to fight 20 matches. Aside from strength, such high-intensity matches were a test of the participants' ability to withstand pressure. After Yun Kersen finished a match, she walked back and looked at Xiao Chen. She smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, how many matches have you fought? How are the results?" Before Xiao Chen could reply, Lu Suifeng interrupted, He has won all 5 matches. Furthermore, he did not even draw his saber, just like senior sister Yun. Yun Kersen smiled and said, "Mine was purely luck. Furthermore, it was not an easy victory. However, there are not many experts in our group. As long as I do not lose 5 matches, I will be able to qualify." In the first round of elimination, the seeded participants did not appear. Hence, many of the groups did not have any peak experts. This was the case for Xiao Chen's Group 6 and Yun Kersen's Group 3. However, there were also some death groups. There were many veteran experts like Baijian in those groups. There were also heaven-defying people like Xinyuan Zhantian and Nangong Ziyue. Being placed in such a group was a tragedy for ordinary participants. It was unfortunate that Murong Chong was placed in such a group. Lu Suifeng said softly, "Murong Chong is back. He lost another match. Now he has lost 2 matches." After Murong Chong returned, he saw Xiao Chen and Yun Kersen. He could not help but smile bitterly. "I really want to switch groups with you too. The experts in my group are too monstrous." Seeing Murong Chong being so casual, Xiao Chen knew that he had let go of his worries. He said, "Your strength is definitely not weak. In the eyes of others, you are very difficult to deal with. As long as you perform as you normally do, you will definitely be able to clear the first round." Murong Chong said sullenly, "I understand. Let's work hard together and do our best to enter the ranking matches." Yun Kersen nodded and said, "Definitely." Mu Qin and the others also smiled and said, "I wish you all success. Bring glory to our Heavenly Saber Pavilion." When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's first elder, Jiangqi, saw this scene, he revealed a joyful smile and nodded slightly. Next battle, Kim Taeho vs. Ling Feng. On the 15th group's arena, the old judge said in a low voice, "That can't be. This fatso is also participating in the 5-nation youth competition? With his strength, he dares to come without any secret treasures?" Lu Suifeng laughed loudly and said, This fellow, to think that he is not embarrassed to go on stage dressed like that. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with suspicion as he looked over with interest. He was very interested in how strong Fatso was. I am the Evil Moon Pavilion's Ling Feng. Please enlighten me. Ling Feng cupped his hands and bowed. Kim Taeho was dressed in jewelry and held a golden folding fan in his right hand. He smiled and said, "The Evil Moon Pavilion is a super large sect. Little brother, how about letting this fat lord make a move or two first? You're extraordinarily handsome and have a mighty aura. You're also a popular contender for the top 10. Furthermore, you're from a super large sect. You can just let this fat lord have a few moves, right?" The disciples of a large sect were all prideful. When Ling Feng heard the other party's flattery, he felt somewhat smug. However, Ling Feng maintained a serious expression. He smiled gently and said, "That's fine. I don't mind letting you make a move or two. Make your move." It was just 2 moves, it would be over very quickly. Ling Feng still had that much confidence. Kim Taeho chuckled and gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. He said, "You are bold. A large sect is indeed a large sect. No wonder you dare to say that you will fight for the top 10. This fat lord is coming." Bang, bang, bang. Fatso's waist was fat and his legs were thick. Even if he did not weigh 200 tons, he weighed at least 178 tons. As he ran, his fat jiggled. The dueling ring did not seem to be able to withstand his weight. Ling Feng found this very comical. He found it funny in his heart. How did such a person clear the first stage? Amidst the comical footsteps, Kim Taeho arrived 20 meters before Ling Feng. Like he said, Ling Feng did not show any signs of making a move, allowing Fatso to approach. When Ling Feng was 10 meters away, Kim Taeho's speed suddenly increased by 5 or 6 times. He left a fat afterimage in the air, dazzling everyone. Kim Taeho put away his folding fan and flipped his right palm. A golden coffin lid appeared in his hands from his spatial ring. Eat this fat lord's coffin lid. Ling Feng felt a sense of danger for some reason. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, the world around him suddenly started spinning. The laws of heaven and earth actually changed. There was a heavy sound as the coffin lid, which was unknown how heavy, smashed into the Evil Moon Pavilion elite disciple's body. It was unknown how much force Kim Taeho used, but after this heavy strike, Ling Feng immediately fell to the ground, unable to get up again. 1 second ago, the crowd was still staring at Kim Taeho's comical movement technique. 1 second later, the situation in the dueling ring reversed. Kim Taeho put the coffin lid back into his spatial ring. Then he opened his glittering folding fan with a shio sound. When he started fanning himself, Kim Taeho shook his head and sighed, "You are just trash. To think that you dare to say that you will fight for the top 10. The youths these days are getting more and more arrogant. They do not know how to be humble at all." The Evil Moon Pavilion's elders nearly vomited blood when they saw Xiao Chen's serious expression. Those words were clearly said by Fatso. However, when it came out of his mouth, it became the Evil Moon Pavilion disciple being arrogant and ignorant, so he taught him a lesson. "Disciples of the Evil Moon Pavilion, if you meet this person again, don't say anything. Just cripple him or beat him to death," the Evil Moon Pavilion's inner sect first elder said angrily. Kim Taeho wins. 2 points. The referee of Group 15 was somewhat speechless, but he still announced the results. Kim Taeho put away his folding fan and chuckled. Then he turned his head and waved to the crowd, "Thank you everyone for your support. This fat lord will continue fighting. I am the young master of the Golden Rock Merchant Association. If you want to do business in the future, you can come and look for me. I will give you a 20% discount." Before leaving, Kim Taeho did not forget to advertise his merchant association. It was as though everything was a matter of course. "This fatso's skin is extraordinarily thick. Too shameless. The Evil Moon Pavilion's people are probably crying." The cultivators and the spectator stands all cursed and laughed. They felt that the Evil Moon Pavilion's people did not deserve this. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. However, this was indeed Fatso's true colors. If he was not shameless, he would not be Kim Taeho. After the matches of Group 6 ended, the referee immediately said, "Next match, Xiao Chen vs. Xie Ziwen." Bai Zhan looked at the eager Xie Ziwen and said, "Remember what I said. Just move around and test his strength. After that, just take the initiative to admit defeat." Xie Ziwen was extremely unconvinced. He gave a casual reply and eagerly flew towards the arena. Xie Ziwen was a genius disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion, second only to Bai Zhan. He was ranked 47th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was considered an expert in Group 6. As for Xiao Qin, he was the rising star of Group 6. He had fought 5 matches in a row and won them all. Furthermore, they were all overwhelming victories. In the eyes of the spectators, the match between the two was a battle between the strong. It attracted the attention of many people. In the wind cloud platform, Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chen with a sullen expression. He said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chen, remember what I said back then? Sooner or later, I will trample on you in front of everyone." Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and smiled. "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you." If Xiao Chen continued to use his fists and feet to deal with Xie Ziwen, he would waste a lot of time. So he intended to end this match quickly. Hence, he no longer had any thoughts of hiding his strength. "There is no point in saying so much. Make your move. You should feel honored that you have successfully forced me to take out the lunar shadow saber." Several cultivators in the spectator stands were astonished. In the earlier matches, Xiao Chen had only used his fists and feet to deal with his physical body. The strong combat prowess that Xiao Chen displayed was already shocking enough. They did not expect that his fists and feet were only supplementary attacks. His true identity as a bladesman was his true identity. This Xiao Chen really hid his strength very deeply. 2 points are deducted for each defeat in the arena. He is rather courageous. It looks like there will be a newcomer in Group 6 as well. Haha. Let's wait until he defeats Xie Ziwen first. If he loses, he will not be that strong. The cultivators paying attention to Group 6 discussed in soft voices. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had hidden his strength. This made the crowd feel even more anticipation for this match. Seeing that Xiao Chen was looking down on him, Xie Ziwen was so angry that he laughed instead. He said, "Good, good, good. Let's see if you dare to continue being arrogant later." 1,000 flaming palms. Xie Ziwen shouted ferociously. All the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the vast wind cloud platform instantly surged. Sparks leaped around the arena. Xie Ziwen pushed his right palm forward, and the sparks instantly gathered, forming a huge palm with clear lines. It was like a mountain carrying a boundless might as it pressed down on Xiao Chen. With this move, no one had been able to receive more than 10 moves from Xie Ziwen. This showed how strong this move was. Kasia. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and a purple light flickered. The solid flaming palm instantly split in half before turning into countless sparks. Xiao Chen easily broke the 1,000 flaming palms with one saber strike. There was no difficulty at all. Damn it. Xie Ziwen's expression turned slightly unsightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to break his move so easily. His figure flickered in the air without any pattern. Instantly, many flaming palms filled the air, pressing down on Xiao Chen from all directions. At a glance, the vast wind cloud platform was filled with flaming palms. The scene looked very majestic. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he moved through the flaming palms like he was taking a leisurely stroll. As he brandished his saber, it was like a heavenly steed soaring through the air. He attacked casually. The saber moved with his heart, and the person moved with the saber. Like moving clouds and flowing water, he chopped those terrifying flaming palms into sparks. The Group 6 referee's pupils constricted slightly. He thought to himself, what a wondrous state. This fellow's saber techniques seemed to have reached the level of heaven's perception. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Xie Ziwen, if this is all you are capable of, then don't come out and embarrass yourself." "As you wish." Xie Ziwen's expression sank. He had not expected the martial technique that he had worked so hard to comprehend to be insufficient in the eyes of Xiao Chen, forcing him to use his trump card in advance. Rage of 10,000 flames. Brr. Suddenly, the thousands of flames in the arena trembled intensely. It was like angry cultivators had developed emotions. When the trembling sounds rang out, it gave off the feeling of a fire god shouting. Rage, berserk, dissatisfaction, and various other emotions spread out. Xie Ziwen had actually infused his own emotions into the state of fire. Chapter 571. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, do you feel my rage? I have to thank you. Without you, I would not have been able to comprehend such a strong martial technique. Rage my flame. Bang. In an instant, the rage in the crowd reached its peak. Suddenly, a flaming arm appeared on the ground. This arm was 100 meters long. The moment it appeared, it covered half the sky. Xiao Chen's slender body became very small before that flaming arm. He was like an ant that could be smashed to death with one slap. The huge palm carried an overwhelming rage as it smashed down at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. His heart was as calm as still water without any ripples. The purple crystalline chi whirlpool in his body spun wildly. As the peak state of thunder surged out, the purple crystalline saber chi turned into a purple crystalline saber chi. The long purple crystalline saber chi was as thin as a cicada's wing. It flashed in the air and chopped the arm that came out of the ground in half. The crystalline saber chi did not lose any momentum as it flew towards Xie Ziwen. There was a loud bang as the saber chi shattered Xie Ziwen's protective essence. Countless bolts of lightning exploded out, blasting Xie Ziwen beyond recognition. With a piu tong sound he fell from the sky. Kasia. After defeating Xie Ziwen in one move, Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. The remnant flames and lightning in the air instantly mixed together and exploded. Purple and red waves of chi enveloped the entire stage with a swoosh. From afar it looked demonic and beautiful. When the shockwaves scattered and the light disappeared, a calm bladesman stood in the center of the dueling ring. He did not look sad or happy, arrogant or rash. The cool breeze generated by the shockwaves blew at Xiao Chen's clothes, matching Xiao Chen's calm expression. At this moment Xiao Chen gave off an ethereal and distant aura, appearing carefree and at ease. Xiao Chen wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee of Group 6 suppressed his excitement as he announced the results. A true newcomer had finally appeared in Group 6. It was no longer a trashy group. As the referee he could at least be a little satisfied. Damn. Is there a mistake? He killed Xie Ziwen in one move. What exactly is the background of this white-robed bladesman? No matter what, Xie Ziwen obtained the 49th rank in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Could it be that this person can get into the top 20? From the looks of it, he hasn't used his full strength yet. I wonder how much of his strength he has used. At least 70%. Otherwise it would be too terrifying. The warriors who had been paying attention to Xiao Chen's match were in an uproar. They had not expected such an ending. In the first half of the match, Xie Ziwen was still in high spirits. The scale of the match was astonishing. He did not look any worse than Xiao Chen. However, when Xiao Chen became truly enraged, he used one saber strike to instantly defeat Xie Ziwen, thoroughly shocking everyone. In the spectator stands, the Evil Moon Pavilion elders all had unsightly expressions. First, an elite disciple was toyed with by Kim Taeho. Next, Xie Ziwen, whom they had placed their hopes on, was defeated in one move. As a super sect, such embarrassing things happen one after another. It was a complete slap in the face. Baijian was speechless. This fellow already told him that he was not a match for Xiao Chen, yet he still humiliated himself. When Xiao Chen returned to his spectator stands, Yun Kursen was astonished at the strength that Xiao Chen had displayed. She asked curiously, "Xiao Chen, how much strength did you use earlier?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Not even half. Perhaps not even half of half." Yun Kursen could not help but be horrified. Half of half? Doesn't that mean that he did not even use a quarter of his strength? What exactly is Xiao Chen's strength now? In a spectator stand far away from Xiao Chen, the 3 genius cultivators of the Myriad Fiend Palace had also seen the earlier battle. Bai's bright eyes seemed to twinkle like stars. He smiled happily and said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen has become very powerful. Bai, you have to do your best as well. Let's meet in the finals together with elder brother Xiao Chen." Mu Xinya, Jiang Zimo, and Chu Mu shook their heads and smiled bitterly, not saying anything. After they parted in Desolate City, the 3 of them had set Xiao Chen as their target, doing their best to catch up. Now that 2 years had passed, the 3 of them had improved. However, the gap between them and Xiao Chen seemed to be growing larger. It seemed like they would never be able to catch up to that threshold. Once Xiao Chen surpassed them, they would lose the chance to catch up. To be in the same generation as Xiao Chen, setting him as their target was a tragedy. After defeating Xie Ziwen in one move, Xiao Chen's popularity soared. In the next 3 matches, his opponents chose to forfeit. After all, there were 20 matches, one after another. If one knew that they would lose to Xiao Chen, yet they still risked getting injured, it would be unwise. Obviously, this was extremely unwise. The most important thing was to conserve his strength and prepare for the next battle. After Xiao Chen sat down, Lu Suifeng, who had been watching the matches, immediately said to Xiao Chen, "A genius bladesman appeared in Group 10. He is very powerful." Compared to Xiao Chen, Lu Suifeng and the others were much more relaxed. They could watch the matches more freely. They could be considered as scouts, helping Xiao Chen to see which geniuses he needed to pay attention to. A genius in the saber? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was famous for the saber. Under the influence of Lu Suifeng's eyes and ears, he naturally had a good eye for bladesmen. A bladesman that caught his eye and was referred to as a genius would definitely not be weak. Since the group stages started, Xiao Qin had seen many genius swordsmen. However, geniuses in the saber category were rare. Xiao Qin asked interestedly, is he a disciple of the Divine Saber Gate, one of the 10 great sects? Of the 10 great sects, the Divine Saber Gate was famous for its saber techniques. In terms of saber techniques, they were several times more accomplished than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, no. Somewhat surprised, Xiao Qin said, then he is a disciple of the Bai clan. The Bai clan was also famous for its saber techniques. Their ancestor, Bai Shueha, was a saber emperor. The four-season saber technique was known as the saber technique closest to heaven-ranked martial techniques. Although heaven-ranked martial techniques were strong, under normal circumstances, one had to be a martial monarch before they could practice them. Given this, the strength of the four-season saber technique became obvious among a large group of half-step martial monarchs. It was clearly an earth-ranked martial technique, but it had the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This was like a cheat. This was also why Bai Qi dared to challenge Sima Lingxian back then. It was not strange for a noble clan of saber techniques to have a few geniuses weaker than Bai Zhan. However, Lu Suifeng still shook his head and said, that's not it either. This fellow is called Lin Fei. He does not belong to any sect. His saber techniques are very exquisite. The strength he shows is only that of a superior grade martial king. However, when he brings out his combat prowess, even a half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. He is going up again. He has already won 10 matches in a row. I wonder if he can continue, Mu Qin, who was at the side, said. Lin Fei does not belong to any sect. He is not a disciple of the Divine Saber Gate or a disciple of the Bai clan. There are many newcomers in this 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Qin could not help but look into the distance. He saw 2 youths already standing on the dueling ring for Group 10. One of them wore embroidered clothes with 2 crossed sabers embroidered on his chest. Xiao Qin knew that was the symbol of the Divine Saber Gate. The other person wore azure clothes and held a saber about 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. He looked very ordinary, looking very ordinary. His eyes were hidden, like a silent volcano. A horrifying aura seemed like it would erupt at any moment. This azure-robed man should be the Lin Fei that Lu Suifeng mentioned. There are not many experts in Group 10. However, Lin Fei's winning streak might come to an end. His opponent is the elite disciple of the Divine Saber Gate, Ma Yuan, who was ranked 39th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen. They know each other very well. The situation is not good. The most important thing is that they are from a large sect. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques they practice are not weak. They are completely different from the other opponents. Clearly, Lin Fei was very popular. Before the duel started, many of the cultivators near Xiao Qin started discussing him. Ma Yuan held a slender scarlet saber in his hand. He looked at Lin Fei and said, sorry, I will be the one to end your winning streak. Lin Fei smiled and said, where does your confidence come from? Make your move. Let me see how many strikes the elite disciple of the Divine Saber Gate can take. A nameless brat, how dare you be so arrogant? Ma Yuan shouted ferociously, and his aura exploded out. The wrist that he used to hold his saber trembled, and a scarlet killing chi immediately spread out from his body. Traceless blood shadow. The moment Ma Yuan made his move, he did not intend to hold back. He immediately used the starting stance of the superior grade earth-ranked saber technique of the Divine Saber Gate, the Blood Shadow Saber technique. Instantly, scarlet saber lights flew out from the saber. As they scattered, the entire place was filled with scarlet lights. The silhouette contained sharp killing intent. Every strand of killing intent was firmly locked onto Lin Fei, not giving him much chance to dodge. Lu Suifeng sighed and said, the disciples of a large sect are really good. The moment they start, they use an earth-ranked saber technique. Look at the state and wonders of this saber technique. It is not something an ordinary saber technique can compare to. Xiao Qin agreed with Lu Suifeng's words. For the Blood Shadow Saber technique, the blood represented killing chi, and the shadows represented nimble and formless trajectories. This was just the starting stance, and it already caused the killing intent to scatter like snowflakes. This Ma Yuan was indeed quite capable. However, whether he could obtain victory or not depended on how deep his understanding of the state of the Blood Shadow Saber technique was. A large sect was good. They could give you martial techniques that ordinary people would find hard to obtain. However, how much you could bring out depended on your talent. Lin Fei was expressionless. However, at this moment, his originally lifeless eyes became lively. He quickly swept his gaze over the Blood Shadow Saber light and Ma Yuan. After that, Lin Fei quickly made a decision in his heart. He revealed a cold smile and drew his saber with a xiao sound. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei sent out 10 saber strikes. The sharp saber chi were like arrows, unblockable. They all struck the weakest part of the blood shadow saber chi. Clanging sounds resounded and the blood shadows filling the air were all shattered by Lin Fei. The starting stance of the blood shadow saber technique was broken just like that. Xiao Qin said, "Ma Yuan is going to lose." Mu Qin and the others felt it was strange. This was just the beginning. Why did Xiao Qin say that Ma Yuan was going to lose? Ma Yuan appeared somewhat dispirited. The blood shadow saber technique had just started. It had not even had time to display its might. How could it be broken so quickly? How was he going to continue fighting? Chapter 572. However, Lin Fei did not give Ma Yuan any time to hesitate. Suddenly, a sharp saber chi shot out from under his feet. He followed this saber chi and arrived before Ma Yuan in an instant. Dang! At the critical moment, Ma Yuan finally reacted. He grasped his saber with both hands and blocked his opponent's attack. When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Bang! However, just at this moment, another strand of sharp saber chi shot out from under Lin Fei's feet. His body instantly floated into the air. That strand of saber chi was incredibly sharp. It came from below and came from a strange angle. Even with Ma Yuan's rich combat experience, he was flustered and caught off guard. Again? Ma Yuan had just retreated when Lin Fei, who was floating in the air, waited for a long time. He landed beside Ma Yuan and hacked down with his 1-meter-long saber with a strong aura. The strand of saber chi that came from under Lin Fei's feet appeared almost at the same time as the saber strike. Furthermore, this attack came from the side of Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan tried to catch the saber strike, but the saber chi that shot out brushed past him. A bloody hole appeared in his chest and blood flowed out. Dang! 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 After losing in one move, Ma Yuan lost the entire match. Lin Fei did not show mercy, not giving Ma Yuan any chance to counterattack. After 6 moves, 7 bloody holes appeared in Ma Yuan's chest. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his complexion paled. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to descend again, Ma Yuan said unwillingly, "I admit defeat." Lin Fei, who was in the air, instantly withdrew his move. He somersaulted once in the air before gently landing on the ground. Lin Fei had defeated his opponent in 7 moves. Furthermore, he was not injured at all. Ma Yuan had not even managed to touch the corner of his clothes. The new generation replaces the old. However, this newcomer rose up too quickly. The old generation died on the beach. Indeed. After all, he was ranked 39th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In the end, he did not even manage to touch the corner of Lin Fei's clothes. This newcomer is too horrifying. This unexpected result caused the cultivators and the spectators stands to sigh after a long silence. Aha! This is still good. You did not watch the matches of the 20th group. The Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xinyuan Zhantian, defeated his opponent in 1 move every time. Quite a few experts from the previous tournament didn't believe it. In the end, there were no surprises. No matter where you came from, the power of your halberd is unstoppable. There are too many new talents this year. It's the same for Group 1. There's a young lady from the Myriad Demon Palace. She's definitely not more than 16 years old. But he actually won more than 10 rounds in a row before losing to a direct disciple of one of the 10 great sections. It looks like the age of geniuses is real. The second elimination round will begin the day after tomorrow. After the seeded participants participate, the competition will probably be even more intense. Lu Suifeng secretly clicked his tongue. What a strange saber technique. How is one supposed to block it? There is one move on the surface and another hidden move. I have never heard of such a martial technique before. Could it be that he created it himself? Yun Kursen looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, what are your chances of victory against him?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, "This person is very strong. If it's just the strength he has shown, I have a 100% chance of winning against him." Murong Chong said in astonishment, "Could it be that you have a way to deal with that strange saber technique?" Xiao Chen did not answer this question directly. He said, "Winning by surprise is very difficult. If he holds on to the idea of conquering the world with just a set of saber techniques, it will be very difficult for him to enter the top 50 of the ranking battles." As they spoke, it was soon time for Xiao Chen's match. This time, his opponent was a short-haired cultivator holding a spear. He was about the same age as Xiao Chen. However, his face looked very lethargic. The short-haired cultivator did not seem very confident. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, if you can receive one move from me, I will admit defeat." Xiao Chen said calmly, "I do not need you to admit defeat. If you want to use your best move, you have to do your best to create an opportunity. Don't beg for an opponent. If I agree, will you use the same move every time you meet an opponent stronger than you?" Xiao Chen did not like such cowardice before a fight. If he wanted to force his opponent to fight him in one move, he needed to use an equal amount of strength and capital. If he relied on begging to obtain this opportunity, his mentality would be unstable from the start. The short-haired cultivator did not expect Xiao Chen to reject him so straightforwardly. He clenched his teeth and said, "Watch out for the spear." The spear spun around and the surrounding air stirred up a strong wind, gathering at the tip of the spear. The short-haired cultivator's right hand trembled, and the spear moved like a venomous snake coming out of its hole, biting at Xiao Chen. When the spear arrived in front of Xiao Chen, the spear tip shook violently a few times. It seemed like there were a few more venomous snakes coming out of their holes, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. The opening was too obvious. If the other party did not change his move, he could have just thrust his spear. The aura, speed, and state of the spear could be said to be perfect. Unfortunately, he insisted on playing with technique, and the state of the spear crumbled. Against a cultivator with better eyesight and techniques than him, this spear strike was laughable. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and punched. Berserk Dragon. An azure dragon-shaped energy spread out in front of his fist. Xiao Chen's fist clashed with one of the spear lights. Bang! There was a loud sound and the fake and real spear lights all disappeared. The short-haired cultivator held the spear in his hand and retreated a few steps back. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and ran quickly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before his opponent. Before his opponent could react, Xiao Chen drew his saber and knocked the spear out of his opponent's hand. Then he moved his right hand and placed his saber on his opponent's neck. "You lost," Xiao Chen said calmly. The short-haired cultivator was clearly dissatisfied. He said, "I still have not used my trump card. As long as you give me 2 seconds, I will definitely be able to turn the situation around. If you do not even have the chance to execute it, how can it be called a trump card? Don't be stubborn. Improving your foundation is the most important thing. Otherwise, any trump card is just empty talk." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and did not say anything more. He had already said this much. Whether he could comprehend it or not would depend on himself. The short-haired cultivator had a blank expression on his face. He kept thinking about Xiao Chen's words in his mind. There would always be a time when the 20 rounds of competition came to an end. When the sun set, Xiao Chen's group of 6 had all finished their matches. He had obtained a perfect score without any losses. After waiting for a while, Yun Kersen and Murong Chong also finished their matches. Yun Kersen's luck was good, and she managed to break through. Murong Chong's luck did not continue to be bad. He managed to qualify for the group of death with some difficulty. The first elder, Jianghu, had an excited expression on his face. The great Qin nation's Misty Sword sect only had one person left, Chu Chaoyun. However, the Night Spirit Palace's Mu Qingxue had fallen in the first round. In terms of numbers, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had completely suppressed the other 2 great sections. If they advertised it properly in the future, it would greatly increase the influence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. "Let's go, we can go back first. We will rest tomorrow and prepare for the elimination round the day after tomorrow," Jianghu said as he stood up. Xiao Chen looked at the dueling ring and said, "Wait for a while. The match between Nangong Ziyue and the Sun Moon Sword sect's Mo Zian is about to begin." In a situation where the seeded participants had not appeared, it would be very difficult for a match to attract Xiao Chen's attention. Lin Fei's earlier match was one. Now Nangong Ziyue and Mo Zian's match was another. There was no need to say much about Nangong Ziyue. She came from one of the 8 noble clans and was ranked in the top 8 of the previous 5-nation youth competition. She was one of the hot favorites for the top 5 this time around. Nangong Ziyue should not have appeared here. Unfortunately, her seated spot was taken by Yu Chenxi. Mo Zian was the personal disciple of the Sun Moon Sword sect, one of the 10 great sections. He was ranked 11th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Although he did not get into the top 10, he was just unlucky. Mo Zian's true combat prowess was publicly acknowledged to be no weaker than the top 10. Hence, this match was definitely a match of the strong in everyone's eyes. At this moment, most of the matches had already ended. However, no one left the spectator stands. They were all waiting for the match between the 2. Mo Zian had a sword hanging at his waist. He had a long and narrow face. Such a person should give off the impression of a treacherous and vile person. However, Mo Xian exuded a righteous aura. He was so broad-minded that he could swallow the sun and the moon. No one could feel that kind of negative aura. Nangong Ziyue, how do you feel after being forced out of your seated spot? Mo Xian asked with a gentle smile. Nangong Ziyue replied calmly, just take care of yourself. Be careful not to lose to me again. Mo Xian said, receive my move. If I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, I will forfeit. As Mo Xian spoke, he displayed strong confidence. Kasie. The sword was drawn. It was 1 meter long and 2 centimeters wide. It flickered with a cold light and emitted a sharp light. Sword chi flowed out of it. This was a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was incredibly sharp. Bo. Mo Xian leaped into the air. The instant he soared into the air, the night sky blocked out the afterglow of the setting sun. A bright moon hung high in the sky. As Mo Xian's sword moved, a poignant moonlight shone on Nangong Ziyue, who was on the ground. Under the moonlight, Mo Xian looked very graceful and at ease. This sword seemed to have flown over from beyond the heavens. It gave off the illusion of space. Mo Xian seemed to be very close to Nangong Ziyue, but at the same time, it seemed like he was very far away. So close, yet worlds apart, boundless moonlight pulling together. Using the moonlight to simulate the state of world's end near at hand, whether he was at the end of the world or close at hand was decided by a single thought, and the outcome would be decided immediately. In the spectator stands for the seated contestants, Sima Lingxian, who had a very casual expression, was attracted by this state. He praised softly, not bad. Mo Xian has already grasped the essence of the Sun-Moon Sword Sect state of Bright Moon. If he can bring his state of Blazing Sun to this level, he will be qualified to fight with Nangong Ziyue. If he can use the state of Sun and Moon as he pleases, he will have a 70% chance of entering the top 10. Even Sima Lingxian gave such a high evaluation. It was easy to imagine how incredible Mo Xian's sword was. This is the true strength of the top 10 contestants. Indeed, they are on a completely different level from the other contestants. They will only reveal some of their true strength when facing people of the same level as them. They are all geniuses, but the gap between them is like an insurmountable chasm. I wonder how Nangong Ziyue will block this. This match should be the match of the highest quality in the first round of elimination. Mo Xian's casual sword strike immediately caused the large spectator stands to be filled with astonishment. As the saying went, when an expert made a move, it was easy to tell. A peak genius was indeed not someone that ordinary people could match up to. A gap was a gap. Chapter 573. Xinyuan Zhantian, who had already finished his match, looked at this duel. He revealed a smile and said, what an interesting state. I wonder how that girl will deal with this. So close yet worlds apart. Whether Nangong Ziyue was at the other end of the world or close to her depended on her judgment. If Nangong Ziyue judged that her opponent was at the other end of the world, she should focus on storing up energy to receive the sharp sword strike from her opponent at the other end of the world. If Nangong Ziyue judged that her opponent was at the other end of the world, she should attack quickly. Because the distance was close, her opponent would definitely attack very quickly, not giving her time to react. The night sky was turned upside down. The moonlight was like water, shining brightly and sprinkling down. Mo Xian's sword descended from the sky, filling the sky with light. Where was he? Was he at the other end of the world or close to her? Although all of this took a long time to describe, everything happened in an instant. Nangong Ziyue had to make a decision in an extremely short amount of time. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by that one strike. Suddenly, Nangong Ziyue moved. She took a step forward with her right foot and slowly made a strange gesture with her left and right hands. It was like she was activating some strange martial technique. Nangong Ziyue did not store up energy or attack quickly. Everyone could not help but feel suspicious about what she was doing. What? Suddenly, the melodious sound of flowing water rang out. At some point in time, tall mountains and flowing lakes appeared around Nangong Ziyue. Nangong Ziyue stood in the middle of the lake. The mountains moved in the water and she drifted among the mountains and rivers. Was it the mountains moving or the water flowing? Or was it the otherworldly girl in the mountains and rivers swaying? No one could tell what was happening. If you are at the other end of the world, I will flow with the waves. If you are close to me, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. If you are at the other end of the world, I will flow with the waves. If you are close to me, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. If you have the boundless moonlight, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. If you want me to be as unmoving as a mountain, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise. What a beautiful concept of mountains and rivers, turning the passive into the active in an instant. Is this the strength of the 8 aristocratic families? In the seated contestants' spectator stands, the 10 seated contestants all revealed expressions of admiration. The Baiming clan's scion Baiming Shang smiled gently and said, I have long heard that the Nangong clan has an ancient book called the Mountain and River Scripture. It looks like Nangong Ziyue comprehended a part of it. She, who is fighting for the seated spot, probably did not use her full power. As he spoke, he purposely glanced at the Haotian sex Yu Chenxi, the woman who pushed Nangong Ziyue out. Yu Chenxi smiled faintly and ignored Baiming Shang's words. If Nangong Ziyue did not use her full strength, how could she do the same? Clang clang. Suddenly, a clear sword hum rang out in the dueling ring. Mo Xian's sword had finally arrived before Nangong Ziyue. Nangong Ziyue smiled faintly and pushed her palms forward. It seemed like she had the power to change the world. The surrounding tall mountains started moving quickly. No, it was not the mountains that moved but the water that flowed too fast. The crowd used Nangong Ziyue, who was drifting with the water, as a reference. They had the misconception that the tall mountains were moving. You came from the ends of the earth. I will drift with the water, moving 1,000 kilometers away. In the dueling ring, Nangong Ziyue's curvaceous body quickly retreated. No matter how fast Mo Xian's sword was or how strong it was, it always stopped 1 centimeter in front of her, unable to advance any further. A resonant sword hum rang out, and a strong sword intent spread out. It passed through the wind cloud barrier and spread to the spectator stands. The swords of several swordsmen could not help but hum. With the support of the moonlight, the might of the small perfection sword intent more than doubled. After attacking for a long time without success, Missouri Xian quickly changed his move. He held his sword with one hand and used both hands. Then he swung his sword downwards. Raging fire burns the mountain. The night disappeared and the bright moon disappeared. The blazing sun shone in the sky. Unexpectedly, Mo Xian had changed his state in a short instant. The gentle moonlight turned into the strong and unyielding light of the blazing sun, encasing Nangong Ziyue and forcing her to clash head-on. Shio! Nangong Ziyue suddenly stopped. In that instant, the mountains stopped moving, the water stopped flowing, the tall mountains remained silent, and the waves remained calm. This showed Nangong Ziyue's control of her state to the finest detail. Using the mountains as the momentum and the lake as the intent, she did not fear clashing head-on with her opponent. She sent out a punch. Boom! The fist and the sword clashed head-on. An intense explosion resounded in the dueling ring. An unending shockwave spread out in all directions. Visible ripples appeared on the wind cloud barrier. Clearly it suffered from an intense impact. If it were not for the barrier, the shockwave would have affected some of the cultivators in the spectator stands who were closer to Xiaoqin. How strong? Are all the peak geniuses of the younger generation this strong? It looks like they are no weaker than ordinary inferior-grade martial monarchs. Compared to them, those rising stars are undoubtedly a little lacking in terms of aura. The crowd in the spectator stands was astonished. Clearly they had not expected the clash between the two to have such a huge impact. The genius Saber Lin Fei looked at the two of them. A fervent light flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "Master was right. There are countless geniuses in the 5-nation youth competition. I have indeed underestimated these people in the past." Bang! There was another intense explosion. The blazing sun in the sky that Mo Xian's state had turned into shattered into countless sparks. The sky turned dark once more. The setting sun in the distance shone its golden light on the dueling ring once more. However, the lake under Nangong Ziyue's feet only rippled for a while before no more waves appeared. The mountain was still the same mountain and the lake was still the same lake. It was clear which was stronger between the fist and the sword. The pale Mo Xian fell to the ground. Clearly he was not satisfied. He gently patted the dueling ring and sword into the air, charging at Nangong Ziyue again. Shio! 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 A sharp sword light swept through the place like a sharp wind blade. As the sun and moon alternated, Mo Xian's aura changed unpredictably. His sword moves were also unpredictable. Nangong Ziyue did not panic. She walked between the mountains and rivers and casually sent out fist winds. She used the might of the mountains and the state of the flowing water to break Mo Xian's sword moves. Feng Yuan, the scion of the Feng clan who was famous for their movement techniques of the 8 noble clans, looked at the situation and said, "The state of mountains and rivers is indeed strong. I'm afraid Mo Xian will not be able to wait until Nangong Ziyue is at the end of her rope." Bai Qi smiled and said, Why wait until she is at the end of her rope? If he is really capable, he can split the mountain and cut the water. When the 1,000 mountains are broken, the 10,000 rivers will not flow. Naturally, Nangong Ziyue will lose. Unfortunately, Mo Zian does not have such an ability. Sima Lingxian remained silent. He agreed with Bai Qi's opinion in his heart. Although Nangong Ziyue was strong, if that was all, she would not be a match for them. Immortal mountains and rivers. Nangong Ziyue shouted and did not intend to continue fighting. A pillar of water shot up into the sky from the lake behind her. Then she punched with both fists, carrying the might of the immortal mountains and rivers. One fist was the mountain, the other the water. The mountains and rivers are immortal, only I exist. A tyrannical aura spread out from Nangong Ziyue's body. Bang! The boundless sword move that Mo Zian materialized as the sun and moon alternated vanished before this pair of fists. He vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood and crashed into the wind cloud barrier, losing the ability to continue fighting. Nangong Ziyue withdrew her fists and stood upright. The mountain was no longer there and the water was no longer there. Only a cool breeze remained in the wind cloud barrier. All the cultivators in the vast spectator stands remained silent. That tyrannical punch had left a deep impression on them. It was hard to imagine that such a pretty girl could deliver such a tyrannical punch. The final match of the first day of the competition did not disappoint the crowd. Mo Zian and Nangong Ziyue were worthy of everyone's weight. Nangong Ziyue looked at the seated contestants' seats and swept her gaze across Yu Chenxi's face. Then she gently floated down from the wind cloud platform. Everyone understood the gaze that flew over. During the preliminaries, Nangong Ziyue, who did not want to reveal her strength, had lost in the fight for the dragon pillar and was forced to give up her seated spot. However, this did not mean that she was inferior to Yu Chenxi. Nangong Ziyue was issuing a challenge to Yu Chenxi, wanting to take revenge for him snatching away her seated spot. After tomorrow, the immortal mountains and rivers fist would face the peak great perfection morning sun fist. What kind of shocking battle would that be? Between Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue, who was stronger? Everyone was filled with anticipation. After the match between Mo Zian and Nangong Ziyue ended, there were still a few matches left. However, they were not any outstanding matches. They were negligible. Most of the cultivators stood up and headed out. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and discussed the matches today in soft voices. They all had excited expressions on their faces. The quality of this 5-nation youth competition was much better than the previous 5-nation youth competition. The newcomers that appeared were also not comparable to the previous 5-nation youth competition. Several veteran experts like Xie Ziwen, who was ranked 47th, and Ma Yuan, who was ranked 39th, were eliminated on the first day. This was a huge surprise to everyone. Even before the seeded contestants appeared, the first day's matches were already very exciting. Everyone could not help but be filled with anticipation for the matches the day after tomorrow. When the 9 seeded contestants appeared, the already intense elimination round would become even more intense. The newcomers who were still hiding their strength would no longer be able to do so. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Whether Xinyuan Zhantian, Lin Fei, Xiao Qin, and Chu Chaoyan could last until the end was something everyone was looking forward to. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and prepared to leave with the first elder, Jiangqi, and the others. Haha. Little brother Xiao Qin, it has been a long time. Just at this moment, a familiar laugh rang out. When everyone looked back, they saw a richly jeweled Kim Taeho waving his folding fan as he dragged his fat body over. Jiangqi and the others were not familiar with Kim Taeho, so they just greeted him and left first. Xiao Qin looked at Kim Taeho and smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, with your body, you dare to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, you managed to pass the first elimination round. Kim Taeho chuckled and waved his hand. It is just a small matter. It is just the first elimination round. Wait for this fat lord to get into the top 10 before you get shocked. Work hard. Let us 2 brothers fight for the finals.